behalf of the Voices Coalition, I would like to, which stands for Victory Over Infrastructure, Clean Energy Instead, I'd like to welcome you to the 2020 Virtual People's Hearing on FERC's abuses of power and law. My name's Maya Vemrasam. I'm the Delaware Riverkeeper, head of the Delaware Riverkeeper Network, founder of Green Amendments for the Generations, and a founding member of the Voices Coalition. And my co-host for today's events is Karen Faradin, who is the founder and lead organizer of Burke's Gas Truth and the Better Path Coalition, and also is a founding member of the Voices Coalition. And you're going to be hearing from both of us throughout the day as we introduce our witnesses and offer some commentary between witnesses, sort of putting their testimony into context. But we want to begin by telling you a little bit about our Voices Coalition. At this point, it includes over 350 activists from over 200 organizations that are working in communities in more than 35 states at this point, as well as in the District of Columbia. When we first began the Voices Coalition in 2012 at a little meeting in Trenton, New Jersey, it was to share strategies and experiences, to find ways to collaborate, to challenge and defeat the growing number of fracked gas pipelines, LNG export proposals, and other fracked gas infrastructure like compressor stations that were quickly proliferating in states across our nation. What we quickly discovered was that each one of our communities was experiencing the same kinds of abuses, not just at the hands of the pipeline companies themselves, but at the hands of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, the federal agency we thought should be there to protect the public, but clearly was not. We found that FERC was an agency that was not exercising independent review and oversight when it came to fracked gas infrastructure projects, the projects it was supposed to be reviewing and certificating and regulating. No, instead, we found that this was an agency that was in league with the pipeline companies and doing all they could to help approve projects as quickly as possible and advance them through construction before people, communities, or states had a chance to challenge and stop the projects. We found that the stories of abuses were the same from community to community and pipeline to pipeline. We found FERC's rubber stamp approval was a certainty for all projects. It was not a matter of if a project would be approved, it was just a matter of when. And really, it was a matter of how quickly it was going to get approved. We found that FERC was misusing its authority to issue tolling orders in order to prevent pipeline challengers from making it to court before the project went into construction, or all too often before it was fully built and even in operation. We found that FERC was joining with the pipeline companies to undermine and even overthrow the rights of states to reject a project by denying Clean Water Act certification authority. And more recently, we have watched as FERC has sided with the pipeline companies to challenge the right of states to protect property in which the state has a property interest from the exercise of eminent domain by the private pipeline companies. We found that FERC was routinely hiring consultants who worked for the pipeline companies themselves to lead and oversee FERC's review and assessment of the projects, and that FERC had a revolving door culture between the agency and the industry when it came to the employees and even the commissioners. We found that FERC was refusing to consider the climate changing impacts of pipelines and LNG exports, even though the law is clear and the courts have been clear that they must do so. We found that FERC was working with companies to illegally segment their projects for review to make it even easier to advance approvals and construction as quickly as possible. And we found that FERC's commissioners were not and do not even give people the courtesy of a hearing before they take their property and the safety and sanctity of their homes, before they take public lands that generations have invested in preserving for their communities, before they cut the forests and the streams and the wetlands, before they destroyed critical habitats for plants and animals we hold dear, and before they approved yet another project that would further lock in our growing climate crisis. And so our Voices Coalition then started in 2014 to call on Congress to hold hearings in order to hear about FERC's abuses of power and law and to put in place needed reforms. We created a dossier documenting these abuses, a dossier that has been updated several times and shared with members of Congress as proof of our claims, a dossier that you can find on the stopthepipelines.org website and Facebook page. We have been demanding that Congress reform the Natural Gas Act since 2014 so FERC can no longer misuse its power and misappropriate the law in order to help the pipeline companies abuse our communities, devastate our environment, take private and public lands for corporate gain, lock us into a fracked gas fossil fuel present and future that is inflicting irreparable harm on communities, families, and our environment, and that will devastate the health, the safety, and the welfare of all the generations that come after us. Our calls for reform and hearings are starting to be heard. Earlier this year, we had an initial hearing thanks to Congressman Frank Pallone before the House Committee on Energy and Commerce. And we are going to hear today from Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin, who is now leading the charge in advancing needed investigations into FERC. Today, Congressman Raskin will speak about the preliminary findings of an investigation by his subcommittee on civil rights and civil liberties, showing that the natural gas pipeline approval process used by FERC unjustly tramples on people's rights. This is an investigation that was inspired by the work of the Voices Coalition and our extensive dossier on FERC's abuses. But while things are happening, when it comes to FERC, there is more that needs to be done. There are more stories that need to be heard so that members of Congress and the public know about the depth and the breadth of FERC's abuses. We do not yet have the robust slate of reforms necessary to solve the problem and prevent FERC's ongoing abuses of its power and the law, and that is why more hearings, more exposure, more sunlight is absolutely necessary. And so we, the Voices Coalition, have organized this virtual hearing to give people the chance to tell their stories in the hopes that this year, members of Congress will take the time to listen to the people and hear the many ways FERC is abusing its authority and the law and is harming people, our environment, and future generations. And we are hoping that after listening, Congress will be moved to act to put in place a robust set of needed reforms and to do so quickly. Over the course of the day, we will hear from 29 people sharing their experiences and demonstrating firsthand how FERC is an out-of-control agency that requires reining in through much-needed reforms of the Natural Gas Act, as well as strengthening of other laws like the Clean Water Act and the National Environmental Policy Act. As I said, I am honored to be joined today by co-founder of the Voices Coalition, Karen Faraday, again, also founder of Burke's Gas Truth and the Better Path Coalition. And she is going to help me introduce our testifiers and again, put their testimony into the bigger context of abuse. And so I do, just before I hand it over to Karen for the first introduction, just a few housekeeping moments. I do want to let folks know that we are going to be going straight through the day with our testifiers. And we figure if you need to take a break for any reason because of our virtual format, you will be able to do so. We are not going to be inviting questions, as this is a hearing where we will be hearing from witnesses and testifiers. So while you may place questions and comments in the chat box, please do not expect them to be addressed or answered. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Karen Faraday to introduce herself and then our first testifier.
Thanks so much, Maya. And as Maya said, I'm the founder of a grassroots group here in Pennsylvania called Brooks Gas Truth, and a statewide coalition that is led by the front lines and grassroots. So we're very excited about that. Delaware Riverkeeper is a member of our network. But I want to get right to the introductions because I'm very excited to hear this testimony today. And so with that, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Irene Leach. She is an associate professor of consumer studies at Virginia Tech who focuses on consumer pocketbook issues and citizen involvement. Her work on energy issues spans from Virginia to the nation with Friends of Buckingham, Preserve Montgomery County, Virginia, the Virginia Citizens Consumer Council, the Consumer Federation of America, and the American Council on Consumer Interests. Her family's 117-year-old Angus seed stock farm was targeted by the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, putting all the homes and businesses in the incineration zone. It was bisected for 1.1 miles, only 4 miles after the Union Hill compressor station, and she and her husband currently live and work in the evacuation zone of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. So with that, I'm turning it over to you, Irene.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Karen. And I cannot turn my video on. If someone would take care of that for me. I've been involved with this issue since well before fracking. As you heard, I'm involved as a consumer person as well. And so my interactions with FERC started long before I knew about this particular issue. And we found that FERC has not been open to the consumer perspective anywhere along the way, whether we were talking in general, whether we were talking about the formation of the RTOs, any of it, we haven't been able to get responses from FERC or involvement. But that's not how the law started out. And I'm going to share my screen now. Based on my experiences, FERC is broken. The picture that you can see behind me is of land that has been blasted, my neighbors. And this is a picture of where they put the pipeline through and sinkholes are forming. They're not paying attention to the concerns and the issues. When FERC began, it was only created in 1977. One of the things that it was supposed to do was provide a comprehensive consumer affairs program to ensure the inclusion of consumer views in the Commission's decision-making process. And you can see the other things that are there. They told them to create an office for consumers, but they let them wait until they had the money available. And of course, the money has never been available. It still doesn't happen. And over time, what has happened, look at all the offices within FERC, and if you look at the responsibilities that these entities have, they don't relate to landowners, communities. They're looking at helping the industry. The Office of External Affairs today deals with all outside groups. There is a landowner helpline in the General Counsel's office, but basically consumers get put off. Landowners get put off. Even when it was announced this year that they were going to do more for landowners, they have said, only after other things are taken care of. And so the things that we are struggling with is that pipeline certificates are supposed to deal with the market that the gas is going to. It's supposed to deal with safety, the impact on the environment, and the long-term financial viability. We're not seeing those things happen. These are the things that I have experienced while I've been dealing with FERC. It's not independent. I don't care what they said at the hearing last week. It's industry funded without oversight. And it means that industry is all it cares about. It doesn't care about the rest of us. It picks winners and losers. by the way that it makes decisions, in the rewards that it gives, the incentives, the amount of money that companies can earn and the length of time that they can earn it for. And these things are not changing as our interest rates change. The companies get to stay where they are. That's wrong. There's not a clear or transparent process. They've got their little book about what happens, but I'm here to tell you it's about as clear as mud for those of us who need to participate. And if you want to sign up as an intervener, you've got to do it early, before many people even know they're affected by this thing. It's very, very frustrating for a landowner, even one who tries hard to figure out what the rules are and what the process is, because they can change it at a whim, and the industry and the agency do. The public involvement that they do is ineffective. It's really not designed to hear what our concerns are, but to say they've done something. And they put out pages and pages of things, but they never respond to the things that we care about. They put meetings in places where the people most effective aren't there. They make it so that the public doesn't hear the testimony because they don't want people to know. They don't let the adjacent landowners know, the people who are also in the incineration zone. Only the affected landowners. We've got some real problems here. The process doesn't adequately respect and involve other federal and state decision makers. I can't tell you how many times our state officials, even our local officials, have said to us, we can't do anything. FERC does that. That's wrong. We need to have everybody's voice heard. The analysis that they do for need is crazy. They just assume that whatever the company says is right, and they rubber stamp it. And they don't look at the long term, and they don't hear the things that we, the people, say about this. The analysis that they do are cursory at best. They came on our property, and it was the house. It was built in 1804, and we've got still standing historical buildings that would be within the incineration zone. No history here, they said, even though it's everywhere. Our health isn't considered. We found out that there are no going in assessments of health that would help us have a mark to do things. And all of this means that we, the landowners, have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars and spend many hours. It's not right that they get to automatically use eminent domain, that they come and threaten us with that from the very first time that they interact with us, and they don't have any incentive to work with us within our own land, and the public use determination is very questionable in today's time. And is it going to be public use for the whole time? And what if things change? And when things get delayed, they don't work with the landowners to help us to be able to protect our land. They start construction without all the permits, and totally disrespectful of landowners and the businesses that landowners are trying to operate on our own land. I have a neighbor whose land, because the construction's been stopped, hadn't been able to get the back part of his property for over a year. That's nuts. The tolling orders allow them to go forward and do things while they keep us from doing anything. That's wrong. The oversight of the construction is totally inadequate, and what they accept as acceptable, we don't agree as citizens who are living with the construction, because I also live with the Mountain Valley Pipeline and have property that is within the evacuation zone of that. And that construction is ongoing around me all the time. And I can tell you it's a disaster. There are variances and changes, but only for the industry. They're numerous. They appear to be very quickly rubber stamped, and it's a part of a planned process to let them make changes anytime along the way and not tell us in advance and not let us influence them. This is wrong. Landowners only get one-time consideration at the beginning, and it's money. But even as things change, the landowners, they don't come back. And even because most of what they do, they approve, but when there is something that's canceled, there's no system for returning the easements to the landowners. That's wrong. And the whole process is set up so that the industry has an advantage over landowners every step of the way. This is unfair public use. Neither the landowners nor their land are respected in this process. It kills the dreams of Americans. We have no motivation to go start a business or try to keep a business going because they can come in and do whatever at any time, and we can't do anything about it. FERC is broken. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene, for that powerful and important testimony going over all of the abuses that you've experienced. And I do just want to confirm for folks that FERC does in fact have one of the biggest ballooning budgets in federal government right now. In fact, the FERC budget is even bigger than its parent Department of Energy agency. And that yes, FERC's pipeline budget is in fact funded by the fees that FERC receives from the pipeline companies, which is very disturbing. And I just want to offer to you that I've attended one of FERC's trainings about its pipeline process, and it's absolutely disgusting and gross to sit there all day long and see how the various breaks and happy hours and special times and foods are provided by the pipeline companies who are sponsoring the breaks or sponsoring the happy hours, and throughout the day had to sit in there and listen as FERC groveled to the pipeline companies. We don't have a sponsor yet for our happy hour today. If you want to sponsor, come let us know. It's really quite disgusting. So that's just another way that they cozy up financially to the pipeline companies, which is disturbing. So with that, though, we are now going to go to our second witness, Kirk Bowers. Kirk is a retired civil engineer who resides in Charlottesville, Virginia. Kirk is co-founder of Mountain Valley Watch, an organization of volunteers created to observe and monitor construction of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. And he was formerly lead pipeline campaign organizer for the Virginia chapter of the Sierra Club. He has collected thousands of photos and videos of public events and has a compelling story to tell of fraud, abuse, and corruption. Thank you for joining us today, Kirk.
Thank you, Maya. I appreciate it. And thank you all for joining today. And I'm going to try to stay within my time limits today. I have what's called a tale of woe, and we call it FERC, a tale of corporate abuse, fraud, and corruption. And I have a short video to play to begin the program with.
The Atlantic Coast Pipeline, the Mountain Valley Pipeline, and the Appalachian Connector are in a race to build through the Virginias. Big Energy needs to protect its corporate financial interests. We need to protect something much more important: our land, our water, the very air we breathe.
Fracking is environmentally unsound. Gas pipelines are inherently dangerous. The gas may be shipped overseas. I have a real problem with that.
The gas is not for us. The jobs are not for us.
You're killing people just so you can have better electricity. There are other alternatives in this world, and we need to focus on alternatives.
We privatize the profits and we socialize the damage.
Private citizens no longer have any rights in this country. The country is now controlled by big business.
Why would a federal agency even accept an application from an environmental criminal. The fossil fuel industry bought Congress. The National Gas Act basically empowers the federal government and the FERC to just build these things. There needs to be public hearings to review our energy policy.
The very agency that is supposed to be deciding is this a good idea has everything to gain by wiping us out.
West Virginia has approximately 1,200 active hydrofracking wells. Between 2005 and 2013, they've used 17 billion gallons of water from West Virginia. The fracking companies have paid nothing for this water.
Since methane is 25 times as effective as carbon dioxide in trapping heat, that is about equal to the carbon emissions of 1 to 3 million cars. I hope that you will take my views into consideration.
Only we, the people, by virtue of our numbers, have the power to effect change. And say no more to dirty energy, and yes to renewables.
Unadopted children and families are being harmed by the emissions that you're allowing to be put right into their neighborhood, where they have to live, where they do sports, and they're breeding them in, and it's causing them to have disease and early death. You're criminals.
Since 1986, there have been over 8,000 pipeline incidents, resulting in more than 500 fatalities, 2,400 injuries, and over $7 billion in property damages.
We're living in a cul-de-sac, and if this mountain is on fire, we probably cannot get off it, and we all would die.
I call it environmental predation, and I think our government ought to protect citizens from that, and they don't.
Don't let this become this for this.
I think that says a lot of what we have experienced over the last 6 years. FERC is a regulatory agency. It's really a rogue federal agency with little oversight. They issue certificates for pipeline construction. They process applications from pipeline developers, which then goes through a non-environmental review and an environmental review. And if they pass muster, these certificates are issued. And FERC never met a pipeline they didn't like. Since 1999, FERC approved certificate applications for all but 2 natural gas pipelines. Also in 1999, FERC raised return on equity rates to 14%. This started the gold rush. It was on in the 2014, 2013, investors were lured into buying gas pipeline stocks with the promise of high returns on investment. The industry influence on FERC stacked the deck against us. The present scoping process is not adequate. FERC has broad powers to approve interstate pipelines, preempt state and local authority, exercise eminent domain, and restrict states' rights. The relationship between FERC and the natural gas industry is at the heart of failures of due process and implementation of clean energy policies. Revolving doors shape the government mindset in favor of the gas industry. It is truly pipelines madness, and it does stink. We've battled 2 major pipelines here in Virginia, West Virginia, and North Carolina since 2014. They include the Mountain Valley Pipeline, shown in green, and the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, shown in blue. The Atlantic Coast Pipeline was a joint venture of Dominion Energy and Duke Energy. It was 590 miles long, 1.5 billion cubic feet of gas per day. The cost was estimated at $8 billion, and we were jubilant. The pipeline was canceled in June 2014 after 6 years. The Mountain Valley Pipeline, 303 miles long, at least 2 billion cubic feet per day of gas. Cost at $3 to $4 billion in 2015. Now costs are projected at over $5.5 billion. the range of total gas emissions from the MVP and ACP would have been 95 to 159.4 million tons per year, which is double to triple the current amount of greenhouse gas emissions in Virginia. Pre-filing applications began in 2014. You're going to see some of the meetings. I have thousands of pictures of people coming to meetings over those 2 years during that process in West Virginia, and North Carolina. Here's some of the groups that gathered during that time period. This is a meeting in Nelson County. Over 500 people attended the scoping meeting, standing room only. Then in 2016, certificate applications were filed for both pipelines. Again, we went back into another period of public scoping hearings were held, and these are some of the pictures from those scoping hearings. This is a photo of an event on our way to Richmond, Virginia. We surrounded the Capitol building that day. But in October 2017, after 3 years, both pipelines received certificates to proceed to construction. Immediately, legal challenges to the certificates began. Rehearing motions were filed, but FERC sat on the motions for a year by issuing the tolling orders, and then finally FERC denied the motions for rehearings. Again, legal challenges were filed, but this time in federal courts. Permits were vacated. You can see some of the permits that were vacated below. By the time that FERC and the courts decided legal challenges, construction was well underway for the MVP. The ACP was beginning construction. The damage was done. You can see some of the tree cutting and clearing operations in Southwest Virginia. And in the George Washington National Forest, the owls cried for a week after the trees were cut down. Protests began. Peters Mountain, West Virginia, near the crossing of the Mountain Valley Pipeline of the Atlantic Appalachian Trail. The Elephants Road tree sitting encampment has been there for over 2 years. Mountain Valley Watch is formed to monitor the MVP for construction problems. Violation of erosion control regulations are documented and reported to DEQ, West Virginia DEP, and FERC for corrective action, and volunteers have reported over 650 incidents of erosion control problems. We formed the Pipeline Air Force to monitor construction of the pipelines. Here's a shot of the Mountain Valley Pipeline, an aerial photo in West Virginia, another photo of the MVP in West Virginia. You can see the extent of the damage in the photos. And again, Pennsylvania County, Virginia, near the terminus of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. We also have field observers out in the field looking for lack of maintenance of installed ENS devices. As you can see, some of the measures here have failed. Filter socks, silt fences, all failed. More failures in Franklin County, Virginia, a lot of problems. Again, Franklin County, Virginia, you can see the mud flowing down the slopes, overwhelming the ENS devices and flowing into streams. In 2018, Virginia DEQ assessed MVP over $2 million in fines. But what did FERC do? Not a thing, nothing. I just want to say the need does not exist for these pipelines. The handwriting is on the wall. Today, the oil and gas industry are in a financial tailspin. Demand has cratered, prices have collapsed, and profits are non-existent. The industry is taking billions of dollars in losses and is in debt to the tune of over $200 billion. Electricity demand flatlined since August of 2008. Gas reduction rates peaked in 2016 and 2017 are now on the decline. The need for the gas pipelines is not justified. Stakeholders have asked numerous questions. Specific concerns include whether existing pipelines can provide additional capacity, whether anticipated demand will really materialize, potential for renewable energy, need for a commission to evaluate new pipelines on a regional basis, and whether agreements and contracts with affiliates constitute a showing of market need. But EQT continues to say the MVP will be finished next year, even though demand for natural gas has declined significantly. Newsflash from yesterday, MVP filed another application with FERC to continue construction after being shut down for quite some time. And with that, I'm going to conclude with a final video. Molly, if you want to play it, that would be fine. Otherwise, I can share now pretty easily.
We got the problem of greed, ignorance, short-term thinking, which often is displayed by our leaders. Not the leaders of our environment, not the people here, but those who make the rules. So we've got a fight ahead of us. Trail is almost 2,200 miles long. It's the longest footpath in the world. It's also home to thousands of different species of plants and animals, many of whom are endangered. All of us need to put in more than our own fair share of effort. And that's what we need to be walking away from here today, willing to do, is to put in all of our effort that we can, and then add some more. So that's what I leave for you today, is memories. And that's what I hope that our children and our grandchildren and the youngsters here today have, our memories.
Last year, the AT celebrated 90 years. Now we see where the AT is faced with a threat to its natural beauty and priceless cultural heritage by the ACT and the Mountain Valley Pipeline. These pipelines create large scars on our scenic landscape. Fragments our forests, disrupting the peace and tranquility of these hallowed grounds. This is an unmitigated attack on our forests, our culture, and the Appalachian Trail in the pursuit of short-term gains and economic benefits for corporate stockholders. Just next year, we'll get our first wind farm in this state in Bonneville County. There's another planned for Pulaski County. We're seeing solar farms popping up in different places. It's renewable will outpace fossil fuels and fuel generation this year for the first time in the history of this planet.
Watchdog organization Oil Change International has revealed gas industry plans to continue its pipeline rush, with 19 pipelines proposed across the Appalachians. To this end, if amendments to the Jefferson National Forest Management Plan, as proposed in the draft environmental impact statement of the FERC, are accepted, a fossil fuel utility corridor 500 feet wide may be allowed to cut through the national forest. Effective November 4th, 2016, the fossil fuel industry will be acting in defiance of the Paris Agreement on Climate Change as ratified by the United States.
Don't tell your neighbors, don't tell your friends. There's a really bad word we all need to fight against. It begins with F, it's 4 letters, and it ends with sound. FERC. FERC is telling us, FERC you, and we cannot let them do that. We've got to fight against them and stop the Mountain Valley Pipeline.
And I'd like to thank you all for listening today, and keep up the good fight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kirk. That was quite a presentation, and it just shows you so many of the problems at FERC. And, you know, if you are not familiar with the dossier that Maya mentioned at the opening, take a look at it, because what you're hearing today are stories that are very similar to the ones that you've heard 4 years ago, and you have access to in the dossier if you didn't hear them 4 years ago. And so I want to move right along to Diana Strablo and Teresa Schuchler. Diana Strablo is vice chair and a volunteer with Sierra Club Niagara Group in Western New York State. In 2016, when residents at the northern end of the proposed Northern Access Pipeline project who were fighting a compressor station in their town, and folks facing eminent domain along a 97-mile route reached out for help, She decided to learn and organize to have their voices heard. Teresa Schuckler is a landowner and one of her allies in their fight, and will speak after Diane. So Diane, welcome.
Thank you, and thank you for organizing all of this today. I will be speaking about the Northern Access Pipeline, and get my screen share going here. Let's see. Okay, so the Northern Access Pipeline project, and we'll start with the ways that that FERC, we feel, has abused their power in this situation. To begin with, this was all about, it turned into all about the waterways and streams that that the pipeline would be crossing. And despite the fact that New York State DEC and others called for a more extensive environmental impact study to be done, FERC has refused to do that. FERC is usurping New York's right to regulate and protect their waterways with a bogus claim that New York State did not rule in time with their denial of the 401 water quality certification. And I'll be talking more about that in a moment. FERC is right now set to allow National Fuel to move ahead without the required 401 water quality certification that we're entitled to under the Clean Water Act. FERC has allowed eminent domain purely for corporate profit to export the gas to Canada. And we do not feel that was the original intent of eminent domain, for a company to profit with no benefit to the residents who will be facing this. There is no need for this project. FERC insists that showing a market for the gas is all that a company needs to do. I didn't understand this at first and kept going around with the FERC administrators asking, so why are you not considering just not building the project? And learned that it was just a circular process where all the company needed to do was show that they had a market to sell the gas, and FERC would figure out a way to allow them to do that. FERC has never on this project assessed the impact on climate change. When I've questioned this, their answer is basically, we don't know how to assess the impact on climate change, so we don't need to. So the Northern Access Pipeline would be a 97-mile fracked gas pipeline beginning in the Marcellus fracking fields in McKean County, Pennsylvania. It would slice through western New York and make its way up to Erie County, where it would connect with existing pipeline. A compressor station would be built, a 22,000 horsepower compressor station up near the Canadian border, along with a dehydration facility to send the gas under the Niagara River through an existing pipeline and into Canada. This 97-mile fracked gas pipeline would cross 192 streams and over 150 wetland areas in western New York. That would include the Allegheny River and the Cattaraugus Creek. On both of those major waterways, it would cross just upstream a ways of the Seneca Nation of Indian Territory. So we gained many allies along the way. And since it involves so many water issues, we rallied and petitioned New York State DEC to deny the permit. We're here to protect our water, our land, and our air, and our communities. We want Governor Cuomo and the DEC to deny the air and water permits for a 97-mile fracked gas pipeline that would trench through 192 streams and 270 wetlands in western New York. Water is life! Water is life! Water is life!
Governor Cuomo made a statement in his State of the State address that he wants to double down on stopping the bringing in of fracked gas from neighboring states. So that sounds like a pretty clear statement to me that he should be denying this pipeline. Absolutely no benefit for New York State and a lot of destruction.
This is everyone's responsibility, and we do this for all, not just natives, not just people who live near the creeks, near the waters. It's for everyone.
And it's definitely time to move to a renewable energy future. There are signs that Governor Cuomo recognizes that with his pledges to cut greenhouse gas emissions and to ramp up renewables. We're hoping that he will do the right thing and say no to this pipeline.
So New York State did do the right thing. Can you see my PowerPoint at this point? I hope so. The New York State did do the right thing.
Diane, can you go and do the reshare? We can't see the PowerPoint.
When a vaccine sponsor reaches the conclusion that the data from its phase 3 clinical trials are adequate to submit to FDA, they will decide whether to apply.
Sorry about this. Is that working now?
Afraid not.
I'm gonna stop your screen share and we're gonna have you just start it again, okay?
Okay. Is that working now?
Yep, all good.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. So New York State Department of Environmental Conservation did end up doing the right thing and denied the 401 water quality certification in April of 2017. The FERC environmental assessment was conditioned on this 401 water quality certification. So now the project could not move forward, and we rejoiced and thought we were free and clear at this point. And as time passed, we felt more confident in that. But then suddenly, over a year later, in August of 2018, FERC overturned New York State's denial with a bogus claim that the DEC did not rule in time. And this is where I really feel the abuse of FERC's power really comes into play with this. And this timeline is important to understand that in January of 2017, an agreement letter for a 1-month extension was posted on the FERC docket. This was signed by National Fuel, the company, and New York State DEC. Then, of course, in April, DEC denied the permit. Then in August of 2018, that's a year and a half after that agreement letter was posted on the FERC docket, FERC, in DEC's words, arbitrarily and capriciously claimed that that agreement letter was invalid and overturned New York State DEC's denial by claiming that they didn't rule in time. And I find it interesting that just on September 9th of this month, FERC has issued a proposed rule change to limit states' decision time to 1 year, which just proves that this 1-year rule was not in place at the time that FERC overturned the DEC's decision. So we find this outrageous. And another, of course, huge issue with this pipeline, as many others, is the eminent domain issue. We've got many stories of grievances of landowners who were, as National Fuel sent land agents to knock on the doors of rural landowners to harass them and tell them that if they didn't sign, that they would be taken to court at their own expense. So unfortunately, most landowners, not knowing what to do, did end up signing. What option did they have? We have some landowners who have held out, including Joe and Teresa Schuckler, who now have been taken to court 3 times by the company over their eminent domain issue. And Joe was a stalwart defender of his land. He and his wife have planted thousands of trees over the 50 years they've been stewards of this land. And Joe was a water sentinel for Sierra Club and a protector of the water and deeply concerned about climate change. And sadly, Joe has passed away, but his wife, Teresa, is still fighting this eminent domain issue. And I will now turn it over to Teresa to say a few words about her experience with FERC and dealing with this pipeline and unfairness. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you beautifully.
Okay, thank you. Well, Joe and I worked for over 55 years planting trees and preserving our land for clean air and clean water, not just certainly for ourselves. We were getting old, but it was very important to us for the future generations. When National Fuel Gas first started talking about the pipeline, they said it was needed for the public. So we went along with it, feeling that we needed to be, a part of the bigger world. But this we found out later was not true. The frack gas was coming from Pennsylvania up to Canada to be sold on the open market. It was not needed in New York State or in the country. So this was all for National Fuel Gas's corporate profit. Now, looking at the Bill of Rights, the Fifth Amendment guarantees Americans the right to own property. No person may take away anything that we own, nor can the government seize our land, money, or other forms of property without cause. The right to our private property is one of America's basic freedoms. An eminent domain is the power of a state or national government to take private property for public use, but not for corporate gain. So we decided to fight this. We've gone to court a few times, and at this point, we're not winning. They have an easement on our property, and if the pipeline does come to be, they will go through our property and destroy trees, many, many hundreds of trees. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that powerful testimony, Diane and Teresa. And thank you for honoring Joe. That is such an amazing and sad loss for all of us. And our heart goes out to you, Teresa, very personally for your loss. Landowners like Teresa and Joe and the states are often our last line of defense when it comes to these pipelines. And because states more and more often are siding with communities to protect our environment, to protect property owners, to protect future generations from these fracked gas pipeline projects, we are seeing with more and more frequency FERC becoming creative in how it sides with the pipeline companies in order to strip states of their authority to protect their natural resources and to protect their communities. And just this past year, through a rulemaking, the Trump administration, through a rulemaking out of their EPA, has now doubled down on undermining state authority when it comes to FERC frack gas pipeline projects and the ability to say no to these pipelines. And that is why it is more essential than ever on the states' rights issue that Congress act to reform the Natural Gas Act and restore to the states fully, fairly, and even more powerfully their right, their ability to protect their environment, to protect their communities, to protect their property owners and future generations. I'm now going to introduce our next witness, Maury Johnson. Maury is an impacted landowner along the path of the Mountain Valley Pipeline in southern West Virginia. He is a member of Preserve Monroe, Indian Creek Watershed Association, and serves on the executive council of the Power Coalition, a coalition of groups opposing the Mountain Valley Pipeline in West Virginia and Virginia. He is a volunteer with Mountain Valley Watch and the West Virginia Rivers Coalition as a water monitor and citizen watchdog along the path of the MVP. He was featured in the most recent edition of the West Virginia River Coalition's newsletter in their volunteer spotlight section for his good works. Maury, I turn the podium to you.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, well, I don't know if Molly got a couple of pictures I sent to her earlier that shows the Mountain Valley Pipeline. There it is. So this is what the pipeline looks like back in my house here. They went through a karst area that we argued about for 3 years. It blasted huge rocks out of the karst. That affected my water and my aunt and uncle's water. I haven't been able to use my water for much anything for a year and a half. We carry water to drink. When it's not turbid, we can take showers and baths. Other, we got to carry it. So that's one picture. And go to the next picture, Molly, if you've got it. And that's an overview from one ridge of my farm to the other. And my house is it's just down in the woods, down to the left corner. It's about 600 feet. So, I'm in Monroe County, and I live in the right Mountain Valley Road. And my house is impacted, my aunt and uncle's impacted, as long as a lot of adjacent landowners. And adjacent landowners don't usually get much say. I have many friends and family and neighbors that are impacted by this in West Virginia and Virginia. I also have many friends and family, some family and lots of friends who were impacted by thank goodness, the canceled Atlantic Coast Pipeline. The practice of using eminent domain, early entry, and tolling orders all contribute to the unfair and unjust conditions and rules that citizens must endure. It puts all the power in the hands of the for-profit corporations and completely undermines the basic principles of landowner rights that are at the heart and soul of our country's democracy. To paraphrase Human Rights Watch, and an organization dedicated to human rights worldwide, they say land is a vital asset to the individuals and communities around the world. When land is threatened due to discriminatory practices like corruption, unsustainable development, land compensations like eminent domain, environmental degradation, and other factors, individuals and communities suffer. This often manifests in civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights violation, and has distinctive impact on people. From the very beginning, our country was, as we've all said, on the private property rights that serves the very cornerstone of our freedom. The constitutional rights of private property is based on the principle that government should not unreasonably interfere with the use of one's property. In the first Continental Congress in 1774, the Declaration of Colonial Rights, Resolution Number 1 stated that Americans are entitled to life, liberty, and property. These rights cannot be ended without their consent. I have suffered from many of the same abuses that everyone else is related to this morning. I've been told by pipeline representatives that since I wouldn't negotiate with them, they would just bury timber under the dirt. They would do other things that they needed to do as they wanted to do. They did nothing to protect my farm. That's because I wouldn't negotiate with them. I believe that both the 14th Amendment and the 5th Amendment due process clause stated that no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, and property without due process are being violated. There is nothing fair about this at all. Now, I'm the only West Virginia person to testify today, and I reached out to some folks to get some quotes and some feelings, and I want to share those with you. One of my West Virginia friends in Central West Virginia said the days of use of eminent domain for pipeline construction should be over and done with. Another friend living nearby impacted by the MVP said, I've done all the things I know to do. I've been to town meetings, I've spoken at pipeline sponsored gatherings, I've spoke about it on TV. I've spoken to elected officials, signed petitions, written letters, submitted reports, and gone to court. I have exhausted the usual methods of fighting injustice and have gotten no relief. We had a case lined up for the U.S. Supreme Court about eminent domain, but they chose not to hear it. Our officials have failed us. Another friend impacted by the pipeline said, FERC is not impartial in making decisions regarding pipeline approvals. They are partial to industry and corporation and ignore the constitutional rights of landowners and others affected citizens. In my opinion, FERC bypasses the Constitution for the benefit of these regulated corporations. Another landowner, adjacent landowner, and a lot of times the adjacent landowners are very affected, very much affected, but they have no say, says FERC is horrible. They don't consider the severe impacts of the people, including adjacent or nearby landowners. They only consider the money made by the corporations. I agree with most of everything that's been said here. These rights are fundamental to our land ownership. I had another fellow who sent this in. This landowner is bought a piece of property, planning on his dream retirement, building his dream house, and the day he closed on it, he found that the pipeline was coming through. And he says this: "You have single-handedly turned a law-abiding, USA-loving, patriotic American into someone who no longer believes in the goodness and fairness of the federal government. Through your scurrilous definition of eminent domain and your immoral application of it by granting a private for-profit corporation the right to seize private property against the landowner's will, I no longer have any faith in our government. Your agency should add another R to your acronym and be called the Federal Energy Rubber Stamping Racketeering Conclave. And what a racket you have. When your jobs depend on the approval of the pipeline, then you'll never meet a pipeline that you couldn't approve. Added to the guaranteed 14% rate of return for those investing in pipelines, and Murdy Badoff couldn't have hashed a more perfect fraudulent scheme. I could say a lot more, but like the other submissions I've made to FERC, I'm quite sure I will not be given even a courtesy response. I hate FERC." That is some of the things that people have said, landowners here in West Virginia. I'm glad to represent some of them. I've heard much more comments. I could probably go on for 2 days. Most landowners, citizens, and many other groups that I know feel they are being ignored by FERC to the benefit of the energy companies that FERC is supposed to regulate. Reforming FERC, their policies, and the Natural Gas Act are long overdue to protect the rights of the public, individuals, and the property rights of the citizens. Thank you for a few minutes to relay some of my concerns.
With that, we are going to now have a series of videos from a number of testifiers that we are going to introduce individually, but these are going to be videos. And I do want to acknowledge the hard work of Mark Barker from the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, Brettel, who spent many days in the past two weeks going out and meeting with the individuals that you're going to hear from to get their stories so that they could be shared with you today. Thank you very much, Mark, for doing that on our behalf, on their behalf. The first person that you're going to hear from as a result of Mark's hard work is Mary Beth Coffey. Mary is from Bent Mountain, Virginia, and is fighting the Mountain Valley Pipeline. She is representing Preserve Bent Mountain, a chapter of the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, and has lived in Bent Mountain for 35 years, having raised 3 sons with her husband and numerous animals on their land. Mary Beth and her husband have deep roots in the Bent Mountain community, and their attachment to the land on which they live is even deeper. With that, we are going to hear from Mary Beth.
Good afternoon. First thing I'd like to say is that I've spent a lot of time reading the comments on the FERC docket regarding the extension for MVP, that MVP is requesting for their certification process. I am very encouraged. I read both pros and cons, and those that are in favor of the extension tended to give kind of milquetoast responses, while those of us in opposition to the extension of time for MVP presented solid information and data that actually should have been considered in the first place. FERC even asked us not to submit information that regarded the initial certification, but you can't omit that, because that is the reason that they shouldn't have their extension. A couple of abuses that I've suffered under FERC, or my family has suffered under FERC, involved first some of the scoping meetings, the public meetings led, chaired, whatever, by Paul Friedman. The first meeting I went to was in 2015 at Montgomery County High School in Elliston. First thing I noticed was Friedman was up on a stage, so those of us who spoke, we had to look up. The physical proximity wasn't even appropriate. There was no equal footing in that first interview. Frequently, people would become, they may snap their fingers, or you may have heard some verbal comments, and Friedman treated us as children in saying, I'm going to stop this whole process. I'm going to shut this down if you don't straighten up. This is the whole demeanor of the FERC. The second time was a public commenting period at the Sheraton in Roanoke, and that was in May of 2016. We all went in there fully expecting to present in front of our peers, and those who didn't support us as well, but it was not a comment period. It was go into a room with a stenographer, speak your piece for 10 minutes, and be gone. No comments, nobody else to hear what you had to say, no support. And in reading the transcriptions, there were several times I saw when Paul Friedman was the proctor in the room, he would cut people off, he would change the subject. It was not an unbiased listener to this in this process.
And we're going to turn to the next video from Ann Rogers, who is from Roanoke, Virginia, and is representing Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. She is battling the Mountain Valley Pipeline and MVP Southgate Extension.
Hi, I'm Ann Rogers. I am Section 106 Coordinator for Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. And before joining Brittle staff in March of 2017, I volunteered for 2 years working with the residents of the Bent Mountain community in Roanoke County, Virginia, identifying historic resources in the path of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. And as part of that work, which lasted from 2015 through 17, we identified 2 new rural historic districts here in Bent Mountain. And one of them, the Coles Terry Rural Historic District, encompasses the entire eastern face of Poor Mountain here. That's the mountain in the background. The Coles Terry District was approved by the state in 2016. Then in 2017, we identified a second rural historic district in Bent Mountain called the Bent Mountain Orchard Rural Historic District. And between those 2 rural historic districts, which were approved by the state in 2016 and 17, we had nearly 2,000 acres of lands that should have been protected in the planning of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. But what we discovered in this process of working under Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act is that under FERC, Section 106 is very, very significantly shortchanged. For one thing, FERC, or Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, very, very deliberately and expertly avoids the involvement of consulting parties in the Section 106 process. And consulting parties are volunteers who are supposed to get involved in the Section 106 process to help identify historic resources potentially harmed, that would be potentially harmed through the construction of a federally licensed project such as the Mountain Valley Pipeline. So FERC does away with this whole idea of consulting parties, and that's just the beginning of how FERC shortchanges the Section 106 process. And after all the work and effort in seeking protection for this historic area that you see here, we learned ultimately in 2017 with the release of the treatment plan for the historic resources crossed by the Mountain Valley Pipeline, that the only thing that would be done was that the project developer, Mountain Valley Pipeline LLC, would pay for certain restoration and other administrative costs to underwrite the creation of National Register nominations for these districts. Well, those National Register nominations are absolutely unnecessary, not helpful, and not what we were seeking when we identified the historic areas. What we really wanted was for them to be avoided in the planning of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. We wanted to see that pipe diverted to avoid them. And that's not what we saw, because FERC has no federal law requiring them to consider avoidance. And in that respect, they are different from Federal Highway Administration, which does have a federal law that requires the consideration of avoidance. And that law is Section 4F of the U.S. Department of Transportation Act. And so we are very interested in engaging in a process to bring to FERC their own version of Section 4F of the U.S. Department of Transportation Act, so that in the future, projects like this, beautiful historic areas such as this, will be avoided in the planning of federal projects such as the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Thank you so much.
I'd really like to thank Anne for that powerful testimony, and Mark for capturing it. You know, there's nothing like seeing the beautiful vistas and elements of nature that are devastatingly destroyed by these fracked gas pipeline projects and infrastructure projects. And while FERC says that the pipeline companies will restore the natural areas, there is nothing close to restoration that takes place in the forests, in the wetlands, in the streams, in the rural and residential communities where these pipelines cut through. They leave a devastating scar of irreparable harm. And of course, their climate changing emissions will live on into future generations, as do the other scars and impacts. That guidance of the value of avoidance being part of legislative reform is really powerful, and knowing that it applies to other federal agencies, I think shows how appropriate it would be to mandate that kind of modification as it pertains to FERC and fracked gas infrastructure. With that, I'm going to introduce the next video featuring Marvin Winstead. Marvin is from Nash County, North Carolina, and he's a member also of the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League and of Nash Stop the Pipeline. He's working with an attorney, and he was able to stop the Atlantic Coast surveyors from entering his property and cutting down a lone yellow pine tree on his farm. Really powerful success.
I'm Marvin Winstead, a native of Nash County, almost a lifelong resident of Nash County. I was an impacted landowner of the proposed Atlantic Coast Pipeline, which was announced in spring of 2014. And as soon as I was made aware of that by notification from the company, I started knocking on doors of various environmental organizations. One of those that I got a lot of traction with and help and support from was the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. And like I said, starting back in May of 2014, efforts began then to find out what the ACP was. I know what the company said it was, but we dug into it to find out more of what the project really was. And the rosy picture that the company's painted of this project didn't match up with what we found out about it. We're here in Nash County. We're in the Red Oak community of Nash County, which is about 5 miles north of our county seat of Nashville. We're on the banks of Swift Creek, which was one of the creeks that would have been crossed by the proposed Atlantic Coast Pipeline. This stream is designated, stretches of it are designated as pristine waters by the U.S. Geological Survey, and that's quite a compliment to the landowners with the property adjoining the stream, that they've taken such good care, conservation measures of their land and fields, that the water meets that pristine designation. This stream is also home to several rare and endangered aquatic species, as well as flowers and flora. So this would all have been at risk had the pipeline construction gone forward. And when I say rare and endangered, I don't just mean, this is the only place, one of the few places left in the world, this small geographic area here, where certain aquatic species and so forth can still be found. And it would just be a tragedy if some of those endangered species vanished as a result of the construction process of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. As a landowner, I said earlier I was an impacted landowner. I did not want it coming across my property. I live on a small family farm of about 70 acres, and they were going to literally come through my farm on a diagonal and slice it in half and take up 11.57 of my 39 cleared acres of land, of my cropland. So they wanted over 30% of my cropland for their use. And of course they say, once we're through the construction process and put the pipe in the ground, we landscape back over. Well, my research shows me that your crops never grow productively again at all after you've had that construction process go on. As an impacted landowner, I started contacting neighbors to find out who else's property was going across in the neighborhood. And then once we learned about Brettel and the kind of work Brettel does, we were contacted by Kerry Rogers, who was one of their community organizers. And he drove over to our area, which was a 175-mile trip for him just one way. On numerous occasions, he came over and we met at the Red Oak Community Building. And our meetings gathered more and more people, and we ended up at times as many as 50 people coming to our meetings. And in 2015, we were chartered as a chapter of Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. And as such, we sponsored various activities to inform the public about the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, the facts about the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, and worked with other organizations as well, lots of individuals. We even held in 2016, in November of 2016, we had a short walk from Red Oak to Nashville to attract attention. It was not a protest, we called it a pipeline awareness walk. And the press did come out and give us good coverage. And we were able to, through the news media, local newspapers, to get articles for the public to read about what was going on with the proposed Atlantic Coast Pipeline, that it was not just the great rosy picture that the company public relations department painted. What the downside of it was, the devaluation of property, the danger of a pipeline being on your property or close to your residence, We also learned that in some areas it was going through underprivileged neighborhoods, minority neighborhoods, in a disproportionate manner. And that's not true of every single mile of the pipeline, but in some areas it was going through neighborhoods where it seemed as though the route had been selected to take advantage of people who were not as well organized to push back and fight against it. As a result of lots of efforts, and then we also had a big walk in 2017, in March of 2017, that started out at the state line and traveled the walkers over a several-week period of time. Took them about 3 or 4 weeks. They walked the entire 180 miles of the proposed route. Like I said, it started in Northampton County up on the Virginia line, went down through Halifax, Nash, Wilson, Johnston, Cumberland, Sampson, and Robinson counties to the termination point of the proposed project. And that attracted a lot of attention, not just in the local 8-county area, but statewide television networks picked it up and carried it all across the state, as well as we had people coming from all across the state to participate in that walk. So we had lots of those activities going on. A few miles, about 15 miles, a little over 15 miles south of us, is the Tar River, which Swift Creek eventually feeds into. Swift Creek is a tributary of the Tar River. And that was one of the rivers and streams that had to be crossed by the proposed pipeline. And the company did, when they did get a little construction going on, they did do some horizontal directional drilling, and they did get the pipe inserted underneath the Tar River. Prior to that, several groups got together and we had some paddle trips down the Tar River to focus attention on that river. And the Tar River also has some rare and endangered species in it. So I'm glad to report that just a couple of weeks ago I did a paddle trip down the Tar, and where the work was done, the signs, the no trespassing signs and so forth, have been removed, and the bank appears to be undisturbed where the crossing point used to be. So I'm very glad to have been able to witness that. This project, as a landowner, my private property rights were trampled all over. The companies, like I said, paint a very rosy picture. One of the landowners told me I had nothing to worry about. They put the pipe in the ground, landscape over it, and I would forget about it being there. I didn't buy that, and I did some research, and I found lots of agricultural statistics that show that once a pipeline is put in, I've seen pictures of where a pipeline was installed here in eastern North Carolina, just a 20-inch pipeline. And by the way, the ACP was going to be 36 inches in North Carolina, 42 up in Virginia. And it was going to be under 1,440 pounds of pressure. But I've seen pictures of a smaller pipeline in a neighboring county where it was installed 20 years ago, and the crops are still stunted every year. No matter what crop is grown there, soybeans, corn, whatever, there's a stunted pathway across those fields to this day where that pipeline was placed across there. So I know what I could expect, not what the land agent told me, but the reality was that my farm would never again be productive. Because they do such a tremendous amount of soil disturbance and compaction and leave pathways of gravel, cover them up with the topsoil and that sort of thing. And of course, all they want to do is get it across your property and get gas flowing through it. This was a money-making proposition for the companies. It was not needed. Several research studies proved that this pipeline project was not needed. The companies, surprisingly, their representatives never talked about the fact that FERC granted the ACP companies a 14.7% rate of return on investment, which means that they would have guaranteed that, and that rate of return would have been passed on to the ratepayers. So even if ratepayers were conservative in their usage, in years to come, they would find themselves paying 14.7% more for the energy they used than if the pipeline had never been built, which fortunately has turned out to be the case. FERC stands for Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. It is sometimes referred to by activists as the Federal Energy Rubber Stamp Commission because they very seldom deny a permit application. In fact, I think I've read somewhere that over the 29-year history, they have only turned down 2 permit applications. And that's pretty poor batting average. There's also evidence of personnel who worked for FERC leaving the agency and going to work for the energy companies, utility companies. And then likewise, there are people who had a position with those utility companies or energy companies, and all of a sudden they've got some position inside FERC. So it's been referred to as a revolving door. So this is something that I think that the congressman need to take a look at and that needs to be reformed. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much. And we're going to move on to the next video, which is from Joe Poland, who is from Nash County, North Carolina, and a part of Nash Stop the Pipeline. He is a former history teacher and an outdoorsman.
My name is Joe Poland. I'm from Nash County. I was a member of Nash County and am a member of Nash County Stop the Pipeline. I'm here today speaking about the Federal Energy Resources Commission, about FERC, that is the one that entitles these people to build pipelines. And I feel that they are not doing the job to protect the people and the environment. I feel there are changes that need to be made, and this will have to be worked out as people hopefully look at this and go along. The first priority of FERC and the pipelines should be the health of the public and of the environment, the water, air quality, land, and wildlife. This should be mandated by Congress, and it should be then enforced. Otherwise, you haven't accomplished anything. I have a reason why I speak today. My community faced fear, concern, and great stress with very little concern shown to us by the builders of the pipeline and by FERC. FERC was, as I began to learn about it, didn't know very much about it in the beginning. FERC was said to be a rubber stamp organization, and I constantly heard that from everybody, that they just approved anything and collected a fee for it, which I think is incorrect. If they collect fees, then they're naturally going to approve everything to get the money. That became self-evident that they were a rubber stamp agency. The danger of them collecting money in the way that they were doing, and probably still are, is that they do not adequately deal with problems that they should address in a different manner. They inappropriately allow companies to do things that they shouldn't. Even when a pipeline was shut down by a court, FERC allowed the company to continue working under the excuse that they were trying to make sure the environment was protected, while in effect they were still putting down pipelines. How this can be allowed is one of the reasons that we're talking today. That needs to be dealt with and changed. They have not had the need or desire to really be careful about some things because it's to their advantage monetarily to just give a license and let it go. The problems created by the pipelines are and can be extremely serious. We in my community, the people in my small area, all signed a petition against the pipeline. I was never able to determine that that was received. Many pipelines that are really not even needed were given a license when there was obvious risk to the environment and even to people. This must be changed. I attended 2 FERC meetings in Wilson. At the first meeting, there were a lot of public officials, commissioners, mayors. They all sat together, and they were sort of given special treatment. They were allowed to speak and then leave, which was okay. But when it came the turn of the public citizen, we were treated like a cattle call. We were limited in time, limited in comments, and even the presentation that you were making sometimes was called in effect. The second meeting in Wilson was even worse. You were taken to a back room to speak into a microphone and be recorded, given 3 minutes only, and even the workers that were there even said that we weren't really being treated very nicely. Now, we felt as a group that it was unfair that we couldn't hear what each other was saying as we did the first time. And I asked some people. Finally, one answered me. He had been a person signing us in at the door to speak. He said they didn't want us to hear each other because we might learn something we could use to work against them, which I thought was what was happening to begin with. FERC clearly used our inexperience and their power and their bias against getting all the facts that would make it harder for them to give a permit against us. They made it harder for the citizen, the public, the landowner, those, as my community was, going to be seriously affected by this pipeline, to be heard. This agency definitely needs some drastic change. And so I repeat what I said in the beginning. The first priority of Congress and the first priority for looking at FERC is to make sure that the health of the public and the environment, the water, air quality, land, and wildlife are protected. And to make sure that the public can be heard, and when there are problems and concerns, that they can be addressed and dealt with properly, so that the safety of the people, the environment, becomes the first mandate. Thank you.
That was really powerful from Joe, and that is the experiences that he recounted are the same experiences we hear in community after community after community. And the evolving hearing strategy that Joe so clearly recounted is an emerging strategy we see FERC use everywhere. They keep evolving their strategy to, just as Joe said, to try to undermine and disempower and separate the people so that we cannot learn from one another and work together to protect our communities and our environment. Thank you, Joe, so much for that powerful testimony. I'd now like to introduce Sharon Ponton. She is from Lovingston, Virginia, and is representing the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. She has been battling the Atlantic Coast and Mountain Valley pipelines. With that, Sharon.
Hello, my name is Sharon Ponton. I'm a community organizer and the Stop the Pipelines campaign coordinator for the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization dedicated to social justice and protecting and preserving natural resources in Virginia, North Carolina, and the southeastern United States. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. The Pipeline Hazardous Materials and Safety Administration writes construction rules which we assert incentivize developers to build their pipelines and natural gas industrial facilities in environmental justice communities, communities of color, and low-wealth communities in rural areas. PHMSA's class system offers developers the ability to build in these communities more economically because they can spend less to purchase easements, spend less to buy thinner-walled pipe, spend less on shut-off valves because they can be placed 20 miles apart, spend less on fewer inspections. These are just a few of the issues these construction rules perpetrate on these communities. I wrote a fact sheet called Unequal Protection, which can be found on Brettle's website, outlining many of the ways these construction rules harm these communities. While FERC does not approve pipeline construction rules, they do approve the routes of the pipelines, which are developed based on PHMSA construction rules. FERC must do a much better job researching and acknowledging the communities affected by pipeline construction when writing its environmental impact statements. For instance, the now defunct Atlantic Coast Pipeline was to have 3 compressor stations, 2 of which were to be sited in majority-minority communities. Yet Dominion didn't even acknowledge these communities existed in their application to FERC. Much evidence was submitted to FERC and state permitting agencies regarding these communities by grassroots groups. But that evidence was ignored and permits were issued, setting up legal challenges to those permits. Developers are quick to blame legal challenges for the loss of permits on overzealous community action. But the responsibility clearly lies in the fact that permitting agencies choose to ignore clear evidence which should have stopped the permits from being issued initially. Instead, they issued permits to their corporate paymasters. Many of the families along the route of the proposed Atlantic Coast Pipeline had or were in the process of having their property taken through eminent domain proceedings in federal courts. While Dominion claimed 92% of the easements across private property were obtained voluntarily, we believe forced mitigation and/or lawsuits, which resulted in default judgments, are hardly voluntary. Many of the default judgments were properties owned by heir property owners, meaning an ancestor had died without a will, and the ancestor's heirs now own the property in common, with no one individual having a controlling interest. These heirs might live all over the country, or even in other countries. And until ACP Dominion came calling, some heirs may not even have known they owned an interest in the property, and most likely never set foot on it. Land agents often seek out those owners in common who live away from the location of the heired property, offering them payment for the desired easement, leaving those who live locally and who have a cultural attachment with little choice to sign an easement. We completed a study of the majority-minority community of Union Hill regarding heir properties, which also can be found on Brettle's website. This study illustrates the disparity in amounts paid for easements, as well as the disproportionate impact on the citizens of Union Hill, a community settled by freedmen after the Civil War. In a hearing held on July 10, 2020, regarding 5 cases being dismissed by ACP, the Honorable Terrence W. Boyle, Chief United States District Judge in the Eastern District of North Carolina, stated, quote, "Here they are, aggressively taking the bit in their teeth and running through several states, grabbing land and throwing money, and on a Sunday afternoon they decide, well, maybe we don't need this anymore. Let's just fold up our tent." Judge Boyle continued, "You've got tens or dozens or hundreds of easements that are conveyances by operation of law of fee title to pieces, to burdens of land throughout, checkerboarded throughout this area. That doesn't go away. Some lawyer from Caswell County or Cumberland County or somewhere like that is going to be searching a title 40 years from now, and he's going to go, oh, my gosh, there's an easement on this property." End quote. An easement, I must point out, which states it does not allow any type of buildings to be constructed on it, nor the planting of any trees or shrubs. I must ask who would be responsible for maintaining the easement if Dominion ACP does not vacate the nearly 600 miles of right-of-way it now owns. If it is not maintained, nature will certainly take over. But could Dominion in the end sue landowners for the natural regrowth of trees and underbrush? Additionally, I must state, this is not the first time developers have either voluntarily abandoned projects or been forced to abandon projects because they did not receive all the permits required to build their pipelines, even after FERC had issued the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. Later in the hearing, on July 10, 2020, Judge Boyle asked Dominion's attorney, Mr. Henry Kitchen, so what happens now to the purchases? You can call it. You've spent the money. The landowner has the money. The landowner has the property with the burden of an easement impressed upon the land. And that's the fee estate. That is the easement. It doesn't go away. It's not for a number of years, and it will be there in perpetuity. Is that right? Mr. Kitchen replied, "That's correct, Your Honor. That's correct. And to your question more specifically, I do not know what my client will decide to do with those easements. I don't think my client knows what they will do with those easements. There are a number of different options." End quote. Therein lies the problem. There are options. Some have requested FERC require Dominion vacate easements if a landowner requests that action. However, we must say that it is not appropriate for heir property owners. Each owner in common would have to make a separate request, and if one of those owners did not, the easement would remain in place in perpetuity, leaving an encumbrance on the property affecting not only all the owners in common, but the value of the property. And we know for a fact that heir property owners have many owners, and along the ACP route, there is one that has at least 70 owners. We believe it profoundly irresponsible for FERC to allow any construction to begin for any project, including tree felling, before a developer has all its permits in hand and all easements it requires for its project. On July 5th, 2020, when Dominion and Duke abandoned the ACP project, it was still missing 7 permits and was still in federal court attempting to acquire easements. Yet it had been allowed to construct segments of its pipeline and fell trees in West Virginia, Virginia, and North Carolina. That same situation is ongoing along the route of the Mountain Valley Pipeline in West Virginia and Virginia. MVP is missing permits, but was allowed by FERC to construct many miles of its pipeline. It is a travesty that if FERC allows this situation to continue, and we ask that it be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker in the next video is Tom Clark from Wade, North Carolina. He's a part of Cumberland County Caring Voices, a chapter of Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League. In 2003, he and his wife moved to his grandfather's farmland and built their retirement home. They were contacted by ACP in March of 2016.
My name is Tom Clark. I live here with my wife. We moved here in 2003. This is our dream home. This is our retirement home. This is part of my grandfather's farm. It's been in the family for 3 generations, and I've got a son and daughter that would love to live here one day. Matter of fact, that's what we want to do. That's the reason we want to keep it in the shape it's in, is to pass it on to them. But 2016, I think it was, Dominion had a little pony and horse show over at one of the local motels telling us about the pipeline. Well, we didn't really think much of it then because we didn't really understand everything about it. But in 2018, we found out a lot about it. I approached a gentleman. There was a survey crew out here on the farm, and they were putting down their stops for the proposed route of the pipeline, proposed route. And I approached the gentleman and never could get him to tell me where it was going. But after he left, I noticed that a lot of the states where they were at and everything, and there was a huge pine tree that my grandfather, as a little boy, we helped him. We cleaned up around the irrigation pond, and we got down to this one end, and this one little pine tree was there. Well, it was a pretty good sized tree, and he said, "I'm not going to cut it down because you little fellows love fishing so much. I'm just going to leave it here for you guys, be a nice shady spot." So that's always been Grandpa's tree. Well, 2018, after the survey crew left, I decided, you know, this tree, this stub is just on the other side of this tree. They're not cutting this tree down. So I already got me some chain link fence, and made up my mind and had a plan. I was going to go over there and put a chain link fence around it and just sort of barricade it and save the tree. Well, one morning I walked out my back door. This is over a month's time, several months' time. I walked out my back door and I heard this loud thump, and I looked across the field, and that one tree was already cut down. And I heard the chainsaw, so I jumped in my truck and ran over there. And
this is my grandfather's land. We deserve to be here more than you do. Right, but this tree's about to fall. I know that. No. Aren't you supposed to tell people before you do this? Aren't you supposed to tell people before you do this, sir? Aren't you supposed to tell people you're doing this, sir? Aren't you supposed to tell people you're doing this? Aren't you supposed to tell the landowner? We have somebody coming to talk to you. Who? Our safety guy. Well, and a land agent. That was my You know what? When you go home and you look at your kids, I hope you have a conscience to be able to tell them what you've done to people's lives. Would you like for it to be in your yard? No comment. No comment. That's right. That's exactly what Dominion says, is no comment. This is just pure downright ridiculous. You come out here and do this and don't even tell people you're going to do it. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave the trees laying out here in the field? You know what? I would hope that you guys had memories of growing up on your grandfather's farm. And I hope someone comes by and does the same thing to you that you guys are doing to us. Sometimes it's more than money. I just could only hope and pray that you could find a job that you wouldn't destroy people's lives. They don't even have the right to put the pipeline in yet, and you're out here cutting down trees. And none of you's got your name tags out, so nobody knows who you are. You got it written all over your back. I guess you got it written in your soul, too. Where's the safety guy at? Yeah, at least you can answer that question. Most of you aren't smart enough to even answer any other question. Why are you letting them fall in the field? I sure do. That's my grandfather's farm. It's not Dominion's property. No. Don't even tell me that. Don't come out here and tell me that. That's your land. Get the hell out of here. Excuse me. Yeah, that red line, that's Dominion's property, like hell it is. When we go to the other spot, they run from something whenever somebody stands up to them. I guess they're going to call the sheriff's office, I don't know. That pine tree. My grandfather left it.
when we cleaned up on this side of the pond, he left it and he said it'd be shade so you could have somewhere to go whenever it's hot. You're down here fishing. They don't even tell you when they're going to do this. I was going to stand and make my stand and keep this one tree. Lord only knows how old this tree is. They just don't care. Well, at least the chainsaws have stopped for a little while. But it was too late for this tree. It's not just a tree whenever you know your grandfather's touched it. You knew your grandfather had hopes and dreams for it. And then Dominion. Forgive me, Grandpa, I didn't know they were over here.
As you can see, we had our discussion, but it didn't do much good. But at the Pony and Horse Show, and all through the paperwork and all through the contacts with Dominion and Duke, they said, well, don't worry. After we get all this stuff in the ground, we get the pipeline put in, we're going to come back, we're going to seed it, we're going to plant this, we're going to do that. You'll never know it's here. Well, this past July the 5th at 3 o'clock, I got a phone call from a friend of mine in Raleigh, said that they had given up on the pipeline. It's done. It's over. Okay. That's great. That was a prayer answer. That was our hopes. But you know what? It's time. Here it is, October, and the dirt's still piled in the field. The trees are still in the field, and this is over a couple of years' time that they've been laying here. What has happened to Dominion's and Duke's promise about they were going to put everything back? Just because you change your mind, you don't need to steal the people's land any longer. You don't need it. You give up on it. The people finally stood up and said no, and you finally listened, and you're just going to turn and walk away and leave this mess for the farmers and the local people to clean up. Where is FERC in this problem? Where is FERC in this situation? Because FERC has been backing Dominion and Duke all along. Every time you try to stand up, FERC sort of slaps you down and sides on the side of Dominion and Duke. Okay, FERC, come down here and make them clean up this mess.
I'm sure that many of you, like me, were brought to tears during that testimony. We've heard so many times where people are speaking about their experiences with FERC and these pipeline companies, and they talk about crying for the trees and crying for the people and crying for the history and crying for the future. And that's what's happening. And you know, Tom Clark expressed this so poignantly and so powerfully at this 2020 virtual hearing. Sadly, in 2016, when we had a live hearing at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., we heard a similar story from Megan Holleran, speaking about the experiences of her family with the Constitution pipeline, where there too, FERC gave the companies the power of eminent domain and the ability to begin construction, including tree felling, before they had all state and federal approvals and permits. And there too, the pipeline was ultimately stopped, but the devastation and the damage was done, and the property rights were taken. And it took those families years and years of litigation to fight to get their property rights back. And that's where Tom Clark and his neighbors and communities now stand. It is a devastating flaw in the FERC process, the need to get all permits and approvals first. And is one of the primary demands for Natural Gas Act reform found in the Voices Coalition platform of reforms. With that, I am going to introduce Barbara Exum. She is from Wilson County, North Carolina, and is representing the Wilson County No Pipeline, a chapter of the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, and she is fighting the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. Molly, please cue up.
My name is Barbara Exum. I'm from Wilson, North Carolina. My question is the mission of FERC to function as an agent of the gas companies with an objective to establish an administrative quagmire that puts us landowners in a chokehold until it forces us to hand over our land rights to the gas companies. Based on my experience with FERC and the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, I believe the answer to this question is yes. The lines between FERC and the gas companies were so blurred, it was hard to tell who was running the show, even at the so-called FERC hearings. My 4 siblings and I own a small farm in Wilson County, North Carolina. This farm has been in our family for over 100 years. At various points in our lives, my ancestors, my parents, my siblings, and I have all worked on this farm in order to earn a living and educate our families. Just like a businessman would work hard to build his company to provide for his family. This is a minority community because in the 1970s, it was very difficult for African Americans to buy property to build homes. Very difficult. And I don't need to explain that fact. Because of this, my parents made the decision to sell lots on our farm so that young Black families could also have the opportunity to achieve the American dream of home ownership, just like everybody else. Now, 50 years later, these young Black families are now senior citizens, most of them caring for either their elderly parents, a spouse, or even grandchildren. Our community is not opposed to progress or change for the greater good, but not when it comes at the harm of our environment or our community or our very lives for the financial gain of others, and especially when there are alternatives that are environmentally safer energy alternatives that will truly benefit us all, and not just the gas companies and their stockholders. There are federal government agencies with the mission of protecting wildlife, fish, game, other endangered species against environmental predators. So my question is, which federal agency is charged with protecting us humans against the predatory practices of the gas companies? The path of the Atlantic Coast Pipeline was not a direct path from West Virginia to North Carolina. The path looked more like a gerrymandered political district. It snaked its way through North Carolina and miraculously found some of the poorer counties and communities, essentially communities least capable of fighting back. Unlike the gas companies, we don't have an army of lawyers and land agents working on our behalf, planning and strategizing for years to help safeguard us from the threat of eminent domain by the gas companies. When we learned about ACP's plan to seize our land rights, the FERC clock had already started its countdown for us. So right away, and with little warning, we felt like we were fighting two enemies, FERC and the gas companies, both with the goal of taking our land rights and armed with the threat of eminent domain. For a senior citizen or anyone, the mere threat of losing your lifelong home takes an immeasurable toll on your spirit, as well as your physical being. And this is already a vulnerable community. We're simple people. We live simple lives. We work hard and try to provide for our families, just like businessmen working hard to build their companies. We first learned about the gas pipeline's plan to invade our farms in 2014. We received a very nebulous, vague letter that there was no public notice in our local newspaper, no full disclosure of the plan and who would be impacted. Sometime later, we received a letter announcing a notice of a regional hearing that included several counties in the area. We expected to finally hear about this plan. Instead, there were land agents and gas company reps standing around a big empty room with tables and charts and graphs and promotional trinkets. There was no sharing of information about the plan. They only answered questions, and only if you knew the right questions to ask. For us landowners, the FERC clock had already started a countdown, and we were desperate to figure out what was going on. The next FERC so-called public hearing was at a local school, and again, we expected to hear some details about the plan. This was no public hearing. Instead, one by one, we were ushered into a small closet-sized room, told how many minutes we had to speak by a person with a stopwatch and a tape recorder. We're simple peoples, landowners just trying to figure out what's going on, not skilled lawyers or land agents experienced at making legal cases. This process was very disheartening. We landowners had zero confidence that anyone at FERC would ever listen to our 3-minute pleas. At this point, we asked ourselves, how many minutes, how many hours, how many years did FERC already allow the gas companies to make their cases to invade our properties? They only gave us 3 to 5 minutes. So really, did anyone at FERC ever go back and listen to our recorded pleas? Did anyone at FERC ever notice this injustice? Once again, where the poorest and minority communities are targeted. How is it that our communities always end up with the pig farms, the landfill sites, the chicken farms, the pellet factories, and so on? Those things that distract from the beauty of a community. How did we ever get so lucky? Does FERC ever notice this disparity? Our government has regulations to protect businesses and business owners against unfair business practices. So who protects us landowners from unfair business practices by the gas companies? Why does FERC work with the gas companies to unfairly take our land rights? Bottom line, I repeat my question, is the mission of FERC to function as an agent of the gas companies? Based on my experience with FERC and the ACP pipeline, it may not be their original mission, but it's certainly how they operate. Thank you.
So hopefully Alice Arena is ready and raring to go. She is the president of the Four River Residents Against the Compressor Station in Weymouth, Massachusetts. She is a political and environmental organizer who has rallied her community to fight the operation of a compressor station along Enbridge's Atlantic Bridge project. Alice, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you so much, Maya. And thank you for having me here today. So the story of the Four River Basin and the story of Enbridge's transmission gas compressor station is a little bit different than what I've been hearing in testimony, but this has been absolutely fantastic. But just to let you know who we are, a little story of what has happened here. We are in an urban location, extremely densely populated. We are on the south shore of Boston. The city of Quincy has 90,000 residents, the town of Weymouth, 57,000. Enbridge came and decided to put in this dense urban population a transmission gas compressor station on 4.3 acres of land on a peninsula. We have researched and found this is the smallest piece of land that they have ever put this kind of transmission gas compressor station. It is situated within a quarter of a mile of two federally and state recognized environmental justice neighborhoods. It is a toxically overburdened area. Within 1 mile radius of this compressor station are 10 polluting industries. It is also within 200 feet of vital infrastructure, a brand new $500 million bridge that was commissioned in 2017, and within 200 feet of the Massachusetts Water Resources Authority sewage pumping station, which services 16 towns on the South Shore. It is also a major shipping channel as it is a designated port. The huge tankers pass by this compressor site to the Citgo facility, and that facility services almost all of eastern Massachusetts, parts of New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. And this is all within 1 mile of this compressor station. It gets better. It is in a Category 1 hurricane inundation zone. Remember I said it's a peninsula, and it's a FEMA flood zone. It was a toxic waste dump. Across the street is a power station that was a coal-fired plant. For decades, for 100 years actually, they put coal and coal ash, asbestos brick, and then eventually a petroleum tank on this site. Over the course of the last 20 years, it had gone to nature and was flowers and trees and was an open space. Enbridge is proposing this compressor station, which is almost built. That's the second part of the story. And they are going to be using 20-year-old pipes that have been sitting in a salt water and arsenic environment that is very corrosive. They have not replaced those pipes. They've had 2 corrosion incidents in the past 3 years, and we've been fighting for 6 years. There are no evacuation routes. The evacuation routes, it's one road, and it's not possible to escape the area if there is an accident. FERC says that PHMSA is supposed to do safety and evacuation. PHMSA says FERC is supposed to be doing safety and evacuation and risk management, and neither one of them do any of that. PHMSA only comes after there's been an accident. The gas itself is for exportation, almost all of it headed to Canada, to an LNG facility that does not exist. The 6-year battle has left Enbridge with fewer customers, and literally the domestic customer that they were serving, National Grid, has said that they do not need the gas and they do not need the compressor station at this time. And so the contracts are lost and there's no necessity. So the second part of the story is that this is almost built. They supposedly were doing a blowdown yesterday, a test blowdown in this very urban environment, all of this gas going over this brand new bridge. It didn't seem to work out quite the way they had planned, and that's probably because 1 week ago, actually 2 weeks now, on September 11th, when they were starting these commissioning activities, they had an accident. A gasket failed, and they released what we believe to be approximately 169,000 cubic feet of gas at ground level. We don't know if they fixed the gasket. We don't know what has been done because we are unable to get any agency to answer our questions as to what has happened. But what Enbridge thought would be the best thing to do after this accident is to go right ahead and ask for their full operator's license. They're hoping to be shipping gas on October 1st. So this is what I have to say to FERC. This really is the story of FERC. We call them a rubber stamp organization, but it's really far worse than that. With the fossil fuel industry, they are the enabler that hands their drug-addicted friend the needle. The entire world pays for their impossibly bad behavior. FERC fiddles while California burns and while North Weymouth and Weymouth itself waits for a major explosion that will kill tens of thousands of our residents and destroy billions of dollars worth of infrastructure. FERC needs to be disbanded. That's all that we can say. We can do better, and we deserve better for our residents and for the residents of everyone in this country. Thank you.
But we have Valerie Williams in person with us from Halifax County, North Carolina. She serves as president of the Concerned Stewards of Halifax, a chapter of the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, or BRADLE. She battled the Atlantic Coast Pipeline along with community landowners and continues to participate with groups to conquer the injustices ravishing our country, along with her own nonprofit, Golden Voice Ministries, Inc., and Action Community Empowerment, Inc. Welcome, Valerie.
Okay, for some reason it's not assessed. There it is. Okay, we'll move on. Let me see if we can move on. So I was walking around reflecting a couple of weeks ago, and I saw a documentary on television. I was wondering, what should I talk about? What should I talk about? And he was talking about Frederick Douglass, the orator, the abolitioner and founder and editor of his own newspaper, the North Star. And he was invited to speak to a function that was held in Rochester, New York. And so I kept battling that through on my mind, why did this come to me? And he had said, what to the slave is the 4th of July? So I said, well, I'm going to talk about the greed of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, and its contingencies. I wanted to say that the greed of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commissioner and its contingencies have caused America to break its laws and succumb to injustices. Broken laws exist at the local level, state, national, and global levels. When I look at where I reside in Halifax County, we are northeastern Halifax County near the Virginia line, about 36 miles, of course. And Halifax County is a Tier 1 county, meaning that we are one of the poorest counties in the state and sometimes the nation, maybe in the lowest 5. And we are so poor that the school system, where most landowners were impacted, depend on federal assistance for meals. The majority of the children are raised by grandparents, most who own land or Century Family Farms on fixed incomes. And there's no need for a pipeline. Everybody's just trying to survive from day to day, to have something on their table. So greed has prompted our local, state, national, and global agencies and organizations to break its promises. The greed that I know it as is the National Gas Act under the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Now I wanted to first look at and present to you an overview of FERC, what they're supposed to be standing for, existence for. They say that they are economically efficient, safe, reliable, that they are secure energy for consumers, that they assist consumers in obtaining economically efficient, safe, reliable, and secure energy services at a reasonable cost through appropriate regulatory and market means and collaborative efforts. And then they're saying that this is how they comply. Achieving compliance is our central goal. Commission policy encourages the companies subject to the Commissioner's regulation oversight to develop rigorous compliance programs. Let me say that again, develop rigorous compliance programs that help minimize the potential for violation. Well, the Commissioner gives Commission gives significant weight to those programs when determining whether to assess a civil penalty or other remedy for a violation. Improved compliance as a result of commitment to and successful implementation. What type of compliance are they fostering? They issue policy statements that address the important and ideal elements of compliance program. The commission does not mandate, other than in specific circumstances, that a regulated entity has a compliance program. And as discussed in their guidelines, the program is appropriate in determining a civil penalty. Determining those civil penalties, they seek 4 determining factors: role of the senior management, effective preventive measures, prompt detection, cessation and reporting of violation, and remediation efforts. So overall, laws of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has caused America to break laws and submit to injustices. Laws as it relates to 6 years of devastating impacts on private property, air property, climate change, scientific facts, God's creation, undermining local, state, and federal authority, and disrespect for conservation and preservation of human and natural resources. The laws broken by FERC and its contingencies, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline in particular, who uses the General Statutes 40A and the Natural Gas Act to fuel their annihilation of laws and cause injustices. But when you have a belief, when you have faith, and you have a pursuit to do right, and you have deep-rooted legacy, history, traditions, and memories, I want to share that God does answers prayer. And last night, this morning, before I finalized everything, I did pray faithfully, to present in a confirmed way live our full lives. And then I ended up realizing that this was just the thing to present. On July 5th, as several already shared, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, ACP, canceled their own project. They served in a joint partnership, creating Halford with our landowners here in Halifax County. And for 6 years, beginning with my elderly mom, who was the matriarch of the land at the time, after Daddy passed in 2006. And during that period of time, prior to Daddy's death, he said, "Valerie, don't let nobody get the land." So Mama ended up with the land when he passed. And then in 2014, I happened to come home one day, and Mom had some paperwork. I looked over it, and she later on told me that people were coming. So I saw that she was being called and harassed and coerced to sign papers. I was up in Maryland assisting my son with my grandfather. They were a military family. And she was 84 at the time when these initiatives started. And she had begun her own set of dementia, and it was going into Alzheimer's. She passed, unfortunately, at age 90, very good, long life. It was 6 years of frustration. After that, she just couldn't get it out of her mind. Why are they after the land? And prior to her death, she said, "Valerie, don't accept any grants and none of that stuff like that. And why is this so important and such an emotional thing for us?" Because my grandparents, who purchased the land in 1916, weren't far removed from slavery. And they had talked about the days of slavery, and they were privileged and so appreciative of having the opportunity to be able to purchase land. And though it was more, it has dwindled to 109 acres. So we have that small farm now, and we're highly appreciative of it because it has been a safe haven growing up and during days of segregation. It was a safe place for us. It was a place for recreation, for food. My parents had gardens, and the cows, the pigs. We survived off the farm. And so after her demise, as her power, prior to being her, prior to her death, I served as her power of attorney, and I started to check out what was going on. And because they would call her across, from, all across the nation. And there were other destructive measures that they put in place, such as trying to pit us against each other. One day I called my mom and she said, "They told me you're trying to sell the land." I said, "No, Mom." I had to convince her, "No, I'm not trying to sell the land." I said, "You didn't sell it, did you?" But anyway, they went on, and I started to seek support. So on my own, I went to our commissioners, where in their pledge it states that we will protect its citizens. I did that, but what do we get? Only silent treatment. I found out that we have additional broken laws versus national-based laws and scientific fact. I have an analysis here. For private land users, our county had said for building, you can't build on that parcel. I wanted to build a small log cabin down on our farm near the historic Beaver Dam, Swamp Creek. And it was the only dry area parcel, and they told me no. But later on, when FERC came in, as you see right here, they told them to go on and put down the pipeline. Next, they wanted to put in easement and right-of-ways. Excuse me. But anyway, FERC was told, and that should be 50 feet. If you can't put anything 50 feet near this pipeline. And it was our land. I said, what is this? We have endangered species, and by law and wildlife and state laws, we're told it's illegal to kill. FERC told the pipeline, however, as less as an impact as possible, you can go on. So when you look at our emotions, you understand, because it's, again, that we're thinking about a possible loss of our land, and the land is our family tree. It tells about our history, our legacies, our traditions, and our memories. And there are 7 parcels of land on our farm, and they represent the siblings. And each 13-acre plus parcel, we actually can give you the history. Our parcel number 1, for example, my grandfather died there trying to clear additional land. He died out there. So it was very emotional to us to want to keep our land. What did FERC and ACP think? They said the pipeline is more important. They even marked our emotional state. As far as be careful, we want to, it's my vision since 1997, to use the farm as our ministry. We want to develop a spiritual outdoor adventure habitat where different groups could come, and because the farm has all these animals, because of the Beaver Dam Creek, migratory birds come, and believe it or not, we have the most beautiful wildflowers. We even have a surplus of monarch butterflies to come through, hardwoods in the woods, and the food that they need. The pipeline people, disregarding scientific fact, not to deal with the cost areas FERC tells them to use as carefully as possible. But that pipeline route of Atlantic Coast Pipeline goes, I know the entire state of North Carolina, the Appalachian Trail. This is the Appalachian Trail, and it's difficult to find. But if you go to ArcGIS, the ACP pipeline is right from their pipeline. However, you really have to continue to hit maximize to enlarge it, because at first it's just a topography map, then the North Carolina map, and you keep on maximizing, you'll get to this point. Now the cost areas, show up in the blue, as you can see here. And as you notice, with the highlighted information, the information here, you see that it says Appalachian cost, the coastal plain, unconsolidated settlements. And it's a cost area because of the soil type, which is very loose, and it will fall, and this is where you do find underground caves and caverns. And it was unlikely for our area, but in talking with a geologist and expert from Raleigh, we were told that it's unlikely that it happened, but it did because we were on the fall line where the Piedmont and the coastal plains clashed. So if that wasn't enough, other private, broken private property laws was the land that my mom had, we later decided to put in my son's name, even though he would have been the heir of it. So when he came home from 2 Iraqi tours, this is later years, he said he felt really worse about this, that it was so dishonoring and so disrespectful, because he had served the country, helped save the lives of a unit that he was the head of. He saw other friends die, and come back home and to not even be given any privileges or any respect. And they were told that he was a veteran, a military veteran, having served 22 years. He just felt it was so dishonoring, so disrespectful. And I have much more in a letter that he wrote, but because of time, I continue to move on. Broken promises relating to air property. Not only did some of ours begin as air, but my father understood that, and he in 1970 on his own decided that I'm going to save our family farm. After Grandma died in 1969, the siblings ended up with 13.69 acres each, and they wanted to sell some of theirs. We had different ones who were in Maryland, and for the ones who had already passed, it went to their children. So that land ended up being among heirs of 4 or 5 additional children. So he came out of retirement as a logger and began each year work until he was nearly 81, and he saw that he wasn't going to be able to finish up the job. There were 2 siblings, so he came to me. He said, Valerie, Travis is still in the Army. He had been waiting on him. Will you promise me that you would get these 2 last 13.69 possible? And I said, yes, Dad, I will. So anyway, it seems like we were pretty good with that, because when it came down to it, finally, it was just Mama as the matriarch of the family becoming the heir of that property. But what happened there is my son and I who own the family farm right now. So I received calls first as a daughter fighting the cause for her mom. And when I did research, I sent out letters to other property owners in the county who were impacted. And then to make further steps to right all of the injustices, later on in December 2019, I became president of the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League, the Concerned Stewards of Halifax County chapter. And I got involved as much as possible along with grassroots organizations, attorneys, and others aiming to fulfill the laws and right the injustices. So I want to say that Frederick Douglass was right when he stated that slavery caused America to break its promises. FERC caused America at the local, state, national, and global level to break laws and fixations on injustices. Truth and justice should be restored. The time to amend is now, and love for one another redeemed. And my remedy to heal America, I'm in the ministry, part of my calling, but it's above what we can handle. We worked along beside each other, and yes, the Atlantic Coast Pipeline was canceled. The day the attorney called me, I couldn't believe it. I said, wait a minute. She repeated what she said, and I said, hallelujah, hallelujah. It was a day for me, because we had done prayers after we had done everything else we could do. We wrote the letter, spoke with commissioner, every level, governor, representatives. We spoke with the senators and our representatives, and no one stepped in. But we were so delighted when Brother stepped in. I just want to share about the 10 Commandments very briefly. When Jesus made the statement about the 10 Commandments, he shared how he came to fulfill the law, not to abolish it. But he capsized it into 2 verses. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. This is the first and great commandment, because if we love him, the second one is like unto love your neighbor. If there was more loving, healing will take place. Now, when we love our neighbors, because we are all each other's neighbors, we won't go trespassing on their properties, want to take what they have, but we have to just forgive them. No love exists when senior citizens are preyed upon. There are trespasses on private property. You're taken to court because you said no surveys. When my vice president, Normandy, said no surveys, she was immediately taken to court in Halifax County and judged just like a victim. And it was her land that she was fighting for. And they got that right. The judge had said, I'm going with ACP. So local, state, national, global laws are broken, but there are consequences, God's law and consequences for breaking God's law. And I found this verse because when they came to my mom with their easement and with my son, they immediately jumped on him. When they came with those easements, they said it's in perpetuity, you know. And I said, in perpetuity. And God says in Leviticus 25:23, the land must not be sold in perpetuity, for the land is mine. And you reside in this land as foreigners, as strangers. And will they get away with it? No, because Revelation 11:18 says, the nations were angry. Aren't we living that right now? The nations are angry. Your wrath has come. The time has come for judging the dead, for rewarding your servants, the prophet, and your people who reveal your name, both great and small, and for destroying those who destroy the earth. I want to take out this time to thank Lou Zeller, because without him, the Blue Ridge Environmental Defense League Carrie Rogers, a brother community organizer, Lois Marie Gibbs and the Center for Health, Environment, and Justice, Attorney Kathy Crowley-Jones with the Brian Rice Law Firm, and all in between, my church family, because I would step up when they asked for prayer, and I would have intercessory prayer about this pipeline. And I want to thank Reverend Arrington, our pastor, his wife, Mrs. Arrington, and we would not. The pipeline people were like saying to our attorney, and I'm so thankful because they paid the money. We did not have it. The attorney stepped in place. Do y'all know the pipeline people questioned them and say, why aren't they doing it? And I'm thankful because if they hadn't done it, we would have had our properties. We have been just like the air property individuals who didn't have a chance. So I'm very thankful. I would just like to say thanks for having this opportunity. And I'm so sorry I got so emotional here. But thanks to all who's part of this process. And thanks that the pipeline is canceled. And I just want to say, especially to Congressman Raskin, step forward for us, help to restore truth, and also do what needs to be done to put justice back in place. We so much need it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Valerie. Your emotion just gave tremendous emphasis on the very powerful story that you told to represent the need to protect all of us, the earth, and all families and future generations. Thank you for that. We had already introduced Ann Bernard. She has a quick video, and we're going to go ahead and play that now.
This is Ann Bernard standing in our field in Boone's Mill at an MVP construction site. I would like to ask that MVP not be given an extension on their construction. I have documented every step of the way of this construction, and their practices are shoddy and dangerous. We're here at a stream crossing situation here where the pipe has been sitting in the field for 2 years, baking and freezing, and the coating is coming off. And here we have a floodplain where the pipe laid in a trench of water for a year, rising up and down as much as 24 inches for a year. So the welds in that trench at the back of the trench will not be any good, and we have the same situation ahead of me across the stream here. And you can see that the pipe on the horizon back here has been in the sun baking for 2 years as well. This project is dangerous and cannot be built safely. Please do not let this continue any longer. Thank you.
And I do also want to recognize that in addition to Congressman Raskin and Senator Kane having folks or themselves on this at this virtual hearing, we also have staff members from Congressman Morgan Griffith. So thank you very much, Congressman Griffith's office, for paying attention to what the people have to say. I also want to alert our testifiers. We're going to have our next 2 testifiers, Bill and Mary. We'll introduce them, of course, one at a time, but then we're going to reorder because Congressman Raskin needs to speak at 1:30 due to some scheduling timelines. So we've gotten a little bit behind, but I just want to alert you that there's going to be a little bit of a reordering. With that, I'm going to introduce Bill Kish. Bill is a software engineer and environmental activist. He lives in Dutchess County, New York, not far from the Cricket Valley Energy Center, one of New York's largest frac gas-fired electric plants. Bill devotes much of his time to fighting Cricket Valley via the groups Resist CVE and TIAA Divest. Bill?
Thanks, Maya. Can you hear me okay? I'm going to guess you can. Hope you can.
Yes, sorry, I went on mute right away.
No problem. So I would like to tell you all a cautionary tale about what can happen when a pipeline runs through your community. we heard very powerful testimony about what happens during the process of approval and construction of these pipelines, but it doesn't stop there. So I'd like to tell you about the Cricket Valley Energy Center, which is New York's newest and largest fracked gas electric power plant, which is located in Dover, New York, very close to where I live. The Cricket Valley Energy Center was proposed in 2009 and was approved in 2012 by New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. It consumes natural gas delivered via the Iroquois pipeline. In fact, proximity to the Iroquois was one of the factors that weighed very heavily in the siting decisions for this project. Siting and approval for the plant wasn't without controversy, but the Cricket Valley developers were very stealthy, and hardly anyone in the surrounding communities was really aware of what was planned until construction started in 2017. CVE, which is an acronym for Cricket Valley Energy, promised the residents of the town of Dover, where the project was sited, hundreds of well-paying jobs. They did an excellent job of dividing the community. On the one side, we had residents who were hungry for economic opportunity. On the other side, those who were worried about the health of their families and on the health of their overall community. Cricket Valley's 6 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions each year put New York State on a backward slide when the state's official policy is to have a carbon-free electric sector by 2040. It's obvious that the politicians are hoping that we won't notice this hypocrisy. The 6 million ton number is really a conservative value. The methane that will leak from the Iroquois pipeline because of this project, the additional demand, it's about 3% of the total natural gas that runs through the pipeline, is considered to be 85% worse than CO2 in terms of its global heating potential over a 20-year period. So that's something that's really critical to consider when you think about these pipelines. It's not just that the gas is going to be burned and produce CO2 that will cause global warming, but the gas itself is 85 times worse than CO2 when it leaks. So when we hear stories about a gasket blowing out and thousands of cubic feet of gas being released into the atmosphere, multiply that by 85, and that's how much you would have in CO2 equivalent. Anyway, it's amazing to me, but I still run into people in town who claim that the plant isn't run on fracked gas. The company that built CVE did a great job of greenwashing, and people still believe that. They told the community that the gas powering the plant would be clean and green and not fracked, but the truth is that just about every methane molecule that runs through this pipeline is indeed from fracking wells. Here's an overview of the communities surrounding CVE. As I mentioned, Dover, New York is where CVE is sited. It's a beautiful wooded valley called the Harlem Valley. And the Chattahoochee indigenous community has their home just to the east of the plant, and 5 multi-generational family farms and a growing number of new organic farms dot the landscape in the area. And there are 3 schools in the immediate vicinity of this plant. And when I say immediate, I mean within a couple of miles. Dover's an economically disadvantaged community. In fact, it's the poorest rural town in Dutchess County, bringing all of the health and other environmental justice issues to the front in our fight against Cricket Valley. And sadly, this is almost always the case. Threatened communities are selected as targets for dirty projects, and the project promoters promise economic benefits that never show up. Cricket Valley's developers receive tax advantages in exchange for the jobs that they promise the community. CVE gives $20,000 a year to the high school that I mentioned, and this effectively silenced any objection from those whose jobs it is to protect their children. I really doubt that the $20,000 would pay for the asthma inhalers that the school kids are likely to need now that the plant is in operation. And I mentioned hundreds of jobs. Well, they were almost all out-of-state workers working for Bechtel and other huge contractors. The few jobs that did appear were for low-paying, unskilled positions. Here's a slide of the worker parking lot. As you can see, there's not a New York State plate in sight. Cricket Valley borders on one of the largest freshwater wetlands in the state, called the Great Swamp. This vast and fragile wetland is a unique habitat for diverse wildlife, including rare and endangered animals and plant species. And the Great Swamp helps humans as well. It filters water, recharges the aquifer, particularly the one that serves New York City, provides flood control, and feeds, as I said, New York City's drinking water system. As the global extinction crisis looms, Cricket Valley is threatening yet another habitat, which is already under stress from global heating. The Great Swamp and all the creatures that live in it are unlikely to survive the onslaught from their neighbor. Bill McKibben, founder of 350.org and one of the top authorities in the climate fight, had this to say about Cricket Valley. If ever there was a bad plan, this was it. Bill's referring to the greenwash that CVE's owners use to liberally promote the idea that fracked methane gas is cleaner than the alternatives and should be considered as a bridge fuel. It's not cleaner just because the smoke isn't black, and as Bill said, it's a bridge to nowhere. When the plant was permitted in 2012, New York's Department of Environmental Conservation allowed CVE to estimate its greenhouse emissions based on the 100-year global warming impact of methane. But as I mentioned, the 20-year value is 86 times worse. Today, they wouldn't have been allowed to do that. And in a lawsuit that was filed in 2019 demanding that DEC review the plant's application using up-to-date science, which was unfortunately dismissed in part because the plant was already under construction. So the lesson here for those who are fighting pipelines and gas infrastructure is not to wait too long when you're fighting the fossil fuel industry. And also that pipelines are not something that transports gas just through your town. They also attract opportunists looking for ways to burn that gas and generate profits with all the environmental destruction that follows. The fight against Cricket Valley began in earnest in 2017, the year that construction began. Once the structure of the plant began to rise from the valley floor, local residents and environmental activists ramped up for the fight. The construction companies and the owners of Cricket Valley knew that they were in a race to complete the plant before our voices reached those in power. We knew that Governor Cuomo had the power to stop the plant if the pressure was high enough, and that was our goal, to ramp up the pressure. In January of 2019, local farmers blocked the road in protest to stop materials from being delivered to the under construction plant. 3 of them were arrested by state police. And last November, 4 protesters climbed the top of CVE's almost completed smokestacks and occupied this space for 12 freezing cold hours, shutting plant construction down for the day. They too were jailed. And when the plant fired up in January 2020, the noise and smell from the 3 new turbines shocked even those who thought the plant would provide a benefit to the community. Several homeowners are suing the plant right now, and others have moved from the area. So this is where we stand right now. The plant is operating and the community is suffering. This is the legacy of the Iroquois pipeline in the place that I call home. When the pipeline projects are approved, the result is much like expanding a traffic-prone 6-lane highway. More cars always appear and the traffic always returns no matter how large you make the highway. And similarly, demands for gas will always expand to meet the available supply. Eventually, we have to stop and consider the harm that extracting, transporting, and burning all of this gas causes. The project that you'll be hearing about next is one that can be stopped now. And I hope that we can make FERC understand that their job is about more than guaranteeing profits and money to pipeline companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And our next speaker is Mary Finneran, a retired art teacher who was born in Corning, New York, and raised in Painted Post. She is an environmental peace and social justice activist who has been fighting fracking infrastructure for over a decade. With Frack Busters New York, she helped pen a draft law that would criminalize all fracking infrastructure. She currently lives in Cairo, New York with her husband, 10 cats, all rescues that no one else would take. Thank you for that, Mary. And a cockatiel. Mary, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Karen. The Iroquois expansion by compression project is, as Bill says, it's another thing on the Iroquois pipeline. I have to kind of get down to where I can see my thing. Well, I know it well enough. Anyway, so it's another whack-a-mole. It's actually and the Dover compressor station, which is less than a mile away, is one of the 4 compressor stations that's being impacted. Next slide, please. So you can see here down towards the bottom of the slide, you'll see Cricket Valley Energy. The blue line is the road. It says it's 1.5 miles. It's actually probably 3/4 of a mile from the 2. You can see, and they're going to increase the compressor station where the pin is from 18,000 horsepower to 30,000 horsepower. That's huge. And you can see how close the schools are that Bill mentioned. Next slide, please. So you can see, here's where the compressor station is, where the pin is. You can see parts of the Great Swamp, the wetlands, and you can see the school even closer. And that little green line that's running right next to the compressor station, that's a railroad. That's a train tracks, not safe. Next slide, please. So the Iroquois gas transmission, besides Dover, which is going to 30,000, they're going to increase Athens from 10 to 22,000, and the Brookfield from 18,000 to 42,000. That's huge. And the thing with the Brookfield, next slide, is that it's connected to the Algonquin gas transmission line, which is the line that runs underneath Indian Point, and I think you're going to hear about that later. It's just insane. Iroquois told me, well, they might be using the gas from Algonquin for this too. It's just insane. Next slide, please. So here's a simpler map of the 4 compressor stations that are involved. The Milford will just be for cooling. Next slide, please. So Iroquois has this pretty benefits page. Next slide, please. But I like to do things in black and white, the pros and the cons. Iroquois says greater supply will alleviate need for gas moratoriums. Cuomo forced National Grid and Con Ed to find other options when the 2 utilities threatened people with basically shutting off their heat due to the stopping of the Williams pipelines. National Grid was actually fined $36 million, woohoo, for the false threat. Iroquois is part of option B, which includes bomb train trucks. We push for the renewable option A for the 2 companies. Iroquois facilitates conversion from oil to gas heat. Well, that's passe. Utility companies are already stopping the promotion of conversions to natural gas for heat and stoves, and instead is pushing for heat pumps and electrical appliances. NYSEG rate case stress this, good for them. As Bill said, natural gas is actually over 86 times as bad as CO2 over 20 years. We won't have 20 years if they don't stop this. Iroquois supports the intermittency of renewable energy sources. Well, that's a con, because this would indicate that this expansion would be used to supply energy sources. Iroquois does supply Cricket Valley, but that's not supposed to be part of this project. It is purportedly to be used just for heat and gas appliances. National Grid and Con Ed are the only clients. Next slide, please. So further cons, additional capacity with no new pipeline. The Iroquois pipeline is over 30 years old. Increasing capacity would increase pipeline leakage and potential for breaches and worse, including explosions. The next point is basically a lie, reduction in life cycle greenhouse gases. Increasing gas, regardless of any measures to reduce emissions at the source, will increase greenhouse gas emissions. Gas increased is greenhouse gas emissions increased. The pipelines will leak, the compressor stations will leak, the properties using the gas will leak, and it will all increase greenhouse gas emissions, creating more climate chaos. Oh, here we go. Iroquois, increase property taxes for host communities. This is the pay to pollute and poison the people mantra. The tax increase would actually be minimal, as Iroquois is already paying taxes because they already own these properties. construction jobs and boost to local economy during construction. As Bill said, typical boom and bust language. Workers will likely be from out of state. The boost to Athens anyway, which is where I live close to, will be very small as there's no short-term housing and very few residents. Health impacts and dangers negate any possible benefits. Next slide, please. I'll be talking mostly about Athens, but the dangers of and health of compressor stations are really well documented, and all pipeline infrastructure, including compressor stations, is an accident waiting to happen. Over the past 5 years, the U.S. has experienced one major compressor station or pipeline explosion every year. And in our opinion, the routine emissions surrounding the operation of natural gas compressor stations increases the risk for most major categories of human disease in the state, but especially in the communities where they are sited. That's from Doctors Russo and Carpenter from the Institute of Health. Next slide, please. Larissa Dirkstra has shared with me a slide that she used in a recent presentation, which lists all the diseases that are caused from the toxicants of people living near the compressor stations. Next slide, please. And this is an aerial view of where the Athens compressor station is, where you can see the pin. And you can see going up to the right and up, you'll see this little industrial center. And down below, you'll see the Athens generating plant and a power plant further down towards the bottom of the page that is actually owned by National Grid. Also, there's a little central Hudson pipeline. If you go to the next slide, I can talk about some of this infrastructure. Central Hudson has their power line running right there, right next to the train tracks, which is right next to the compressor station. And to the right of that is the Peckham Parco bituminous asphalt melting plant. You can see the huge pipelines for gas there, also right next to a train tracks, and that's right next to AmeriGas. And you can see the little gas line, those little yellow poles. That's a gas flaring section, which is also very reassuring for me. And you can see where the AmeriGas sign is and the railroad crossing. And across the street from all this is a lumber treatment plant where they have, huge kilns run from natural gas and also chemical facilities. And in the middle is National Grid's power plant. Next slide, please. But what scares me most about this infrastructure is up here on the top of the page, you can see part of the compressor station as it is now. You'll see that gray line running down the side. That's railroad tracks. Bomb trains run on those, the infamous bomb trains that carry crude oil. And right next to that, you see that bright green little pipeline easement, and that's the Central Hudson supply line. And coming up to the side, that curved green line, that's the Iroquois pipeline. You can see where it has connections, and the connection that's running down from it goes right to Athens Gen, which is maybe another 1,200 feet away. But at the bottom of the page, notice the central line, the bomb train line, and the Iroquois pipeline all join right there, and that is less than 800 feet from the compressor station. If they increase compression in this plant, the chances of explosion are much greater, and with all this infrastructure, it terrifies me. Next slide, please. There's also the freshwater wetlands. Lots of wetlands around here. Next slide, please. We're worried about the wetlands. We care about the wetlands. All the critters is bog turtles and short-eared bats and great northern harriers. Next slide, please. Comments to FERC. During April 3rd, a friend of mine got a letter. She lives really close to this, and she's an activist, Carrie Gardner. And she let me know. She said, I got a letter from FERC saying that scoping comments is starting. I'm like, well, how are we supposed to find that? I talked to FERC. They said, well, we post them in the libraries and in the community centers. Well, guess what, folks? This was during COVID. We were in shutdown. All the libraries, all the community buildings were closed. Nobody would have known this if it weren't for the fact that Carrie had let us know, and we let the word out. So the scoping comments did get out, and half of them were to FERC to ask them to please extend it because so many people hadn't heard in time to research, but there was no extension. The environmental assessment is due September 30th. So we'll see if they allow us to make any kind of comments after that, or if there's going to be an environmental impact statement. I'll let folks know. Next slide, please. So here we go. If you look just above the X in the No Iroquois EXC sign, that's the little white roof is the compressor station. Right beyond that is Athens Gen. These are 4 brave Athenians who are fighting this really seriously conservative frack me now, please, community. Carrie and Chris and Donald and Nora. Thank them very much. Next slide. And also I'd like to thank several, there's no other slide, sorry, go back please. There's no other slide, but I'd like to thank a whole lot of people. Iris, and I don't have my notes because Iris and Kim and Bill. So Dennis and Keith, thank you so much for all your help with this. And Valerie, I love you. You're wonderful. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Mary, for that really powerful testimony, and Bill as well, which gave a beautiful lead in. With that, I am proud and honored to introduce Congressman Jamie Raskin, who again has joined us all day long. Congressman Raskin is the U.S. representative for Maryland's 8th Congressional District. He is a constitutional scholar and was a professor of constitutional law for more than a quarter century at American University, Washington College of Law before entering Congress. So that means that we got a really smart congressman in office, and is probably why he understands the power and importance of addressing the FERC abuses of power and law. He is a strong champion of environmental legislation, including the Green New Deal. Currently, he's serving his 2nd term on the Judiciary, House Oversight, and House Administration Committees, and also serves on the Rules Committee. As chairman of the House Oversight Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, Representative Raskin led the subcommittee in its investigation of FERC, focused on landowners' rights and the use of eminent domain by pipeline companies. The findings of the investigation are powerful, and they were cited in the DC Circuit Court of Appeals en banc ruling that put an end to FERC's indiscriminate use of tolling orders. Although, as we all know, the tolling orders issue desperately needs to be addressed within the context of the Natural Gas Act to make sure that it is firm and powerful for forever. With that, we are honored that Congressman Raskin is here with us today to share the findings of that investigation that he led. So, Congressman Raskin?
Thank you for what I assume was just an effusive and beautiful introduction. It means a lot to me. And thank you for having me, and thank you to the Voices Coalition for putting on this extraordinarily important event. It's an honor to be with you, and I'm excited to talk about the work of our Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties and Oversight. We have done a lot of work to investigate all of the problems with the FERC process, and I hope America is tuning in to your great event today, because large utility corporations are taking people's land without their consent, and the government is making it possible. Rather than standing up for the people and the property rights of landowners, the government is working as a handmaiden for these large conglomerate corporations. So the more I've learned about the lopsided advantages for these industrial giants built into the FERC process, the more I wondered about how all of it got started. And so I did some research, and I was astounded to learn that the agency was originally meant to protect Americans against greedy energy companies, but it is morphed into one of the key enablers, allowing pipeline corporations to run roughshod over the rights of the people. So in 1938, a New Deal Congress was concerned that natural gas monopolies were driving up utility prices beyond the reach of working class Americans. So in order to break up these monopolies, Congress passed the Natural Gas Act, which gave FERC's predecessor, the Federal Power Commission, the power to set just and reasonable rates. The Natural Gas Act also required companies to obtain a certificate of public convenience and necessity prior to selling natural gas interstate. Keep that in mind, because the certificate of public convenience and necessity has now become a license to run roughshod over the rights of the people. But it was originally set up, as the Supreme Court put it, to protect the consumer interests against exploitation at the hands of private natural gas companies. The balance shifted in 1947 when the act was amended to authorize natural gas companies to exercise the extraordinary power of eminent domain, that is, government taking land from the people, based on the prior notion that natural gas pipelines will serve the public interest. So for the first time, natural gas companies could exercise the powers of the government under the takings clause and take private property for public use. Although this change was a dramatic shift of power away from the people and to private companies, it was meant, at least at that point, to further the noble purpose of ensuring the construction of then necessary natural gas infrastructure to improve the quality of life for all the American people. But 30 years later, there was another major shift in the energy landscape. 1977 saw the creation of the Department of Energy, which absorbed the old Federal Power Commission. To ensure there was still robust and independent regulation of the wholesale natural gas and electricity markets, Congress set up FERC and gave it the same powers under the Natural Gas Act that the Federal Power Commission had. But contrary to Congress's clear intent, FERC has failed to engage in robust and meaningful oversight of the process, but rather has instead actively participated in the trampling of the rights of landowners and their dispossession at the hands of the big companies. Over the last 40 years, FERC has abandoned its original mandate, rubber stamping nearly every proposed natural gas pipeline project and routinely failing to protect the rights of individual owners. It has continued doing this despite there being a sufficient, indeed abundant supply of natural gas for the already flattening demand for this product. Our subcommittee got interested in FERC after learning from several constituents and people writing us in about the egregious violation of landowners' rights and the abuse of the eminent domain process by pipeline companies. FERC has been depriving landowners of their power to challenge pipeline companies that come to steal their land. Before a landowner can even defend their property in federal court, they must exhaust their remedies with FERC. So they've got to appeal to FERC first, and while that appeal's pending, they're barred from fighting in federal court. So the entire time that FERC is sitting on their appeal, refusing to issue a ruling or to defend them, the pipeline company continues to trespass on their land, put up signs on their land, and continue building the project to try to make it a fait accompli. This whole process amounts to a gross and fundamental deprivation of due process property rights under the Fifth Amendment, under the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. And when I learned of this systematic, pervasive abuse, I was outraged. In February, we launched an investigation in my oversight subcommittee on civil rights and civil liberties to see how pervasive the problem was. In April this year, we issued our findings from that investigation, confirming what we first suspected. When given the choice, FERC routinely sides with the pipeline companies at the expense of American landowners. We produced a short video explaining this problem and the shocking findings of our investigation. And I'd like to play for you the video now, and then I'll have a few more words at the end.
Property here in Nelson County in 2003, together with my sister-in-law, and my parents, and we split the property up and built homes next to each other, and we've raised our kids together since 2005. In about the spring of 2015, we received a first letter from Doyle Land Services, who is a land agent, telling us they were going to come to our property for a pre-condemnation survey. And if we resisted that, if we didn't sign the letter giving them permission to come on whenever they pleased, they would take us to court and enforce their right to do so. That began our process of learning about how FERC works, how the Natural Gas Act works, how these land services companies work, and about all of the abuses, both administrative and otherwise, in the system for landowners.
Well, the crazy thing we now know is that the FERC process is that from the moment they give you that the impact statement, you have 21 days to expressly opt in to be an intervener. And if you don't do it through their obtuse old school website, you miss the opportunity to protect your rights in court. You've lost standing. And to me, the idea that someone can take your land and that if you don't expressly opt in to the right to protect that in courts, then you lose all rights for all further process is just outrageous.
Once the project is approved, the company will get a certificate of necessity and convenience. And that essentially is it's a certificate that allows the company to build the project. But in order to get that certificate, FERC needs to find that the project will serve the public convenience and necessity, and also it needs to find that there's a public need for it. And the reason that is so important, that finding is critical, is because once you get that certificate, the company can exercise eminent domain. And so that's a really important thing for people to understand. The power of eminent domain, even when exercised by a government, is extraordinary. The ability of somebody to take your property, even if it's the government, for a public use is an extraordinary right. Well, imagine that right being exercised by a private company, a gas company.
And one of the huge challenges, as I know you know, is that you have no standing in court until FERC determines whether or not they're going to grant a rehearing. And FERC issues these tolling orders. And so we were held in limbo for a year or so while they were going around and more or less coercing citizens in the community into signing easement agreements by telling them that, we're going to get your land through eminent domain anyway. So we either get it through quick take or you sign a deal with us. And the stress that puts people under is extraordinary. So most of our neighbors settled during that period while we still didn't have standing to take this case forward. FERC is mandated to give a response to a request for rehearing within 30 days. Right. And that's supposed to be a yay or nay vote. But of course they have too much on their plates and there's a lot of complexity and uncertainty. And so they have adopted a practice of approving the motion for rehearing, at least for consideration, for further consideration, which is sort of puts you in this limbo where they've not officially decided, no, you can't have a rehearing, at which point you're allowed to go to the courts. You literally can't move your case forward until around whether or not this whole project is valid in any legal remedies until FERC makes that decision, because you're sort of kicked out of the courts until then. And so during that time, remember, they have conditional permits, they have the power of eminent domain, and they have the court's extension of quick take. So while you're waiting and have no remedy, they are literally threatening people, taking land, digging trenches, cutting trees, and proceeding, so that by the time you get a resolution one way or another, you're arguing over a project that is often in the ground. The net effect of that is that the only thing a landowner gets to argue, if you don't sign an easement, by the time you get to court, all that's left is the dollar amount. Because the details about where they sited the pipeline, whether or not you moved it off your prime pasture land or against the edge of your property, or didn't take out the tree where your great-grandma was buried or whatever, all of that stuff is now moot because they've already put the thing in the ground. Landowners, if they care about anything other than just price, have to go to the negotiating table. And to call it a negotiating table is a bit absurd, because one party has everything to lose and the other party has literally nothing to lose. If they don't settle with you, they will go get a possession of your property through the courts and do what they want anyway. And so it's a wildly imbalanced.
We went to court in February 7th of 2018, and I was totally prepared to go to court and make a statement and testify. I always thought that everybody had their day in court, but the judge, in his infinite wisdom, decided only 4 people in West Virginia would get, in the Southern District of West Virginia, would get a chance to testify, and I wasn't one of them. So that was the first grievance, and my civil rights were violated that day by not allowing me to testify.
Do you think the rules are set up fairly to protect the private property rights of American citizens?
No. I mean, I think that what really happens is not just the private property rights, but the entire due process is ripped away from American citizens by all of these administrative rules which collapse upon you to leave you in this place where there is nowhere to turn while they're cutting trees and digging trenches on people's property.
These total orders are insane. I think they're illegal. It's like me saying, Walmart. If Walmart had eminent domain, and they were saying, well, we're going to build a Walmart in the middle of a little town somewhere, and a regulatory agency said, well, we won't let people object to it until after you get it built, and then we'll let them object after you get it built.
The Natural Gas Act was created at a time to help facilitate gas infrastructure in rural communities. Makes a lot of sense. And FERC was established to sort of manage that process. So FERC doesn't really have a mandate to protect landowners or citizens. Their mandate is facilitate energy infrastructure.
Americans are not getting a fair shake of FERC, which is rubber stamping the requests by industry of certificates of convenience to build on other people's land. FERC has approved more than 99% of industry requests for certificates of convenience to trample other people's land in order to build pipelines. Meantime, FERC has denied every single request for a rehearing by a landowner. And not only do they deny the request for rehearing by landowners, they delay their denial by weeks and months, sometimes even years, in order to prevent the landowner from getting the court to appeal this denial. This practice of automatically issuing tolling orders is blocking people from getting due process. It's blocking people from getting justice. This is an abuse of power, an abuse of eminent domain all over America. What about the due process rights of the people? What about the property rights of the people? Here at the Oversight Committee's Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, we are committed to vindicating the due process and the land rights of the people against this outrageous abuse by FERC and the natural gas companies. We will hold them accountable. We will let you know as our investigation continues. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, please.
So thank you for watching that. Thank you for showing it. I want to thank Richard Everett and Maury Johnson, two very eloquent and brave landowners who refused to let the pipeline companies roll all over them without a fight. And also to Carolyn Elephant, who so carefully explained this complex problem and fights hard for people's rights. But I want to take a moment to emphasize what our subcommittee found. In the past 20 years, FERC has denied only 6 of 1,021 pipeline applications. That is a 99.4% approval rate. It's nearly impossible for industry to lose on one of these pipeline deals. By contrast, in the last 12 years, FERC has denied every single one of the appeals brought by landowners, a 0% approval rate for the landowners. So when FERC has the final say, landowners are going to lose and pipeline companies are going to win. We also found that it took on average 212 days, 7 months, for FERC to issue the inevitable denial of a landowner appeal. In 64% of the cases where the decision was pending, FERC authorized pipeline companies to begin construction. So they're going to end up denying it, but they decide to hold it for weeks or months, in some cases years. And then while that decision is pending to deny you your appeal, they are allowing the pipeline companies to go ahead and begin construction on your land. That is just a con game that they're playing. So, you know, you've been told by a pipeline company that they're going to build across your land. You ask FERC to reconsider the decision. FERC says it'll think about it. Then while it's supposedly considering your request, it allows the company a green light to go ahead and start digging up your land, cutting down your trees, putting up signs saying you can't interfere with the project or face arrest and so on. You don't have a fair shake. So we want results. We want change. In June, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals considered the legality of this tolling order process and finally overturned damaging precedent that allowed this unfair process to roll over people's rights. I was proud that the court cited our subcommittee report when it decided to tip the balance of power just a teeny bit back more in favor of the people. And that would not have happened without the hard work of advocates like you guys there in the Voices Coalition who've been championing this cause for a long time, or the brave voices of landowners like Richard Everett and Maury Johnson. I promise you our work will not stop here. Since we issued our report, we've heard from many, many other landowners across America who are struggling against this totally lopsided and exploitative process. We will continue to champion the rights of the people against FERC, against the utility corporations, against President Donald Trump, who has called himself the king of eminent domain, against anybody who threatens the rights of the people. To my mind, this goes to the very nature and character of the American social contract. We teach kids in school every day that the meaning and the purpose of the social contract is that you trade rights that you have for violent self-help and tribal revenge and all that stuff to get inside society where your property rights and your bodily security rights will be made sacrosanct and will be made secure against invasion. Well, the social contract is not working for people who are in Richard and Maury's situation. And there are thousands and thousands of them across the country. It's not because they're playing by the rules and the rules are totally stacked against them and their private property is just being drained away from them, stolen away from them by a combination of big corporate America and big government working together. FERC and its predecessor were founded originally to protect consumers against monopolies and to facilitate necessary energy infrastructure in the interest of everyone. Today, FERC has perverted these purposes of protecting consumers and advancing the common good to facilitating the continual, unnecessary, and exploitative growth of the natural gas industry, which is engaged in predatory practices against landowners. So we're going to continue to investigate and research, and we're going to continue to interact with people who are going through this to shine a harsh light on this abuse of power, and then to engage in whatever legislative action is necessary to rectify this situation. So thank you for having me on, and thank you for showing our video.
You've got people watching this across the nation, Congressman Raskin, that are applauding you and thanking you. Many of them are commenting in the chat box, and I know people are just jumping up and down for joy that we have such a great champion who understands the issues and clearly is ready to go to battle for the people, for the environment, and for future generations. So thank you so very, very much for all you're doing.
And thank you.
Now we will let you go forth and fight the good fight on our behalf. Okay, and so our next testifier coming up is Frida Cathcart. And Frida, thank you, those who waited a little bit longer to testify so Congressman Raskin could get in.
Can you, I'm sorry, but somebody's blocking my video.
Okay, so let me just finish your introduction, and that's probably what's taking place right now.
Okay.
So, Frida is an energy investor and has shares in Dominion Energy as well as Berkshire Hathaway. She defended a proposal at the Berkshire Hathaway shareholder meeting, and Berkshire Hathaway implemented her recommendations. So now, Frida, with that, I will turn the podium over to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate this opportunity, and wow, the work that Congressman Raskin is doing is so much appreciated. And just, I appreciate everybody that's put this opportunity together. And okay, all right. So I want to start off by saying just how heartfelt the landowner stories and so many people that are being hurt by the gas industry and by FERC not protecting the public's interests. My presentation is about the economy and shareholders, which can be colder than other people's stories, but there are people behind those stories as well. So I'm going to start off with a project by Scana. I was a shareholder in Scana before it got absorbed into the Dominion empire. And the reason why it got absorbed was because they had a failed nuclear plant. And so the SEC launched an investigation of $18 billion of funding of that failed nuclear plant. And the nuclear agency is under the Department of Energy. So I wanted to use this as an example to go to where it comes up with FERC too. So anyhow, and how people get hurt. So the shareholders have accused, let me just see, I'm having trouble seeing my thing, there it goes. Shareholders have accused the company and some top executives of making misleading and fraudulent statements to investors and the public about the project. Both suits cite repeated instances of the company issuing financial reports or executives answering questions while intentionally withholding information they had that indicated that the project was in serious trouble. The suits focus on reassuring comments made to investors after SCANA had received a highly critical February 2016 report from consultant Bechtel Corporation that questioned whether Westinghouse had the necessary knowledge and resources to complete the project. And in the process of this unraveling, I went to the shareholders meeting where there was one woman who spoke about how she had invested in this utility decades ago for her retirement, and how her income got cut in 1/3 when they reduced the dividends. And then they reduced the dividends, then they went to no dividends. So it helped a lot of people that had looked at their investments as being conservative and something where they were investing in their communities to bring energy. So the Bechtel study that was previously mentioned in the other slide, conclusion was the project suffered from flawed construction plans, faulty designs, inadequate management of contractors, low worker morale, and high turnover. And because the officers of the company had hid this information from the public and it had harmed the shareholders, there was a lawsuit brought by the shareholders in federal court to go after the officers. It's the people, it's the officers in the companies that have the golden parachutes that make all the money. And a federal judge ruled that they could go after the people's personal finances, the officers' personal finances, but the Dominion paid that off. So this is where the Department of Energy, FERC, is also under this department. According to Neutron Bytes article, news about what went wrong at the VC Summer plant gets worse. Also with regard to the poor project management practices, Westinghouse appears to be no better than the Department of Energy, which has failed miserably with its major capital projects, in some cases by putting mid-level civil servants in charge of multi-billion-dollar projects. In turn, historically, they have deferred to the contractors hired by the government, since the federal agency staff has limited capability to conduct effective oversight of the work. The DEO's failures are due to the fact that it failed to monetize the risks by hiring and paying people on its side of the house who have this kind of experience, what they are worth. A GS-14 salary falls way short. And I just want to repeat this sentence where it says that the Department of Energy has failed miserably with its major capital projects, in some cases by putting mid-level civil servants in charge of multi-billion-dollar projects. And that's what a lot of us have been witnessing with FERC when they rubber stamp things, is they're not in a position to have the expertise or the knowledge when there are variances that are requested. And it's not fair. It's not fair to anybody. As far as the energy revolution goes and why it's really important that the Department of Energy and FERC stays on top of things as capitalism and technology goes forward. Back over a year ago, there was an article in Science Journal that said giant batteries and cheap solar power are shoving fossil fuels off the grid because of growing economies of scale. Prices for renewables and batteries keep coming down. Adds Jacobson, who has advised countries around the world on how to shift to 100% renewable electricity. As if on cue, last week, a major U.S. coal company, West Virginia-based Revolution Energy LLC, filed for bankruptcy, the second in as many weeks. There's an article titled "Gigantic Atlantic Coast Gas Pipeline Done In by Humble Household Heat Pump." And that was published in an article after they announced it in Clean Technica. This is where it's not just the renewable revolution, it's also the energy efficiency revolution that is decreasing the demand for fossil fuel energy. And it's a good thing. It's something we should all applaud and get behind and support and get rid of these projects. There have been many articles in financial journals documenting the demise of the gas industry before the pandemic, including the following. And this is just some. There's a bunch before the pandemic and then after the pandemic, continuing to this day. Dominion explained that they could no longer justify the expense of building the Atlantic Coast Pipeline to their investors when they canceled their project. And reality is hitting, talk about climate reality and what's happening. Recently, South Carolina's city, Charleston in South Carolina, is suing 24 fossil fuel companies for costs of surviving climate change, asserting 6 causes of action, including public and private nuisance, strict liability, and negligent failure to warn, trespass, and violations of South Carolina's Unfair Trade Practices Act, the lawsuit declares. The city seeks to ensure that the parties who have profited from externalizing the consequences and costs of dealing with global warming and its physical, environmental, social, and economic consequences bear the cost of those impacts on Charleston rather than the city, taxpayers, residents, or broader segments of the public. Tecklenburg added, as the founder of an industrial lubricants business here in South Carolina in the 1970s, I handled their products, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that these companies were not in any way, shape, or form sharing information with us about the dangerous flooding and extreme weather their products would cause. In fact, I was hearing the same false and misleading claims from them as everyone else, and now it's time for them to pay for the damage they've caused our residents, businesses, and taxpayers. The lawsuit details examples from defendants' decades-long campaign to deceive the public, press, and policymakers about the harm the defendants knew would occur from the use of their products. This reminds me of the tobacco industry. So the Mountain Valley Pipeline has been lying to the federal government and to its shareholders. Recently, Mountain Valley Pipeline seems to be making erroneous claims that haven't been verified. For instance, how can Mountain Valley claim their project is over 90% complete? It appears that the welded and buried pipes are about 75% complete, but the backfilling and restoration is only about half done. The steepest and most challenging part of the route remains. It's also the most dangerous for the workers and the environment. There have been at least 2 shareholder alerts from law firms investigating the possibility of holding Mountain Valley's partners accountable for shareholder fraud. So I took these photographs as a volunteer citizen monitor to show what happens when it storms and how the Mountain Valley Pipeline has been polluting the waters. This picture here on the left was taken directly upstream from the Mountain Valley corridor. And this picture on the right was taken directly downstream from the Mountain Valley corridor. You can see the limits of disturbance stake right there. The Virginia Department of Equality doesn't count this as a violation. I met with the project manager, and he said that they are not prepared to monitor this type of project, this construction project. And when they go out to examine the corridor, they're just looking to see if the sediment and erosion controls have been installed according to the plans and if they're being maintained. And so even though it's obvious that they are violating the Clean Water Act and the Endangered Species Act, this is a habitat where there's endangered species, they aren't counting it as a violation. So when they send these reports to FERC, it's misleading to say they're not violations because there is continuing pollution that's going on there. And there hasn't been active construction in this area for almost a year, except for erosion and sediment controls. And this is the results. It's shameful, absolutely shameful. This shows where there are pipes that are sitting out that have been there for probably sitting out to elements for 2 years. They've been there for at least over a year. You can see the pipeline coming down over here. Right here is where there's a state highway, a divided 4-lane highway. And then here are railroad tracks where cargo trains go across them. And when they were boring to go under the highway and the tracks, they hit water. It's a wetlands there that kept filling up. So this is very problematic. Just from that alone, it seems crazy to be doing that in that type of soil and where there's an aquifer obviously underneath. But even worse than that is as a former reinsurance claims specialist, there was part of this motion that Appalachian Voices made in August that really stuck out to me, and this is quoted from their motion. The PENSA Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administrative Inspector observed 42-inch diameter pipe being placed within a rock-laden trench inconsistent with EQT's construction standard requirements. PENSA concluded that the pipeline was not being installed in a manner that minimizes stresses and protects the pipe and pipe coating. The Appalachian Voices et al. Motion also cited the National Association of Pipe Coating Applicators guidance. The intended use of these coatings is to provide corrosion protection for buried pipelines. Above ground storage of coated pipe in excess of 6 months without additional ultraviolet protection is not recommended. When MVP used quick take eminent domain court proceedings during the winter of 2018, MVP's engineer Robert Cooper stated in court testimony that they were having to rotate the pipe in their storage yards to try to protect the epoxy coating from degrading in the sun. 2 years later, large numbers of pipes remain all along the Mountain Valley route, being exposed to the elements. Mountain Valley is literally building an explosive liability. It is imperative that FERC not extend the certificate for the Mountain Valley Pipeline and shuts this project down, or makes them at least go back and explain to them how they could possibly do it right, and with an updated economic analysis and an updated environmental impact statement. Because what we've been witnessing here is a tragedy. It's a slow-moving crime, and it's putting everybody at risk, and it's unacceptable. And I really appreciate the opportunity to make our government aware of this and ask them to please do what they can to protect us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Frida. And now our next speaker is coming to us by video, and it's Pamela Brown Ordway, who is a native Oregonian. 5 generations of her family have called the farm she grew up on home. The farm now lies in the path of the proposed Pacific Connector gas pipeline designed to transport gas to the recently approved Jordan Cove LNG terminal in Coos Bay, Oregon. Pam is a member of the Landowners Advisory Committee, a group of directly impacted landowners working to stop both the Pacific Connector gas pipeline and the Jordan Cove LNG terminal. She is also a board member of Greater Good Oregon, a nonprofit organized to help educate and support impacted landowners fighting against the use of eminent domain by a foreign corporation. So please enjoy this video.
FERC's disregard for landowners impacted by the projects they approve is personal and very real for me. My family and I own 253 acres in Southern Oregon that are in the path of the Pacific Connector gas pipeline, which is slated to carry pressurized gas to the recently approved Jordan Cove LNG terminal in Coos Bay, Oregon. Easements on about 10 acres. This land has been in our family for the better part of the past 100 years. It's a connection to our past and where we've put our hopes for the future. This land is a part of who we are. Our father is buried nearby, as is his father and his father's father. So when we were told that a Canadian corporation wanted our land for a pipeline, we were shocked. The first application was submitted in 2007, and we didn't even register as interveners. We didn't know if we could, or if we should, or even how to do it if we wanted to. Communications from FERC were intimidating and gave the impression that the pipeline was a foregone conclusion. When we went to some of the early scoping meetings, the only information FERC happily provided was to be sure and ask for trees as large as what would get taken out. There was no indication that this was a project that was being debated or that our concerns would be considered. Only that we'd better ask for trees as large as those taken, or we'd end up with 2-foot-tall seedlings. We've learned a lot since then, and frankly, it hasn't been from FERC. One of the most important things we've learned through this fight is this: we are outmatched at every level. Nobody tells you what you're supposed to be doing to protect yourself or what your rights are. As landowners opposed to the pipeline, we don't have an endless supply of attorneys. lined up to help us navigate the system. We don't have funds to produce reports holding the facts in just the right light so they validate our view. Nor do we have funds to hire lobbyists to meet with Congress members so that they can show how our lives are and will be impacted by this. I would tell you, it is no accident participating in this process is hard for landowners. The lack of accessibility and transparency in the scoping and public commenting sessions, along with the barriers landowners and concerned citizens had in trying to access the environmental impact statements, are indicative of how FERC only plays lip service to including the public in its decision-making process. When it's our land and our communities, every effort should be made to include us in the process rather than placing obstacle after obstacle in our way. In our case, scoping sessions were held in only some of the impacted counties, and often the venues weren't large enough to accommodate all community members who were interested. Most of the pipeline goes through rural areas, and many impacted landowners don't have internet access. Yet, the draft environmental impact statement, that document that gives landowners and concerned citizens an opportunity to see the project's direct environmental impact, was not made available in paper form. When complaints were filed regarding the inability to get paper copies, FERC's response was to make a few paper copies available at some local libraries. In Southern Oregon, local libraries are few and far between, and many are staffed by volunteers, resulting in limited hours of operation. As the printed draft environmental impact statement was a whopping 12 inches high, printed on both sides, locals without access to the internet would have had to camp in their local libraries in order to be able to get through the document. Our fight started well over a decade ago and had gone on for so long that it was just like a looming threat in our lives, like dark storm clouds on the horizon. It wasn't raining down on us right now, but it kept us from feeling secure enough in our future to want to make long-term investments in our farmland. In March of this year, FERC decided that after 13 years and previous denials, they would approve the project. And they couldn't have picked a worse time to do it. March 13th of this year, a national emergency was declared due to the COVID-19 virus. It was officially a pandemic. People were told to stay home and minimize contact with others, especially if they were in the most at-risk categories, those with underlying health issues or over the age of 60. Yet, less than 1 week later, FERC approved the Jordan Cove project, effectively giving Pembina, the Canadian corporation who were the project's owners, authority to start condemnation proceedings. And FERC did this knowing full well that 75% of the landowners along the route of the pipeline were 65 or older. So while elderly landowners were told to shelter in place due to the threat of COVID-19, FERC had given a Canadian corporation the legal authority to start condemnation proceedings. CDC and our governor were telling us to stay put, minimize contact with others. FERC, on the other hand, had just unleashed the legal equivalent of a pack of dogs. Landowners were terrified that people from out of the area would be showing up at their doors. Those who never believed the project would get approval were forced to decide, is it safer to stay put and hope no condemnation papers are delivered, or risk exposure to the virus and venture out to meet with attorneys? With the glut in the market and demand for gas continuing to drop, there was no urgency in having FERC approve the project. Yet they did so in the middle of a pandemic, knowing that the decision would have an immediate and direct impact on those same populations that were most at risk from the virus. Not only did FERC approve this project in the middle of a pandemic, they approved it without it having obtained crucial state permits. States have a right to protect their environment and their people through appropriate regulations. But FERC disregarded Oregon's environmental requirements when issuing the Jordan Cove Energy Project approvals. In May of 2019, Oregon's DEQ denied without prejudice the 401 water quality certification. Jordan Cove didn't have a current application on file when the project was approved, and at last check, they still don't. Also missing was the required removal bill permit from the Oregon Department of State Lands. After numerous extensions, Oregon's DSL declined to issue another one, and the application was withdrawn. Again, at the time of the approval, there was no valid permit or even an application in process. Oregon's Department of Land Conservation and Development also objected to the project, ruling it didn't meet the consistency requirements for their coastal zone management area. Still, even without those 3 crucial permits from the state of Oregon, FERC went ahead and approved the project. Despite FERC's willingness to ignore states' rights in the permitting processes and treat landowners like pawns in high-stakes fossil fuel games, there is one area where FERC is particularly reticent about flexing their muscles. They refuse to look behind the curtain when it's time to demonstrate a market need for these projects. In the case of Jordan Cove, this project was denied in 2016 in part because the project's owners had demonstrated no need for the project. They were proposing to build a 230-mile-long pipeline and an LNG export terminal, yet they have no binding offtake agreements. That was in 2016 with a booming economy. Fast forward to 2020 when the economy is tanking and demand for exporting gas has practically evaporated. Of course, Jordan Cove still has no offtake agreements, yet the project was approved. FERC approved the Pacific Connector gas pipeline, saying the proof that it was needed was shown by having booked almost 96% of its capacity. But what FERC failed to acknowledge is that all that capacity was for one customer, Jordan Cove, who, like the Pacific Connector gas pipeline, is wholly owned by the same company, Pembina Corporation of Canada. For all the failure in its processes to vet these projects and its disregard for individual and states' rights, the most egregious abuses of FERC lie in its willingness to facilitate the misuse of eminent domain. And there can't be a better poster child for this than the Pacific Connector gas pipeline. The sole purpose of this pipeline is to transport pressurized gas from a hub in Malin, Oregon, to the Jordan Cove LNG export terminal in Coos Bay. Nothing more, nothing less. There are no feeder lines to supply local utilities, no connections to distribution lines to carry the gas into neighboring states. The parent company of this project is Pembina Corporation out of Canada. That same corporation has permits to import enough gas into the United States to supply all of the needs of the proposed Jordan Cove LNG terminal, which will then cool that gas and load it onto ships bound for foreign markets. So what FERC just approved is the use of eminent domain by a foreign corporation to take land from citizens of the United States so a foreign corporation can make money. It could not be more clear. FERC is asking me and my neighbors to give up our land so that a corporation based out of Calgary, Canada, can make money. And it's not like they are building infrastructure that will benefit any of us. We will have no access to the gas. It's not like we're going to be distributing gas to rural farms along the way. They are not. They are using our land to move their product to an overseas market. It is no different than if they wanted to build a pipeline to move maple syrup from Canada so they can load it onto ships in Coos Bay and ship it to Asia. Except, if the product was maple syrup, we'd have told them, go home a long time ago. But because it's gas, FERC has stepped in and said, it's fine, go right ahead. There are plenty of examples of FERC failing in its duties. And I wasn't going to talk about climate change and FERC's refusal to consider the impact these projects have on it. But my state's on fire. Over 1 million acres have burned. Thousands are without homes. 40,000 Oregonians have been evacuated. 10 people have died. I really wasn't going to talk about how FERC approving project after project after project without making even a cursory attempt at looking at the long-term effect they have on climate change. But my state's on fire, and I can't ignore that climate change is a major factor in the growth and intensity of these wildfires. And FERC's willingness to facilitate every fossil fuel project proposed contributes to that climate change. If the Pacific Connector gas pipeline had already been built, right now the 32,000 acre South Open Chain fire would be burning over 7 miles of that pipeline, hampering firefighters' ability to move heavy firefighting equipment or dig fire lines. FERC has broad authority to make decisions on these projects. They need to honor that authority by making those decisions only after deep and thorough consideration for the myriad of impacts these projects have on us and those that come after us. Thank you.
I sure am glad that Pamela did talk about climate change. That was powerful and important contribution. So now I would like to introduce Ted Glick, who is a coordinator of the Roseland Against the Compressor Station organization, which has fought against the initial building in 2013 of a new compressor in Roseland, New Jersey in Essex County, and then against an expansion of it in 2018 through 2019. He has also been involved with several other fights against new gas infrastructure in New Jersey, and he is a volunteer organizer with BXE. The House member for Roseland is Congresswoman Mickey Sherrill. I think Ted wanted me to make sure that we announced.
Okay, thank you, Maya, and everybody who put this together and to everybody who has testified. It's really been good to listen and to learn. So here's the story about this Roseland compressor. You'll recognize similarities to many of the other things that have been said. In 2012-2013, the Williams Pipeline Company obtained approval for and then built a 25,000 horsepower gas compressor station in Roseland, New Jersey in Essex County. Later than we should have, people in the community got organized to fight it, but we were not able to stop it. In 2017, Williams came forward with a proposal to add an additional compressor, which would then more than double the size of the overall compressor operation from 25,000 to 60,500 horsepower, which would make it among the top 3% in size of all gas compressors in the country. They proposed this even though the original compressor is one used only at times of very high peak demand, like in the winter when it is cold. Our estimate is that it is used no more than 5% of the time over the course of the year. There's 6 problems with how FERC, there's probably more, but there's 6 major problems with how FERC dealt with this proposal. It wasn't needed. We pointed out to FERC that there was no need for this second compressor based on what Williams stated in their proposal. They said there that the amount of gas that would go through the second compressor would be about 4.5% of the total flow through capacity of the original compressor built in 2013, which again is used only 5% of the time. We added additional detail in our explanation to FERC about this huge contradiction between why they said it was needed and the amount of gas they said would go through it. FERC never addressed this issue in their responses. to all the public input prior to issuing a permit. Second point, flooding. FERC's environmental assessment indicated a serious lack of knowledge about this area in terms of flooding. They said, concerning flooding possibilities, that there was a 1% chance of an annual flood event. We pointed out that there have been 3 100-year storms and floods in that area in question within the preceding 10 years, which meant that the chance of flooding in any given year is more like 30%, not 1%. FERC never responded to this point. Third point, water, gas, and electricity close together are an accident, a catastrophic accident waiting to happen. The compressor station area is a wetlands area on a floodplain of the Passaic River, which is about 200, maybe 250 feet away. 300 yards away from the second compressor is a 50,000 volt interstate electrical transmission line, very close to the second compressor. When we asked if there were any other such situations anywhere in the country, Williams said they didn't know of any. Given the close proximity of houses and businesses and an Essex County Environmental Center to this site, we urged FERC to reject the Williams proposal, but their response was very weak. They said, quote, "Facilities must be designed to existing federal and state regulations that are designed to minimize the risks of such impacts," unquote. Number 4, the risks from an old pipeline. The pipeline coming out of the compressor station carrying the gas going through it, coming out of the compressor built in 2013, the pipeline is 60 years old. An increase in the pressure within that pipeline, which is a certainty if Williams sends a much larger amount of gas through it, larger than what they said they were planning to do in their proposal, which is what we believe is their plan. This risks explosions and fires at any point of weakness or corrosion along the length of that very old pipeline, a pipeline which goes through 16 towns in New Jersey before it crosses the Hudson River into New York. FERC said nothing about this point that we raised. Then, of course, there's greenhouse gases. As is true for almost all of the FERC EISs and the environmental assessments, it was seriously deficient as far as taking climate and greenhouse gases put into the atmosphere into account. As one example, the FERC environmental assessment referenced a 2011, this is for their second compressor in 2018, they referenced a 2011 New Jersey Energy Master Plan, which, quote, calls for the safe expansion of the natural gas pipeline system in New Jersey, unquote. What they did not reference was legislation passed in May of 2018 that calls for 100% clean energy by 2050, with various increases along the way to get there. In addition, they ignored the cumulative impacts in northern New Jersey of several other proposed gas infrastructure projects not far away in addition to this one. And the last point, tolling abuse. Finally, there is the fact that FERC issued a tolling order after the town of Roseland and several groups filed an administrative appeal of FERC's granting of their certificate of public necessity, their permit, which they granted, by the way, on December 26th, the day after Christmas in 2018. The tolling order prevented the town and the groups from going to court until they made their decision on the appeal, which we lodged, the administrative appeal. And they didn't make their decision for 15 months. In the meantime, 2 months after our appeal was filed, FERC gave the go-ahead to Williams to build the second compressor station, which Williams proceeded to do, completing it by December of 2019. 4 months later, FERC finally ruled against our appeal. after all the construction work had been completed. These serious abuses are typical of what FERC has been doing for many years and why we believe it's time for major changes at FERC. I and the people I work with in the Roseland Against the Compressor Station group, as well as BXC, we've actually been pleased to see something that I don't think has been mentioned. There was a House Select Committee on the Climate Crisis set up by Nancy Pelosi last year. And they put out a document in late June of this year. It's a 547-page document. And about 40 pages of that document deal with FERC and have a number of proposals for reforms. Many of them, I think most of us on this call would support. They're generally similar. They're not as comprehensive, but they're generally similar to some of the proposed reforms to the Natural Gas Act that Maya spoke about earlier. At the same time, there is a legitimate question as to whether FERC's ties to the fossil fuel industry are so numerous and so long-standing that it might have to be replaced. I would say whatever ways work to make the most changes, to make the FERC that all of us have experienced a thing of the past, that's what we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. And now we are turning to Lakshmi Fjord, an environmental justice activist, anthropologist. There she is, who designed Union Hill, Virginia's community collaborative research and public testimony project to uncover demographic, health, and historic data as a community participatory action strategy with the intent to build a strong legal record of local factual data in Atlantic Coast Pipeline's FERC application and permits legal record. Lakshmi.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen. Let's see, start my video. Okay. Thank you. Just have to move this flag, and here we go. Well, first of all, thank you so much for this experience. I've been, in tears a couple of times. It's so important that we do this, this sort of testifying together. Today, my testimony will present legal evidence against FERC's endorsement of fracked gas industry-sponsored data. That has caused disastrous consequences to U.S. public health and rapid climate change. FERC's denials of independent, verifiable data has led its commissioners to rubber stamp new frack gas toxic pollution without regard to health impacts, need, market forces, cost to ratepayers, environmental justice, and predatory eminent domain seizures of private property for corporate gain. The frack gas industry can so reliably count on FERC's privileging of the interests of corporate developers that 1/2 hour after FERC approved the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, or ACP's, tree cutting at 5 p.m. on a Friday in February, 15 out-of-state trucks and men wearing neon green Dominion Energy vests were hard at it, cutting trees and creating survey lines on a Yogaville community member's land without permission or assigned ACP easement. Clearly, Dominion Energy had set them on this course days ahead to make its mark on Yogaville lands because of Yogaville and Union Hill African American collaborations in vocal opposition. My testimony investigates the role that frack gas manipulated data plays in that not uncommon FERC-created phenomenon of the inevitability of corporate power over communities that oppose frack gas's toxic pollution, oppose the destruction of their health and current economic lifeways. Thus, I place the environmental justice evidence of the ACP into this hearing's record as a case study of FERC's abuses of power and the law, and also a cautionary tale for FERC and Congress about how industry data caused ACP's demise through 8 successful legal challenges of their data by Southern Environmental Law Center, Appalachian Mountain Advocates, and Chesapeake Bay Foundation, representing a group of impacted communities, which resulted in that 8 vacated permits. But first, I ask you to bring to mind the successful careers of the tobacco and opioid industry's sponsored data to compare with frack gases. Far too long into those careers, these industries' flawed health study methods and manipulated statistical analyses led to litigation for knowing and denying their products' health hazards for profits that the industries secured by political influence buying. What is different for fossil fuels is which consumers are most harmed by their industry's false data. Addictions to tobacco and opioids cause widespread tragic deaths by individual overconsumption of their products, while FERC's privileging of fracking industry data about benign impacts on health and climate change has played a huge role in U.S. consumers' forced overconsumption of monopoly gas utilities despite a market turn toward renewables. Further, fossil fuel industries harm first and most those who consume the least, the minority, low-income, rural, and coastal communities most often targeted as sites for frack gas toxic polluting infrastructure. This ACP map of injustice maps the 3-state ACP compressor station sites, fracking wells in West Virginia, to its terminus in the 100% Lumbee community of Prospect, North Carolina, Prospect is in North Carolina, and the Southside Connector link through 3 urban African-American neighborhoods in Norfolk, Virginia. These families and communities pay the true economic costs of the frack gas buildout in their air, water, land, noise, and light pollution caused traumatic stress, medical bills, losses of home and land values, and their own business and pleasurable uses of their own land. Which is why fossil frack gas projects get approved by FERC in communities with the least resources and political influence to move or stop them, and why it has taken decades for white majority national and local environmental groups to recognize the equation that whole-scale environmental justice is a root cause of rapid climate change that impacts everyone. FERC wholly colluded with Dominion Energy to draw attention away from ACP's largest emitting Virginia compressor station's largest aggregation of toxic polluting frack gas infrastructure on ACP's 600-mile route, sited in the middle of a visibly populous majority Black neighborhood in an A1 agricultural protected farmland zone. FERC excluded Buckingham residents from public participation by not holding a Buckingham County scoping meeting, unlike for other neighboring ACP-impacted Virginia counties. Nor did FERC hold an ACP DIS comment hearing in Buckingham, forcing impacted residents to travel to Nelson or Prince Edward counties to present their evidence of frontline ACP impacts. When ACP proposed the Union Hill compressor station as quote-unquote preferred in its September 15 application to FERC, the sole data used for comparison with Dominion's first purchase CS2 site, the Midlands Alternatives, was Dominion's data only. Important omissions of key data involve population density and majority race comparisons. Erasure of these erases side-by-side racial and rural or not designations, triggering local EJ and PHMSA safety reviews. The table represents FERC's ACP fateful denial of community research data given by frontline impacted residents and experts at permit hearings, whose evidence led to legal challenges of Virginia Air Pollution and Control Board's air permit brought by Southern Environmental Law Center and Chesapeake Bay Foundation on behalf of Union Hill EJ residents. Evidence also left out was the fact that there's a 23-acre National Register wetlands at the exact point of the ACP and Transco planned intersection. Local landowners testified about agricultural uses of their land for domestic and commercial purposes given in public comments in FERC's DEIS legal record made by farmers and residents about the Union Hill site choice. These describe the close proximity of this new pollution source to their farming operations, homes and churches, and 100% drinking water sources from individual wells, made even more impactful by what FERC and Dominion were not disclosing, that the Union Hill site is 1/2 the size of the Midlands alternative. It cost Dominion 10 times the Midlands price. Why? Purchased 4 months earlier, the Midlands site is neighbor to the White Heritage property of Buckingham's Commonwealth's attorney and home to the county administrator who would be overseeing ACP's compressor station special use permit zoning process. Despite 91 public comments opposing and 3 in favor, the Buckingham Board of Supervisors approved the CS2 site location in Union Hill in a protected farmland zone that did not at the time have a single industrial operation. The counter data to ACP industry data evidenced in these slides is from my volunteer anthropological, community participatory, and history research for nearly 6 years. I had 25 years of training and experience in design and practices of research ethics, and methods put at the foreground local community expertise for community health and clinical medical research that was funded by Fulbright, Department of Defense, and National Institutes of Health. To design a local strategy of community participatory environmental justice research in Union Hill that would be asking sensitive race and heritage questions, existing health conditions, numbers of residents and their age ranges, raised deeply rooted fears about how this information would be used against them, especially in a community built by former enslaved peoples where the majority of the Black community are their descendants and the majority of whites the descendants of former nearby slave plantation owners. The cultural knowledge of the African Americans on our team shaped every aspect of a door-to-door project of individuals from many groups, for which the Virginia Student Environmental Coalition, VSEC, UVA chapter students were our trusty scribes to note down every word of respondent data in open-ended qualitative analyses, which is the only reason we achieved an unheard of in social science 77% response rate in a community that does not open its doors to strangers. Again, this massive data is evidence to counter FERC's erasure of environmental justice health impacts consideration for this FERC hearing record. Having identified ACP's false and omitted key data taken as the writ by FERC, my aim was to build an evidence-based foundation of primary local data using replicable research methods to then organize frontline and expert public comments of this research evidence that would directly counter ACP's misinformation and erasures of Union Hill's population density, majority race, missions that would be necessary in legal challenges to permits. In this, we learn that NEPA cautions against using census tract data for the following reasons: because of the issues of not being able to pick up minority pockets or clusters of EJ majorities. So it was very important to get peer review of FERC's use of Dominion data. And this is Stephen Metz's peer review of their census tract data that found no environmental justice communities and instead located that the CS was at the intersection of 3 census tracts, which in that pocket had much higher densities, which identified the counter data we needed. Now we look at PHMSA's relationship to why rural designation matters, therefore why Dominion's data would omit the population density and cluster and rely on whole census tract averages or the whole county averages as the data they submitted rather than the actual local population we found in door-to-door studies. Because very different things happen to pipelines based on those designations. We also found that outside groups had found 471 people live in this radius. But it was not until January 7th, 2020, when the Federal Appeals Court for the 4th District vacated the Union Hill permit, that because they were forced by both ACP and Virginia DEQ's lawyers to admit that the Union Hill door-to-door household study methods and data accurately identified it as an environmental justice community. I see Maya, and I'm wondering if I'm going over. Sorry. So just to go quickly, we then really had to find out the historic data because we had hoped that Section 106 would protect this visibly populous historic African American community. So we did the local research that was unavailable in the courthouse because it had been burnt by arson to prevent the use of former slave data in the 1868, and now was getting in the way of the protection of Union Hill. So this is the map I created from information I found in the University of Virginia Special Collections that had such telling data that had been hidden by being closed by families to public viewing, and then were opened by the new African American director. So we could actually locate slaves at Variety Shade Plantation, which are the ancestors of many of the people that we work closely with and love in Union Hill. We received most endangered historic place listing, but of course FERC did not use any of this research to accept Union Hill as an environmental justice community. On August 17th, I submitted the Union Hill Rural Historic District to the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, who are coming out for a site visit on Friday. It's important to note that on Friday we'll be going into the sacred ground that we learned of only by oral history that led us to this hidden and forgotten hundreds of unmarked slave burials in the middle of the Union Hill area. We held the Charlottesville People's Tribunal on Human Rights and Environmental Justice Impacts of both ACP and MVP on August 28th as a racial justice direct response to the white supremacist violence to protect Virginia's enslavement legacy in Charlottesville that occurred, as everyone knows, on August 11, 12, 2017. So for the first time, we got together from people from all across both of the pipelines, 3 states in the ACP and the whole route of the MVP in a protected space, bringing us together for the first time as testifiers to the environmental justice impacts of these pipelines. And I just want to quickly slide through, as if we were watching a video, the environmental justice communities that these 2 pipelines were set to impact. The issues about the rights of nature, sorry, I'm just going to go back to one. The issue about the immense number of rural and Appalachian people who are impacted by the Mountain Valley Pipeline remain after the ACP cancellation. We're fighting hard to bring attention to those peoples, to the, sorry, I'm going the wrong direction because I'm nervous because I'm over time, to the issues of the rights of nature and endangered species that still exist for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, to the issues about the 300 MVP water violations now in effect against their developer EQT that have eroded single drinking water sources and caused organic farmers to have to abandon their farms on the MVP route. And our shared national historic treasure, the Appalachian Trail, remains threatened by the Supreme Court ruling on the ACP. Still remains a huge issue for the MVP. We ask Congress to reform FERC into a truly regulatory agency and expose the consequences of FERC's denial of independent scientific data in favor of frack gas industry data that justifies FERC's abuses of frontline communities forced to fight frack gas on behalf of the entire nation.
Thank you, Lakshmi, for bringing forth that very important evidence about environmental justice issues and communities, which are so often overlooked by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So we are now going to hear from Kaila Farrell-Smith. She is a contemporary Klamath Modoc visual artist and activist based in Modoc Point, Oregon. Kaila's work has been exhibited nationally and internationally, and she has work in the permanent collection of the Jordan Schnitzer Museum of Art and the Portland Art Museum. Kaila is a 2019-2021 Fields Artist Fellowship recipient through Oregon Humanities, a co-director, co-guide, rural and tribal community coordinator with Signal Fire, and a certified wilderness first responder. Kaila?
Waklisi, Gausasas Kaila, Nua Uksik Inii, Nua Modakni. Hi, my name is Kaila Farrell-Smith. I just introduced myself in the Klamath language. I said, hey, what's up? My name is Kaila, and I'm from the Klamath and Modoc nations here in the nation state of Southern Oregon. And today I'm going to be presenting about the impacts of the Jordan Cove energy projects, which consists of the Pacific Connector Pipeline, the Malin Compressor Station, and the Coos Bay Jordan Cove Export Terminal, as well as the dredging of the bay to be able to ship the huge LNG tankers in and out to ship all this gas to Asian markets. So I'm going to share screen here and talk about this presentation. And then let me go to screen. So yeah, here we're going to start in my ancestral homeland. So I'd like to do a land acknowledgement where I'm presenting today from the ancestral homelands of the Mukluk, the Klamath, the Modakni, the Modoc, and the Paiute nations who have lived in this incredible place since time immemorial. What you're looking at here is a beautiful walk that I get to enjoy all year round. This is in where the Wood River flows into Agency Lake. What you're looking at in the mountains there is the outline of Giwas, which is Crater Lake, and those are the swifts flying. And this is a restored wetland. So in those, in the green there, you can see the cattail and the tule. And I'm describing this because this is what's at stake. This is our language, our cultural resources, our art, our food sustenance, all comes from the land and comes from the water. This is Kintpuash. This is Captain Jack. He's the leader of the Modoc War. And I just want to really bring our ancestors into this conversation and into this dialogue. We have to span time. And I want to talk specifically about this place because it's a little bit south. So the lava beds where the Modoc War happened with the stronghold. Between the lava beds and where I'm at here in Chiloquin, Oregon, in Modoc Point, Oregon, where my father and my ancestors were born and have lived since time immemorial for thousands and thousands of years. In between that area is our waterways and the Klamath River. And if you go towards the ocean, there's over 400 waterways that would be impacted by this pipeline. So I want to recognize and honor the ancestors who fought the US government in the late 1800s. This was one of the longest Indian wars. And they're still with us to this day. This is my grandma. This is Delia Smith. And she's with me here. I'm now, since post Standing Rock, I've joined this fight post Standing Rock. And I'm now relocated my entire art practice and my work in my homelands here to be a water protector and a land defender. And so I want to recognize my ancestors. This is my father's mother, Delia Smith, and she's here with me today. And I just want to recognize everybody that's been a part of this fight for 15 years. I joined it, the last 4 years since I went to Osheti Shakoan camp and the Sacred Fire at that camp in Standing Rock. But in this fight, there's so many people, there's so many tribal members, there's so many warriors, there's so many organizers and designers and artists and community solidarity and tribes that have been publicly opposing this pipeline project. And I just want to recognize that we have to just keep praying, keep protecting, one heart, one mind, one prayer. So this is the stronghold that I just mentioned. This is in Northern California, the nation state of California. This is the Modoc. This is the origin story of this is where our petroglyphs, this was all lakes too. It's been completely drained now for agriculture, for the cows. We really have fighting cows versus natives and Indians here. But it's arid land, it's desert. And this is the stronghold. And I'm speaking about this because I was just there. And I'm speaking from we're paralyzed. We've been on fire. The state's been on fire. And the smoke is still in the air. And that's why we can't have this pipeline here. We can't have any of these LNG pipelines or the compressor station or an export terminal or these tankers. They're so flammable. We are already on fire. We can't have this happening anymore. So this pipeline project needs to stop. And I guess at this point, I'll just say I am a legal intervener in this project, and I have been since the beginning. But this here is where the Modocs fought the U.S. government in the 1870s. And this place is very special. And I was up there at Medicine Lake just this summer and witnessed the thunderstorms that came through. And they lit, this is all burned now. That fire was one of the first ones of the summer. And they had to completely evacuate, the town, Tule Lake. So this is a very special place and sacred place, but our sacred homelands are burning right now. And so I just want to recognize our ancestors in this talk. My purpose, I'm a legal intervener. I will be, the state of Oregon is suing FERC right now. I am, thank you for the beautiful introduction. I am a co-director with an organization called Signal Fire. We've been creatively and artistically fighting this project from at least 2016. And I'm also a board member of Rogue Climate. And as being a board member of Rogue Climate is one of the organizations suing FERC. And so my personal story is going to be a part of this, and I will be testifying in that way as well. And really, the goal is to stop these fossil fuel projects, but it's also to collectively bring together Indigenous-led dreaming and collective remembrance so we can remember that we're on Indigenous land. So here's the map with the nation state of Oregon, and you can see Northern California. We are all connected. This is a map too of all the native land and all the native tribes and native people in the state, in the so-called state of Oregon. So down here, I live down here in the Klamath Falls, in Klamath and Modoc territories. You can see that the nation state border of Oregon and California cuts right through the Modoc territory. So I was just showing you the Modoc stronghold, which is more in Northern California. But if you go from Malin, Oregon, which is right down there at the California border, that red line is the pipeline. It's called the Pacific Connector Pipeline, and it would go through many indigenous territories, and it would cross like 400 waterways. These are our sacred, clean, pure waterways. And I'm representing from the Klamath tribes. We're the headwaters, we're the spring waters. I showed you Crater Lake. We come from the deepest water here in this land. And these are our Samiks, my Samiks, which means my relatives. And these beautiful young people are descendants of Kintpuash, of Captain Jack. So we're still here, and now we're having to fight pipelines through our beautiful homelands that are so fire prone at this moment. But again, this is a huge community fight. All of Southern Oregon has been fighting this pipeline for the last 15 years. We've said no, and we've won at the state level. We had more than 40,000, 50,000 public comments at DEQ, at DSL, and I've been on the front lines of all of those fights with German Shepherd dogs from Jordan Cove Police that were hired and trained in Coos Bay. It's been an intense fight. And I'll just kind of go through what the project is. So you can kind of see these are the pipelines and the maps from TransCanada. This is all Canadian frack gas to go down, you know, and they're really trying to sell it that they're fracking in Colorado. I'm not sure if that frack gas will be going through this pipeline or not, but we're just the last little bit there, that Pacific Connector Pipeline, to get it out to the ocean. And it would be the first LNG export facility on the West Coast. It's 235 miles long. And then the tankers, you know, would transport it to the gas. And it's all terrifying. This is all sick. Fracking, frack fields, pipelines, compressor stations, the export terminal, and then these huge tankers. Verizon actually isn't a part of this. This is a little bit an older slide, but it's Pembina, Canadian corporation, Calgary-based. It owns Jordan Cove and Pacific Connector Pipeline. This is a little bit of the history. Originally proposed in 2005. They denied it, but once Trump got in, you know, they reapplied. And that's where we're at now, is like the last speaker who spoke about Jordan Cove said, in March when the pandemic hit, that's when they FERC approved this project, even though we've completely won at the state level. So yeah, this frack gas is nasty. I mean, this is what you all have been talking about all morning. And this is the process. It's completely horrifying. Impacts include higher cancer rates, poison water, earthquakes, water depletion, and more. So where would the gas be coming from? The Montney Basin in BC, Alberta, the Blueberry River First Nation opposition, and I always pronounce that one wrong, Piscean Basin in Colorado. There's local opposition on all the front lines. Our very life, our way of existence is being wiped out. The industrial activity has really hammered our traditional territory. It affects our hunting, fishing, camping, and teaching our children our way of life. The wildlife are vanishing. Our berry picking sites are being destroyed by pathways and pipelines. And that's a quote from Marvin Yahi, the Blueberry River Chief. Pipeline. So here it is on the colonizers map. The original one I showed you is of the native land. So here's the colonizers map. I live here off of Highway 97 near the Upper Klamath Lakes. Pretty much right south of that Klamath County line is Chiloquin, Oregon, which is the Klamath tribes, the official Klamath tribes. That's where our office is, our people live here. And in our community, we're 50% Native American. Malin, Oregon, I think it's over 50% Latinx community. So that's a population that's not talked about. And I'll speak to the impact of the gas that's already there. So this is that pipeline route. It goes under over 400 waterways. Southern Oregon, we are wild forests. We are wild rivers. I'm a wilderness first responder. I lead backpacking trips, hiking trips. I kayak on these waters. I know my headwaters. I know this land. I've lived here from time immemorial. I've lived here my whole life. The state of Oregon is precious to me. And I just spent the last 3 weeks watching it burn. And this is a highly flammable pipeline. So it would have to be like a 95-foot wide clear-cut right-of-way, 630 impacted landowners who you've heard from earlier, 9 impacted federally recognized tribes. The impacts, 400 rivers and streams crossed, including the Rogue, the Klamath, the Coos, Coquille, and the Umpqua rivers. Here you can see the images of when these pipelines burst, the fire. Just wipes out life, takes our houses, takes our communities. So the safety and wildfire risks are terrifying. We just lived through it. Lower safety standards in rural areas. Threat of eminent domain. They want to take people's land over this. So a Canadian frack gas corporation we have no benefit, so they can ship it and sell it to Asian markets. This is pure insanity, this whole project. And it would increase our domestic gas rates. So, you know, they do this thing, this horizontal drilling. Like, this is just like, who drills under rivers? This is crazy. It can do a frack out. This is when, you know, you see the water can be lit on fire. It's just disgusting. So disrespectful to the purity of this water and the land that we live on. So down in Malin, it's maybe a 30-minute drive from where I live. 57% Latino community, while the rest of the county is only 11% Latino. The compressor station released toxic air pollution, including benzene, toluene, sulfuric oxide, and formaldehyde. The compressor station runs 24/7 and would cause noise pollution, air pollution, and other harmful impacts to the community. So I was down there. Some of our friends brought over people who are being impacted by the communities in Colorado by the fracking, and we're connecting those communities because we're all connected, and we need to learn who each other are, because these corporations sell it like everybody wants this to happen, and we don't. So what's there right now? I was there for 5 minutes. I got a nosebleed. I had a headache, and what they're proposing would be 10 times the size of the compressor station that's already there in Malin, Oregon. Not to mention the export terminal. So this thing is insane. Gas is cooled at negative 260 Fahrenheit to transform into a liquid. Proposed on traditional Coos tribal land, threatening cultural resources, built on unstable sand dunes. This is in a tsunami and earthquake zone in an area of high winds. This is like on the coast. It's a sand spit. This is where they want to build this gigantic export terminal. And this is why Jordan Cove, they hired, I think it was 9 cops they hired like in 2016, 2017. I can't remember which summer exactly. They hired these cops, literally trained to protect this compressor station. So cops, corporate cops being hired to protect a facility or a pipeline over communities. If this thing would explode, if there was a tsunami, this thing could explode. It would take out, like, I don't remember the exact vicinity, but like there's schools, hospitals that would be taken out by this thing if there was an explosion. And it's not if, it's when. So the tankers are nuts too. They're like the size of 3 football fields. Massive dredging would be required to allow the ships to enter the port, damaging fishing, clamming, oyster resources. Public safety concerns may require shipping channels to be closed or restricted during the passage of an LNG carrier, disrupting fishing, recreation, and other economic activities. Oregon coast, it's tourism. People love to come see our beautiful oceans, our beautiful beaches, the clamming and fishing industry. I've grown up, I always go out there to see my uncle. It's like this, yeah, it's incredible. You can just eat the oysters right out of the ocean, steam them up. It's like incredible. And they want to destroy it all. For what? LNG, frack gas? The terminal will be the largest source of climate pollution in Oregon. That, number one, is the reason why this can't happen. Climate change is already impacting the health of our forests, rivers, and mountains. When gas is liquefied and exported, it can be worse for the climate than coal. Natural gas releases methane, which is 20 times more of a potent greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. Literally, this is what our Oregon looks like on the image here. We should have blue skies and green forests and blue waters. And this is what Oregon's been looking like for the last 3 weeks because we've been on fire. So indigenous cultural impacts to the Klamath River nations. Again, like I mentioned on the beginning, food sustenance. This is our salmon. Well, we haven't had the salmon in our upper lakes and our streams and rivers for over 100 years because of the dams. That's the other issue. We got to undam the Klamath. Warren Buffett is like stopping this. Like, we're supposed to take the dams out in 2020. But our sucker fish. So our fish, our wokus is a staple and sustenance. Obviously, water is life. I literally drink out of the springs here. I drink spring water, so 70% of my body is this water. Our art, basket weaving. I'm a basket weaver. Indigenous community art. Basically, this is our community, which ties us all together: our food, our language, our art, our culture. And yeah, so I'll just talk a little bit about the food. Wokus is our ancestral first foods. So first foods and our food sovereignty is really important to be bringing our communities back to health. And wokus is it grows in our lakes here. It's like a lily pad, and it's the seeds in the pod of the wokus flower that we harvest. And I learned from my father and from him growing up with his mom and his grandma, he would harvest wokus in these lakes when he was a little boy before he was stolen and put into the boarding schools and totally messed, that's a whole other story. But this wokus, I want to be able to eat this wokus. I want my nieces and nephews to be able to harvest, but we can't because our water is so polluted right now. Already from like the cows, we don't even have a pipeline yet. So our art, we're master basket weavers. These are, this is the cattail and tule that I showed you in the first image. This is what we make our baskets, our art from. This is from my research at the Burke Museum. So here's me doing my first tule harvest. Here's Klamath tribal members harvesting their cattail. So this is us harvesting our materials so we can make our beautiful art forms. So basically the West Coast, we're a thin green line. They want to ship all this stuff over to Asian markets. And, it's not just us down here. Tacoma LNG, where they're fighting LNG, oil trains up in Portland, Trans Mountain Canada, the Tiny House Warriors, Sepwemic, Wet'suwet'en Strong, they're fighting LNG pipelines. I've like designed webinars to connect our fights all the way down the line. So yeah, they're talking like, yeah, there's some jobs. But we do have the Klamath tribes, the Yurok, the Karuk, Toledini tribes, and Siletz. We've all been extremely opposed to this project, along with our community members across Southern Oregon. And as a legal intervener, I will be continuing to express myself and share my part of the story to make sure Jordan Cove LNG never comes through Southern Oregon. Thank you for the time. And actually, real quick, I just want to show this picture. Oh, and here's a whole other report I was going to read to you about man camps. That's the other thing. There's a whole report. So if I had more time, I'd be reporting about the man camps and the risk to Indigenous women's lives, missing and murdered Indigenous women. And this is our Rogue Climate. I'm a board member of Rogue Climate. And unfortunately, Rogue Action Center burned down in the Alameda fire 2 weeks ago. And we are a strong community and we are fighting now, but there's a lot of people that are unhoused and in camps. And we are building mutual aid camps and mutual aid support to support all of our communities. Chiloquin, we had the 242 fire, I'm 7 miles south of it. So I've been on high alert and evac for the last couple of weeks. We got some rain, but just, if you can donate and support for us to be able to rebuild in Oregon, we could really use the help. Sapgetcha. Yield my time.
Thank you so much. And you're right. The link has been circulating about Rogue Climate, so maybe we can get that up here. What you're saying is exactly what FERC doesn't do. They don't look into what it is, what your culture is all about, what they're actually doing to the land, what they're doing to generations. And so, just another way that, you have to fight the state and FERC. And so it's really important that we understand the complexity of all of this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Bridget Brady. She's a communications and advocacy coordinator at the Delaware Riverkeeper Network. who had a lot to do with pulling today together. Over the past 5 years, she has worked closely with the Delaware Riverkeeper in battling FERC-regulated projects that threaten the Delaware River watershed, including Millennium Eastern System Upgrade, Penn East Pipeline, and Adelphia Gateway Project. She also works through DRN and Voices with the grassroots communities and environmental leaders nationally who are helping to build capacity and advance common strategic goals to defeat fracked gas infrastructure projects. So welcome, Bridget.
Thank you, Karen. Good afternoon. My name is Bridget Brady, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Delaware Riverkeeper Network. The Delaware Riverkeeper Network is a nonprofit environmental advocacy organization that works throughout the Delaware River watershed to protect the health of our waterways and ecosystems, including the health, well-being, and livelihoods of the millions of people who rely on our river. Over the past 10 years, as shale gas extraction has proliferated, our watershed has been threatened by dozens of devastating FERC-regulated pipelines, compressor stations, and LNG export facilities. The impacts that these projects pose within our watershed are not trivial. Homes and livelihoods are lost, waterways and wetlands are devastated, and we are locked in to a future of greater climate instability with each project. As we've fought to protect our watershed from these threats, we have witnessed time and again the many ways that FERC breaks the law in order to advance frack gas infrastructure. Today, I'm going to focus on just several of these repeat offenses faced by our organization and others. First, FERC refuses to consider climate change in its decision-making. Despite its legal mandates to consider the impacts of its approval of pipelines on climate change, FERC refuses to do so, falsely claiming that it has no way to assess such impacts. But the Delaware Riverkeeper Network and others have repeatedly debunked this ridiculous argument. In 2016, our organization demonstrated that the relationship between FERC's approval of the Penn East pipeline and fracking-induced upstream was direct and demonstrable. After FERC failed to consider these harms in its own review, we commissioned an expert to calculate the number, location, and impacts of fracking wells that would be drilled because of the project. The analysis found that Penn East would likely induce the drilling of 3,000 new wells in Pennsylvania. Another analysis commissioned by our organization found that, using the widely accepted social cost of carbon, Penn East would result in climate damages of up to $43 billion over its lifespan. This massive harm that will be inflicted on and ultimately paid for by the people should be a crucial consideration in FERC's public interest determination. Instead, FERC ignored our analyses and approved Penn East while continuing to assert that such analysis was impossible. In 2017, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals made clear that an analysis of the impacts of downstream emissions resulting from FERC's approval is in fact required by NEPA, and that FERC failed to do so in its review of the Sable Trail pipeline. FERC refuted the court's decision, contending that such impacts are outside the scope of their NEPA analysis. And so, despite the clear letter of the law and the directive of the courts, FERC continues to circumvent its obligation to consider climate change in its review and approval of pipelines, and instead continues down its own rogue path unabated, denying the science and the readily available tools at hand, as they don't fit with its industry-biased agenda. The result of this reckless and delusional rationale is that FERC is advancing climate instability and putting our communities and future generations in existential jeopardy. Strong legislative reforms are clearly and urgently needed to ensure that FERC approvals include consideration of climate change before it's too late. Another popular NEPA violation that FERC strategically deploys is the practice of segmentation, or the process of taking larger projects and breaking them into smaller pieces in order to make review and approval easier by masking the true costs and harms of a project. In 2013, the Delaware Riverkeeper Network challenged FERC's approval of the Northeast Upgrade Project, successfully arguing that FERC had illegally segmented its environmental review of 4 connected and interdependent pipeline projects that were simultaneously before FERC. A map of the 4 projects clearly demonstrates that they were merely separate parts of the same pipeline, and that therefore FERC was legally obligated to consider all of these projects together. The Court of Appeals for DC ultimately found that FERC's segmentation violated NEPA and that FERC had failed to consider the cumulative impacts of these projects. But despite this ruling, FERC continues to rely upon segmentation as a matter of common practice in its pipeline reviews. In our watershed alone, in the time since our successful segmentation challenge, we have seen this practice at play with at least 14 separate pipeline projects that should have been reviewed by FERC as 4 larger consolidated projects. Third, FERC routinely undermines the legal and constitutional rights and authorities of the states by issuing conditional certificates granting approval, followed by quick approval of eminent domain and construction, all before a pipeline has received required 401 certification from impacted states, a state authority specifically preserved by the Natural Gas Act and the Clean Water Act. This practice is used strategically by FERC to advance projects while ensuring that the states cannot easily become an impediment, as it is harder to deny a project that is already half built. It means that irreparable damages are inflicted for a pipeline that may never be built if a state ultimately denies approval, as we have already seen happen. Similarly, FERC grants construction approval before other federal agencies or interstate commissions, like the Delaware River Basin Commission, have rendered their decisions. With the Pennies pipeline, FERC issued a certificate before New Jersey, Pennsylvania, the Delaware River Basin Commission, or the Army Corps had issued or denied approvals needed for the project. Immediately following FERC's certificate approval, Pennies filed nearly 200 eminent domain cases in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. The state of New Jersey challenged the eminent domain taking of preserved state lands, and the Third Circuit Court of Appeals determined that FERC had illegally granted the private pipeline company the authority to take state property rights by eminent domain, violating the state's constitutionally protected sovereign immunity. In response, FERC issued a declaratory order rejecting the court's decision and providing its own interpretation of its Natural Gas Act authority that better aligned with the pipeline company's goals. When states do reject 401 certification, FERC has sought to override the state's authority by any means possible. Now with PennEast, while New Jersey has at this point rejected their 401 certification, FERC is allowing PennEast to advance a new iteration of its project, starting with construction in Pennsylvania, while it obtains necessary approvals in New Jersey. But New Jersey has made clear that it has no intention of granting such approvals. But FERC is determined to push the project forward and find a way to override the state's Clean Water Act authority and sovereign immunity one way or another. Fourth, FERC evades responsibilities to review LNG facilities. FERC's illegal efforts to advance frac gas infrastructure do not end with pipelines. Recently, faced with the proposed Gibbstown LNG facility, the Delaware Riverkeeper Network requested information from FERC on its review of the project under the Freedom of Information Act. After FERC refused the request, we successfully appealed its decision and obtained proof that FERC evaded its jurisdictional authority over the project by relying solely upon industry representations. FERC is responsible for authorizing the siting and construction of LNG import and export facilities under Section 3 of the Natural Gas Act. These sites are devastatingly dangerous, and reforms are needed to ensure they receive full FERC review and oversight. And finally, FERC uses tolling orders to take due process rights and advance illegal projects. FERC uses a legal loophole called a tolling order to deny the public the right to challenge a project in court, holding them in legal limbo while it allows pipeline companies to go ahead and seize property through eminent domain and while it approves construction, inflicting irreparable harm. This means that before challengers get their day in court, whether FERC's decision to approve a project was legal or not, the damage is done, and often the pipeline is already fully built and operational. The Delaware Riverkeeper Network alone has been subject to tolling orders that have held us in legal limbo for 7 months, 11 months, and 15 months, each time suffering irreparable harms to our watershed while unable to act. This strategy meant that the Northeast Upgrade Project was fully constructed and in operation by the time we won our legal challenge against FERC's review and approval, too late for any meaningful remedy. And this is no mistake. The reality is that FERC uses tolling orders as a strategy to advance pipelines. Tolling orders serve no legitimate public purpose other than to buy the pipeline companies time to advance their project to a point where legal victories come too late to have a meaningful impact. Neither FERC's recent policy commitment to improve their tolling order abuses or the recent court decision rejecting the practice negate the need for congressional action. Among other issues, precedent-setting organizational challenges are excluded. Policy changes can be removed as easily as they're made, and as is clear, FERC regularly and blatantly ignores the instructions of the courts. We hope that these stories, along with the others that you've heard today, and the thousands of pages of abuses perpetuated, condoned, or assisted by FERC across the country, documented in our dossier of FERC's abuses of power and law, make abundantly clear that FERC is a rogue and dangerous agency, held in regulatory capture by the fossil fuel industry, and that congressional action is urgently needed to rein it in and protect the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bridget, for that important testimony. So we are now going to move on to Robert Kaiser. Robert is a landowner in Plains, Pennsylvania, where the Penny's pipeline is taking 1/3 of his property forcefully through eminent domain. He is a retired field engineer with extensive knowledge of electrical, mechanical, and construction engineering principles. Robert was instrumental in requesting a declaratory order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to stay unabated eminent domain taking until PennEast has obtained all the required permits and authorizations required to commence construction, while the likelihood that any land taken will ever be used to build the pipeline. Robert?
Thanks for the introduction. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. That introduction got me quite emotional very quickly. The eminent domain problem, and we've all talked about this, eminent domain for profit, for corporate gain, liquid natural gas exports, and my big contention in all of this, and the 30 comments that I've posted with FERC already are really related to substantive comments, things that we can back up with facts. The eminent domain taking is no less than holding a gun to one's head and saying, give in or we're going to shoot you because we're taking you to court. Now, the courts always side on the taker in this. The courts are geared for the taker. The state laws are geared for the government. They're not, I don't know how to express it any more than I talked to through email with a state representative or state congressman here in Pennsylvania. Well, you know how much it'll be exorbitant if we don't set the fees? I've spent $15,000, $14,600 so far in defense, and we're just getting started. It's $5,000 to file a motion, but they limit $4,000 as the most that you can receive. So when you do a cost versus benefit analysis, it really doesn't benefit us to go to court for just compensation even. So, barring money aside, because this is all about money, and the whole issue in our world is money. And I thank Ms. Williams that talked about God. Money is the new God, and exports and Congress. Thank you, Jamie Raskin, Congressman Raskin. But it seems to be we could talk till we're blue in the face. If it's not about exports, it's not about gas and oil, and if it's not about troops, Congress really doesn't care about it. That's the sad reality of all this. We need to be realistic over all this. The environment. When are we going to worry about the environment? We're going to worry about it when it's too late. Go to California. Go to Oregon. Stand amidst the flames and say that's not climate change. Scientific studies show that we're changing at least 1 degree per year. We're up 1.5 degrees from last year. When are we gonna worry about climate change? Yeah, when it's all burned up and gone. Where are you gonna spend your money when the world's gone? Because of climate change, we're one of the biggest polluters of greenhouse gases, contributors to greenhouse gases in our world, right behind Asia. How's that we're second in providing all the CO2 gases that affect the climate change? It's unbelievable. You know what lawyers say? Money equals justice. Oh, you'll get paid. Look at what happened to the Halloran Farm. Oh, but they got paid. Oh, how about the fines? The fines that they're going to pay for violating the the mitigating circumstances that they're supposed to provide for. Oh, they'll get paid. But after all the damage is done, people think that's justice, that they got fined and had to pay a fine. But it was too late. The bean counters look at those things. Is it worth the fine? Yeah, we'll take our chances. We'll pay the fine because there's money to be made here in my own backyard. If that pipeline goes through, they're looking at a minimum, $450 million, and catch this, per day, not per year, not per month. They're looking at a revenue of $450 million per day. And the max they can get is 65 cents per decatherm. That's $650 million a day. That's why they're doing this, because there's money to be made for them. So where's the common good? If we're exporting natural gas, America is now the leader in natural gas exports. How did we get that way? When the marketing from Penny says, oh, we're going to have to turn out the pilot lights. Oh, the babies aren't going to have warm water. And we're going to have to import gas from Russia. All this marketing hype that is false. If somebody checks the facts, FACTS, we're going to find out that they're making this stuff up. I'm watching political campaigns on TV for Joe Biden, and they're saying if Joe Biden gets to be president, we're going to lose 600 million jobs in Pennsylvania. Check the facts. Those 600 million jobs include every ancillary job in the industry, right down to the clerk at the convenience store that has a gas pump outside there, the man that brings the gas in the tanker. This is petroleum. But ancillary jobs. The truth is, if we check the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that those jobs in Pennsylvania, with all the ancillary jobs, are 2,200 jobs, 22,000 jobs, I'm sorry. That's a far cry from 600,000 jobs. See how everybody exaggerates in the marketing of the things that we do in the world. This is a political move by FERC. FERC violates its own policies. It knows it does. But what FERC does is come up with a legally defensible position. It's all about the law. That's why we need substantive comments. Back it up with facts. Back it up with precedents. Talk about precedents. Precedent agreements among affiliates. Who's going to enforce it? Who's going to say, you said you wanted 50,000 decatherms. You're not taking your 50,000 decatherms. Who's going to make them take the decatherms that they said they needed? Purpose and need. Deficient need. If we're the leading export of natural gas in the world, why the cry for domestic use? I read a testimony by Ivan Kimball from Con Ed, and he admitted we're just displacing existing supplies for price. We want to get a better price. We have 100,000 decatherms from them under subscription. We have 100,000 from somebody else. We're just displacing that 100,000 that we have from them with their 100,000 because it's a little bit cheaper. So how did we get to be an exporter? We have excess domestic gas that we can sell overseas. That's not public use. That's corporate use. Maybe it's government use. Maybe FERC is telling the government that we need this because we're going to get more revenue from them for every dollar they sell. We're getting a little piece of it. FERC needs to be dismantled. FERC was set up in 1977 to regulate prices so that these monopolies, these major corporations can't take advantage of the people. They became from the FPC, which I call the Federal Pipeline Commission, which was actually, I have to write it down here who they were, the Federal Powers Commission, turned this over to FERC. FERC's end zone reasoning and goals, as Commissioner Glick would say, is to build pipelines. All the infrastructure we need in our domestic supply has been in place for over 10 years. But yet, we need more pipelines. So what we're going to do is we're going to displace the existing domestic use and free up pipelines for export. Penny's has very little merits to their success right now. And that's when they went into court with eminent domain. And I could ask my attorney to file a motion to request a stay from the eminent domain in my local court. But that judge is just going to defer to FERC. So that's why I decided if FERC can issue a declaratory order for Penny's to bolster a private litigant's claim in the federal court, to the Supreme Court now, that why can't they do that for the rest of us? Because we're spending money continually. I don't have a contingency attorney. I'm paying by the hour for an attorney. We can't fight the certificate. We want just compensation if Penny's ever goes through. And the gut feeling is Penny's is going to go through. Penny's is going to go through. Did FERC say to Penny's, and I'm making a statement here, did FERC give Penny's the idea to phase their project, to save a failed project, that at least they can build half of the project? I'm saying FERC had something to do with this because of the lobbying that goes on. I'm going over 10 minutes. The last thing I want to talk about is the science and the facts, and that's efficiency. If we're taking this gas to make electricity at 38% efficient, that's not efficiency. The CO2 coming out of that is just killing our planet. I need to yield my time. I've said enough. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. And I understand, I did see you getting some stage direction off to the side there, so thank you. But I mean, you know, it's understandable why people are impassioned and want to talk about this because it's just so insane. So our next speaker comes from another fight that is equally insane, and that's Tim Spees. He is a founding member and board president of Lancaster Against Pipelines. LAP was formed in opposition to the Atlantic Sunrise Pipeline, which was built primarily in central Pennsylvania. He lives in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, and is represented in Washington by DC Congressman Lloyd Smucker and Senators Bob Casey and Pat Toomey.
Hi, my name is Tim Spees, and I'm here today to represent Lancaster Against Pipelines in today's hearing. First, I'd like to thank the Voices Coalition for organizing this event, as well as those presenting testimony, members of Congress, and their staff. Lancaster Against Pipelines, or LAP, formed in opposition to the Atlantic Sunrise Pipeline project. This 42-inch natural gas distribution pipeline, built by Williams Transco, began the permitting process in the spring of 2014 and went into service in the fall of 2018. The purpose of my testimony today is to illustrate how the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, exists exclusively to approve energy infrastructure projects regardless of environmental harms, a strategic need, or impacts on affected landowners. While some of these anecdotes may at first seem minor and inconsequential, I have no doubt that the testimony presented today will show a pattern of behavior by FERC, state regulators, the courts, and at times state and federal law enforcement that indicates a conscious desire to place profit over people. Now you can see here on the map, this red line here is the Central Penn portion of this project that cuts through central Pennsylvania from north to south. It's a 108-mile long greenfield pipeline that connects the Leedy line in the north, which is bringing fracked gas from northern Pennsylvania, and it connects that to the main Transco line, which traditionally brought gas up from Louisiana to metropolitan areas in the Northeast. Now, the purpose of this line was to create a shortcut and reverse the flow from north to south, taking gas from the northern Pennsylvania, from the Marcellus Shale, down the eastern seaboard to export facilities like the one shown here in the map, which is Cove Point. Now, Williams' own comments to shareholders claim that the gas was destined for export. Yet, during the permitting process, FERC never asked where it was going. Indeed, they weren't required to ask. And Williams publicly denied that it was for export. Now, one of the requirements for eminent domain takings is that the affected landowner receive some benefit from the project occupying their property. An export pipeline does not meet that criteria. Williams maintained that the greenfield route would be less environmentally impactful than upgrading the existing right-of-way. At a Williams open house in which a FERC representative was in attendance, I asked FERC if Williams would have to do an environmental impact study on the existing right-of-way to show that the new route was less impactful. He said, and I quote, "Yes, they will have to do that." Although FERC is supposed to require the use of existing rights-of-way whenever possible, to my knowledge, no study was ever done to compare the new route to the existing one. And indeed, later in the permitting process, after the environmental impact study was issued, Williams' talking points regarding the Central Penn South Line changed from less environmentally impactful to less costly. This route had nothing to do with environmental impact and everything to do with profit. It was a shortcut to save money. In 2014, a group of landowners reported to the Pennsylvania State Police that some of Williams' surveyors had trespassed on their land to obtain data for the environmental impact study. Signs had been posted and land agents had not gotten permission to survey authority from the landowners. The police were not inclined to do anything about it. In reaction to the press coverage of the incident, Williams promised that those surveyors would be taken off the project. Again, this may seem to be a minor event, but reports of aggressive and deceitful land agents and trespassing to obtain survey data is a common experience for those in the path of a proposed pipeline. FERC was notified of the trespassing event in the comments section of the docket for that project, and I have no reason to believe that any of that data was rejected by FERC. That means that FERC knowingly used data for the environmental impact study for this project that was obtained during the commission of a crime. Another case of FERC using faulty or incomplete data and turning a blind eye was their acceptance of the Pennsylvania's Department of Environmental Protection's 401 water quality certification under 401 of the Federal Water Pollution Control Act. The DEP issued this certificate even though the builder had not yet submitted applications for the 105 and 102 permits, which cover water body structures, encroachment, and soil and erosion control, respectively. The 401 essentially certifies that the 105 and 102 permits are complete and correct. 105 and 102 permits are a prerequisite for the 401 water certification, and FERC knowingly accepted the improperly issued certificate. The acceptance of this certificate allowed them to approve the project and gave Williams the right to start eminent domain proceedings against holdout landowners, even though a lawsuit by 3 different environmental groups, including our own, challenging the 401 was making its way through the courts. This is just another example of FERC's willingness to accommodate the industry. Now, there's one more story I'd like to share with you today, and this is a compelling and disturbing story, unique among the many compelling and disturbing stories that you may hear today. It's the story of a group of Catholic sisters known as the Adorers of the Sacred Blood of Christ. They have facilities in several locations in the Midwest, but they also own a property in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, with some farmland that was on Williams' planned route for this project. Some of the leadership had been following the events at Standing Rock when they became aware that their property in Lancaster County was under a similar threat. We formed a partnership with them, and with their support and encouragement, we erected an outdoor chapel next to the right-of-way as a place of spiritual reflection and peaceful protest. We held regular services there, including a Palm Sunday service where the sisters carried a cross onto the right-of-way as we assembled a labyrinth of straw bales forming the symbol of their order. Now, before I go any further, I'd like to bring up this slide of their land ethic because it's at the heart of their lawsuit against FERC. Now, I won't take time to read them all, but I'll leave the slide up so that you can see just how much reverence for the earth is at the core of their beliefs. One in particular stands out to me, quote, "As advocates of the earth, we choose simple lifestyles that avoid excessive or harmful use of natural resources," end quote. Now, how ironic that they were about to have a 42-inch high-pressure natural gas export pipeline forced upon them. They refused to sign an easement agreement with Williams, and in April of 2016, the Adorers received a letter of condemnation from Williams that, if executed, would allow their land to be taken and used through eminent domain. In July of 2017, while still going through the eminent domain process, the Adorers filed a separate Religious Freedoms Restoration Act complaint against FERC in federal court. On August 11th, they filed an amended complaint seeking relief from pipeline construction that was about to begin. FERC responded with a motion to dismiss. Time after time, the federal judge sided with Williams, who claimed that the sisters had forfeited the right to challenge the pipeline because they had missed some deadline. Even though the property manager for the sisters signed a sworn declaration in federal court that he notified Transco by September of 2016, if not before, that the sisters did not want the pipeline on their property. That was 7 months before condemnation proceedings had even begun. So having exhausted all of their legal options in federal court, the sisters took their case to the U.S. Supreme Court. And on February 19th, the Supreme Court denied the sisters' petition to have the case heard. Now, it's worth noting that of over 400 petitions presented to the Supreme Court that day, only one was chosen for review. The case involved pipeline giant Kinder Morgan seeking permission to ignore clean water regulations in Hawaii. Now, I shared the Adorers story with you because although the Religious Freedoms Restoration Act gets criticized for being misinterpreted and misused, this situation is exactly what the law was written for. It was intended to keep the federal government from taking action that would infringe on religious beliefs. It was painfully clear because of their long-held and deeply rooted beliefs that a fracked gas export pipeline had no business being on their land. But a pipeline company, a federal judge, the Natural Gas Act of 1939, and FERC decided that a clerical hiccup in the pipeline siting and condemnation process was more important than the constitutional right to religious freedom. Now, did they say that? No. No, because the opportunity to make the case of a violation of religious freedom was never heard. If their religious beliefs had been recognized and protected, a pipeline could have never been placed there. It's not just FERC. They, along with state regulators, the Natural Gas Act, and the court system, and corrupt politicians all conspired to do the bidding of powerful corporate interests, and that must change. So having said all this, I'm going to tell you now that none of this means a thing. It's not important. Not if in the next few decades our Earth is on an irreversible collision course towards a climate catastrophe. FERC has a mandate to consider the upstream and downstream effects of a proposed project. The disaster that is fracking is upstream, and the climate catastrophe that is already upon us is downstream. If FERC truly did their job instead of rubber stamping projects for the industry and its shareholders, no natural gas infrastructure project would ever get approved. So let's switch some letters around and put the Federal Renewable Energy Commission, FREC, to work. Let's do it as if our lives depended upon it, because they do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim, for putting that together. We really appreciate it. Our next testifier is Richard W. Walker. He is founder and CEO of Bridging the Gap in Virginia, a 501c3 nonprofit organization. Richard has been a staunch advocate for stopping corporate greed, specifically ACP, and a compressor station, seeking to exploit primary rural landowners and communities of color. Mr. Walker has been also heavily involved with criminal justice issues. Mr. Walker?
Thank you. I appreciate you inviting me. I'm excited, and this is for Ted Glick. I'm originally from New Jersey, from Essex County, from East Orange. You know, and the biggest joke that has ever been in my life that Jersey is the armpit of America. And that's as a direct result of all of the pollution and all of the climate issues that went on and occurred in New Jersey. But I just read an article where the governor is giving state regulators power to deny development permits to businesses whose operations pollute predominantly Black and other minority communities, which is a good step. But doggone it, I hear you talking about the compressor station in Roseland. You know, that is a suburban town, you know, that I would thought they would not have ever made something to that effect come there. My issue here is dealing with Union Hill, Buckingham County. I've in the past, from 2018 to 2020, I've gotten involved as a direct result of my family having land there. Our land has been in our family for over 130 years. I am a fifth generation of my great-great-grandfather, Taylor Harper, who was a freed slave, who purchased these lands for $15 back in 1867. And here we got Dominion, McGuire Woods, wanting to come in there and take a portion of our land to connect to the current Transco line that has been there since before my birth. And they had the compressor station, which would be less than a quarter of a mile from our family, from our land, you know, where back in my younger days, I might have been able to throw a football to the length of where it is from our property boundaries. You know, I gave Doyle survey company a hard way to go when them trying to attempt to come on there and survey our land to put the borders and the barriers directing the connector that they would have from the Transco to the new ACP or proposed ACP and compressor station. We fought them tooth and nail. We retained an attorney, you know, that fought for our rights to extend it, and it kept on going. They threatened us with for court in the Southern District, Federal Court of Virginia, and that never happened because we kept fighting them. Our family refused to give in to Dominion, and eventually they just stopped pressing us, you know. So ultimately, we had a victory in that way, but the fight still continued, you know. And it was so ironic. These county supervisors of Buckingham, they did a 1 day, 2 day emergency evacuation plan. Hell, if there was one of an explosion of that pipeline, they would be having to do a search and recover practice. Never mind evacuation process, because nobody would survive that. You know, the fumes, the noise pollution, the water pollution, the air pollution, all of that would have affected that primarily African-American community in Union Hill. And so that's where our fight was. This was a classic David versus Goliath venue that we were able to defeat Goliath, you know. And we got to the point where when they got to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals here in Richmond, you know, the three-judge panel, they all said you didn't look at an alternative site. You didn't look at alternative measures for that compressor station as opposed to a gas-fired. You didn't look at the population of the density of African Americans in that community, and they vacated their entire permit. You know, at that point in time, I felt confident that we had defeated Dominion. You know, and I'm ever so grateful. My family's ever so grateful to all the environmental groups, the Friends of Buckingham, Appalachian Voices, Chesapeake Bay Foundation, Sierra Club, Brittle. We've had all of these folk that came to our aid. Reverend Dr. William Barber, Al Gore, Corinna Gore, Will Barber III. We did a massive that became national news to fight Dominion, to fight the pipeline, to fight the compressor station. So it was very exciting at this point to talk about it. Now, right now, in fact, they've not only moved from Union Hill, they've gone to Charles City with a power plant there, as well as other areas in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The MVP, we're fighting that along with our folk there as well. You know, they just came back and asked that they can continue the construction while pending the challenges with their permits, you know, and we're not going for it. Here we are also back in Union Hill, you know, those landowners that were given monies in exchange for easements of their property. It was already told, Dominion said, well, they can keep the money, but here they got us in limbo, or these folk in limbo as to whether they're going to keep their land. You know, so we're reaching out to congressmen, we're reaching out to senators to help us get past that to deny Dominion the ability to keep these land trusts, to keep these easements of land for these people. You know, these folk like my family have been generations upon generations of landowners in this community, you know, and it's a rural community. So it's high time that FERC gets stopped. It's high time that the DEQs of America get stopped, because all they are puppets for FERC. And when speaking of which, my organization, Bridging the Gap in Virginia, we have embarked on creating what we call our Green Jobs Workforce Center, where we're seeking a $300,000 grant from the EPA to get rid of a brownfield location that we purchased to create this center. Workforce Development Center. Union Hill, Buckingham County has suffered as a direct result of this pipeline fiasco. You know, so it's high time to bring some type of economic stimulus back to that community. So this is where we've gotten creative, and we're able to purchase an inexpensive piece of property that has gas tanks and below and above the ground. So we're looking for the EPA for this funding that we can recreate this space and be able to provide training in solar. I've conducted 2 solar panel installation classes, one in Union Hill and one in the city of Richmond. We want to bring green jobs back to or into the state of Virginia, into Union Hill community, Buckingham County at large. So we're excited to move forward in climate change. You know, we're in planning to have a weatherization program going on for those folk in Union Hill to help save them on their utility bills, as well as we're going to be teaching them how to identify those areas that are affecting their homes, that they could plug up holes, that they can move forward and move toward a more renewable energy atmosphere and lifestyle. I'm ever so grateful to my staff, you know, that have been there. My technical advisor, Professor Mary Finley Brooke, who is a whiz on anything dealing with environmental issues. You know, so we're just found out information today that here they are trying to do a power plant in Portsmouth, Virginia. The header improvement program out in Charles City project, we're trying to stop that. And all of them are directed in primarily people of color, African American communities. You know, they feel like they came to Union Hill and feel like they can, you know, deal and that we were a bunch of dumb country black folk that they can come in and run roughshod over. But they were completely baffled when they realized that no, you're not going to take over our land. You're not going to take over this community. You're not going to trespass against us. You know, so we're excited of what has happened. We're looking forward to moving forward. We're still waiting to see if they're going to give us these easements back, and we're hoping that that will happen. You know, that somebody somewhere somehow will be able to say, Dominion, give them back their land parcels. You have no use. There should be some type of legislation. If the permits fail, that they must return the property, as well as allow the individuals to keep the monies that they paid for them. You know, it's high time, like I said, FERC must be stopped. They sent the Army Corps of Engineers down there, of course, who work for them, who give them whatever report that they wanted to have to say that Union Hill was an acceptable location for this pipeline. You know, they lied on the reports when they came up with the numbers of African Americans that lived in that community, and we threw that back. Based on Dr. Lakshmi Fajor's study, research. We were excited about all that happened. We did everything we needed to do. The Circle of Protection, another group, the Wild Virginia, another group. All of these organizations came together to the aid and rescue of Union Hill in Buckingham County. And we're looking to do the same thing for the MVP. To stop that. We're looking to do the same thing for Charles City. We're looking to do the same thing for Portsmouth. We're looking to do the same thing for Southgate, to stop big businesses from coming in and running roughshod on these rural communities and urban communities that they feel that they can just take totally cold-blooded advantage of. We're not going to stand for it no more. It's time to change the narrative. It's time to let them know that we've gone through it enough and you've hurt our families, and we can't, and we've been doing it, we've been allowing it too far long, and we're not going to continue to let it happen. Again, I thank you. I'm sure there's some areas that I missed, but if we do it again, I guarantee you I'll have more to say. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Richard. Really appreciate it. And now we have a video coming up with Amy Rosemarin, a co-founder of Stop the Algonquin Pipeline Expansion. She has been working relentlessly for 6 years to stop the approvals for and subsequently the flow of gas in the Algonquin Incremental Market Pipeline at Indian Point Nuclear Plant.
I'm going to testify how FERC illegally and irresponsibly gave approval for the Algonquin Incremental Market natural gas transmission pipeline that inconceivably is sited at the Indian Point Nuclear Plant just north of New York City. If the pipeline ruptured at that location, New York and states from North Carolina to Vermont would be in grave danger from radioactive contamination. FERC's mission is to assist consumers in obtaining economically efficient, safe, reliable, and secure energy services. As I will detail, FERC's actions are in direct conflict with its stated mission. In 2015, FERC granted authorization for construction and operation of the Algonquin Incremental Market, a 42-inch diameter pipeline referred to as the AIM. The AIM is located on Indian Point property along with 2 pre-existing Algonquin pipelines. Although Indian Point's reactors are ceasing operations, it has more than 45 years of highly radiated spent fuel on site, so it's an extremely dangerous location to have a massive high-pressure pipeline. Prior to gas being allowed to flow or continue to flow in an interstate pipeline, federal regulations require a risk assessment, complying with those regulations to be conducted. Disturbingly, FERC granted authorization for the AIM at Indian Point, although such a risk assessment had never been conducted. At this dangerous and high-consequence location, it is more critical than anywhere else to have conducted a thorough risk assessment. FERC simply accepted information that the NRC and the pipeline owner and operator submitted without verifying it and included it in its final environmental impact statement, the document upon which approval was based. Although FERC was alerted to the false, misleading, and impossible statements in the final EIS, FERC ignored the warnings and granted approval anyway. The Department of Transportation's agency, known as PHMSA, is the agency responsible for interstate transmission pipeline safety, and its regulations specify the minimum federal safety standards for pipelines. Prior to allowing gas to flow or continue to flow in a pipeline, it mandates that PHMSA and industry conduct a risk assessment as described in detail in 49 CFR 192 and ASME-ANSI B31.8S. The final EIS issued by FERC in 2015 states, quote, "The pipeline and above-ground facilities associated with the AIM project would be designed, constructed, operated, and maintained in accordance with or to exceed the PHMSA minimum federal safety standards in 49 CFR 192. FERC, however, gave permission for gas to flow and continues to allow it to flow in the AIM, even though it was aware that this risk assessment did not exist and that the risk-related information that had been submitted and used as the basis for approval had serious errors and omissions, that mitigating safety measures would not provide protection, that the likelihood of a rupture was far greater than presented, and that the consequences of a rupture of the AIM at Indian Point would have far-reaching and devastating consequences. FERC disregarded the request by Senators Schumer and Gillibrand that, quote, FERC not issue a final determination on this proposal until a thorough independent review of all the project's potential impacts is completed, and by Congress members Lowy and Engel, among others, who also requested a risk assessment. Approval for siting the pipeline at Indian Point was based on the claim that the gas could be shut down within 3 minutes of a rupture there. Although the approval process, during the approval process, FERC was informed by a pipeline disaster expert and multiple others that the ability to shut the gas in 3 minutes was not possible. It violated the laws of thermodynamics. It would take the pipeline control room in Texas far longer than 3 minutes to even detect the leak, and by the time it did, the damage would be done. FERC disregarded this warning and gave approval anyway. FERC also had been notified that the computer model that was used to determine the pipeline blast radius was prohibited for use for a pipeline rupture with the configuration of the AIM because it would not give a realistic answer. FERC disregarded this warning. FERC had been notified that mitigation measures, such as burying the pipeline an additional foot or two and covering it with concrete slabs at a vulnerable location, had not been tested and were unlikely to offer protection. FERC disregarded this warning. FERC was aware that the analysis of intentional damage was faulty, yet FERC disregarded this warning. By ignoring these warnings and disregarding the legal requirement for a federally compliant risk assessment, FERC put New York State and the Eastern Seaboard in grave danger. In 2016, aware that a valid risk assessment had never been conducted, yet aware from information from independent pipeline, nuclear, and disaster experts of the misinformation upon which FERC granted AIM pipeline approval, and consequently the catastrophic risks that this pipeline presented, New York State decided to assess the risk. In 2016, upon commencing New York State's risk assessment, New York State Commissioners for Homeland Security and Emergency Services, Department of Health, and Department of Environmental Conservation, and the CEO of New York State Department of Public Service sent a letter to FERC outlining some of their safety concerns and requesting, until this independent safety risk analysis is completed, we ask the FERC stay and reconsider its prior determination to grant a certificate of public convenience and necessity. They further requested, until these investigations are complete and the analysis of the safety issues done, the project should not be allowed to proceed. FERC took no action. 2 years later, after New York State completed its assessment, New York State urged FERC to require regular testing of the pipeline operator's ability to remotely close valves on the pipelines at Indian Point within 3 minutes of an event, given that the ability to do so was assumed by FERC when it granted approval. FERC did not do this. Consequently, it was New York State that requested the test, which confirmed that the valves could not be closed within 3 minutes of notification, let alone 3 minutes from the time of a rupture. As the federal agency ensuring safe energy, FERC would have been aware that none of the over 900 pipeline incidents reported to PHMSA stopped the flow of gas in less than 30 minutes of an event, and most took hours. As stated earlier, by the time the pipeline operator would be notified, the damage would be done. In 2019, even after confirmation that the gas could not be shut in 3 minutes from the time of an incident, FERC did not rescind its approval and stop the flow of gas. Additional legal requirements outlined in 49 CFR 192 that have not been implemented for the AIM yet have been ignored by FERC include emergency plans and public education regarding risks to residents. The February 2020 scathing report from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission Office of the Inspector General confirmed many of the falsehoods that were used to gain FERC's approval. For example, FERC's approval for the AIM was in part based on the NRC's statement that it conducted an independent confirmatory analysis that measured what would happen if the gas flowed for 60 minutes after a rupture instead of just 3 minutes. It reported that the analysis for 60 minutes of gas flow concluded that the resulting explosion, quote, would not adversely impact the safe operation of the facility. The NRC Inspector General's report shockingly revealed, however, that rather than using a 60-minute gas flow in its calculation, the calculation was based on only 1 minute of gas flow. Still, the gas flows and no assessment complying with federal regulations has been conducted. In order to receive a certificate of public convenience and necessity, FERC must find that the benefits to be achieved by the project outweigh the potential adverse effects. By knowingly relying on false information, thereby minimizing adverse effects, FERC is abusing its authority. It begs the question, why would they rubber stamp something that science indicates is an unacceptable risk? Lack of compliance with multiple federal regulations, pipeline approval based on false information, and the catastrophic, unresolved, and insufficiently analyzed risks demand immediate action by FERC to rescind its authorization and stop the flow of gas in the pipelines at Indian Point. Thank you for your time.
So thank you so much, Amy, for that. Really appreciate that great testimony. Now I'm going to introduce, we just want you to know we have 2 testifiers for a total of about 15 minutes, and they're going to be really powerful. So we have Bill and Lynn Limpert, who fought the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, which was proposed to cut through their Bath County, Virginia retirement property, or was going to cut their property in half. And they were threatened with this for over 4 years. Bill is retired from the Maryland Department of Environment, where he worked in water pollution inspection and enforcement, and has filed more than 300 pages of comments to FERC, including extensive comments about landslide threats. He is a member of the steering committee for the Allegheny Blue Ridge Alliance, an organization that was instrumental in defeating the ACP. Bill and Lynn lost their Virginia property as a result of the ACP and now live in Frederick County, Maryland.
After over 4 years of being attacked by the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, or ACP, which was aided and abetted by FERC, my wife and I were compelled to sell our retirement home and property in beautiful Little Valley, Bath County, Virginia. We were unjustly treated during the entire ordeal. Some of the worst treatment came through property surveys, which are made to determine if properties are suitable for the pipeline. Rather than have an independent party complete the surveys, FERC allows pipeline companies like the ACP to hire their own consultants. This is an inherent conflict of interest, and it is all too apparent in the very questionable survey results we witnessed. The most concerning were surveys conducted to determine if land movement or landslides would threaten the pipeline and possibly cause a catastrophic explosion. The FERC ACP route included 160 miles of high landslide susceptibility and 120 miles where landslides have already occurred. A number of large gas pipelines in nearby states have recently exploded due to landslides within just weeks and months after being put into service. The nearby Mountain Valley Pipeline, which is partially completed, recently caused a landslide that forced people to leave their homes. Fortunately, that pipeline was not yet carrying natural gas. Land slippage did occur in a number of areas of early ACP construction in West Virginia, where the land was not as steep as in Little Valley. If the ACP exploded, it would be catastrophic. This is a 42-inch gas pipeline. No other natural gas pipeline in our country is larger. The impact radius or blast zone, where instant death would occur in an explosion, extends 1,100 feet on each side of the pipeline. The ACP was proposed to come within a little more than 500 feet of our home, and if we somehow survived the blast, we and other neighbors would be trapped in Little Valley with no escape or rescue possible. At one point, I asked FERC how many people live within the blast zone, and FERC stated they didn't know. They don't go into that level of detail. I also showed FERC a representative this diagram showing that my wife and I and our neighbors would be trapped in a pipeline explosion. The FERC representative put his finger on our home and told us to walk up the mountain away from the explosion. So we were very much concerned that a landslide would explode the ACP near our home. The land is extremely steep, and the pipeline route would traverse slopes as steep as 60%, which is at the limit where a person can walk upright rather than climbing on all fours or sliding down. Even more worrisome were 4 large natural landslides that occurred very close to the route on and near our property in the summer of 2015, just 6 months before the ACP chose to bring the pipeline through our very steep valley. These were all large landslides and more than enough to bury a person or threaten a pipeline. The largest was 500 feet long, 35 feet wide, and up to 7 feet deep. This new landslide was within several hundred feet of the pipeline. So we arranged to meet the surveyor to show him the landslides and the extreme slopes on the route, but he didn't show up. We were later told that he didn't think he needed to inspect our property, even though landslide threats were present. Then we found that a survey report had been filed for our property. It stated no access, as if we had prevented access. We also found his report for the very large landslide. It stated that the landslide was low hazard because it was not directly on the route and it was located on a much steeper slope than the route. This wasn't correct. My wife and I had painstakingly measured the slope of the proposed pipeline all through Little Valley. We also measured the slope of this landslide. The pipeline slope near the landslide was 60%, and the slope of the landslide was 62%, nearly identical, not much steeper. I was upset with these inaccurate reports and asked to speak directly to the surveyor. After much wrangling, I was able to reach the surveyor. He still maintained that he didn't need to inspect our property or the recent landslides on our property. What he said next was shocking. He said he never inspected the very large landslide. He said he wrote his report stating that the landslide was a low hazard based on a desktop review. I was very upset about this and demanded that he inspect our property in the large landslide, not while sitting at his desk, but by actually being there, and he agreed to do so. This was now more than a year after FERC had already approved the ACP, in part based on his desktop inspections. We met, and he was pleasant, but he refused to look at the landslides on our property, even though they were within several hundred feet of the pipeline route. He didn't think that the pipeline route on our property was a landslide threat, even though parts of it were steeper than other areas that had recently slid. He didn't bring an inclinometer, which is a simple, inexpensive tool to measure slopes. Instead, he put his smartphone on the ground to estimate the slope. We then inspected the very large landslide. He made a cursory inspection at best. He only looked at the landslide from the top, where you can't see most of it. He didn't want to move to another location which would give him better views of the landslide. He didn't want to measure the distance from the slide to the pipeline route, even though I brought my measuring tape to do so. He said that landslides were common in this area and did not threaten the pipeline. We then walked on the nearby pipeline route, and he pointed out that the trees showed distorted growth, indicating the very steep ground where the pipeline would be placed had already slid. Nevertheless, he continued to insist that this was a low hazard area and he would not change his report. Other survey findings were all similarly biased toward the ACP. So instead of requiring independent experts or federal agencies of expertise to investigate these issues based on science, FERC allows the pipeline companies to hire consultants to tell them what they want to hear, and that is, we found no problems. I'm not saying that everyone at FERC is a bad person. The representative I've been dealing with recently has made a good effort to be helpful. But overall, FERC remains an agency that has been captured by the fossil fuel industry and consistently acts at their behest rather than acting in the interest of the American people. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And I want to introduce our final presenter of the day. Donna Chavis is a Lumbee elder, mother and grandmother who has worked her entire life for environmental integrity. She is the founder of the Red Tail Hawk Collective and senior fossil fuels campaigner with Friends of the Earth.
Good day. Thank you for this opportunity to join you. First, I must acknowledge and give honor to all who have passed before me and built the good road on which I now walk. It is those shoulders on which I stand. I come to you today from Pembroke, land of the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina. Today, I speak as a Lumbee elder who has worked for the past 4 years primarily in opposition to the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, the ACP LLC. and its impact on the indigenous, Black, and other impacted peoples of North Carolina. Along the route of the ACP, there were 4 impacted tribes: the Coharie, Halawasaponi, Lumbee, and Meherrin. Over 30,000 indigenous peoples who lived near the proposed pipeline made up 13.2% of its impacted population in North Carolina, whereas only 1.2% of the population of the entire state is indigenous. Yet it was proclaimed in the environmental impact statement issued by FERC that there was no disproportionate impact of the pipeline on indigenous peoples. Thankfully, on July 5th, 2020, we celebrated an Interdependence Day. That was the day that Dominion and Duke Energies announced the cancellation of their planned Atlantic Coast Pipeline. That victory was obtained by the interdependent action of thousands of environmental advocates along the proposed route from West Virginia, and through North Carolina. Yes, I said through North Carolina. We learned after the FERC permits were issued that the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, LLC, had every intention of continuing into South Carolina, though that fact was systematically denied for years. That was another failing of FERC. Now, we face the grueling task of monitoring the dismantling and repair of damage done by the pipeline to nowhere, the ACP LLC. Landowners who had property taken by eminent domain wait and wonder, what now? Rivers that were breached by pipe that will never be used now linger with the remnant impacts with unknown consequences. The Atlantic Coast Pipeline LLC has not disappeared, and we will feel some impact from mistaken decisions that allowed it to destroy woodlands, impinge on property owners' rights, and impact waterways before it had received all of its permits to build. And we continue to oppose one of the ACP's offspring. Duke Energy, through its subsidiary Piedmont Natural Gas, is in the process of constructing the Robeson Liquefied Natural Gas Facility in the community of Wakulla, which is over 80% indigenous, predominantly Lumbee, and only 4 miles from Maxton, which is predominantly African American. This facility was hidden deep in the original ACP proposal before being segmented out. This construction is moving forward without consultation of the indigenous peoples, which is out of compliance with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, the policy of free, prior, and informed consent, also known as FPIC. In fact, the Lumbee tribe of North Carolina has issued a resolution that states its emphatic opposition to the facility and continues to work for construction to stop. This facility will be a 1 billion cubic foot storage and peaker facility that will lock us into dependency on fossil fuels for another 30 years. The company has cleared 600-acre site in such a manner that historical artifacts have been destroyed according to its own archaeological report. They were destroyed to such a point that they now have no historical significance. Yet, just another incident of a sacrifice zone. The history of the indigenous peoples was not worthy of protections. We need to be able to depend on our regulatory and elected officials to stand with the people. Decisions made now, often under the cover of darkness, will affect other generations to come, and I encourage you to hold FERC accountable for its decisions. Make sure they use all means available to evaluate and deny projects that harm so many and so much of the environment. It is we who must protect the dreams of the future, the dreams of all the young adults and children, my grandchildren, whose dreams are stolen by proposed projects such as the Atlantic Coast Pipeline and the Robeson Liquefied Natural Gas Facility that delay further our transition to a clean renewable energy future. Thank you.
Well, that was certainly a very powerful finish to a very powerful, powerful day. I want to thank Donna for that testimony. I want to thank all of our testifiers today, bringing forth such thoughtful, compelling testimony. As we've heard today from the powerful and often emotional testimony we've heard about pipelines and LNG export facilities and compressor stations, we've learned that this kind of frac gas infrastructure has devastating impacts on people, on communities, and on our environment. We've heard today, and as we had heard in the past from other testifiers and in the dossier of FERC's abuses, that while the pipeline and fracking industries reap private profits and an increasingly competitive stronghold on energy markets, others suffer grievous harm. Today, we together have made a convincing case that it is imperative that Congress reform the Natural Gas Act and other laws to address all of the issues and concerns testified to today, and frankly, to much, much more that we did not have time to cover over the many, many hours of testimony. We need these reforms in order to specifically and firmly protect people's rights, states' rights, property rights, to protect our rivers, our forests, our wetlands, our wildlife, our environments, and people's inalienable environmental rights, and to protect the right of future generations to a safe and secure environment, a stable climate, and the clean energy future that will provide them with the national security, the economic security, and the environmental vitality that they as people here on this earth need and deserve. So I thank you all for joining us for today's hearing, whether you are offering testimony or listening. Please help us spread the word and share the taped video, as well as the upcoming excerpts that we're going to be releasing shortly. Share these videos with your community members, but more importantly, share them with members of Congress and anybody who is seeking political office. We need them all to rise up and help us, defend our environmental rights, defend all of our rights as people here on this earth. We need a transformation of FERC so that we can end their abuses of power and law. And please join the Voices Coalition going forward as we together, collectively and individually, demand transformational and needed change when it comes to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Thank you all.